India has a lot of variety. The color, it's about the tradition, the religion. It's just the perspective that gonna matters a lot. They are right in their own sense, might be wrong to someone, but might be right to someone. I'm just basically a typical boy trying to live up on his dreams, trying to do something on his own.
I can set an example for this. They love me playing for India. I felt really proud that I was representing India.
I'm an esports player. And every esports player has that hunger to win. For us, the main goal is to become the best, nothing else.
I think it's the right time for esports to take off in India. PUBG Mobile has now come into India and taken over. The accessibility for mobile devices is so strong and so easily available to the general public. Once PUBG came out with their mobile version, it took India by surprise.
Started my journey playing PUBG Mobile, and I would always love India to be at the top.
The do's and don'ts of PUBG or something like that, I don't know. I still don't understand what he's doing. But that was fantastic.
This short clip will help you to understand how to aim properly and control recoil.
Twitter, I ain't touring, I am anti-com message board kid did everything that I say I did. Don't believe me.
It's gonna be your main man. It's gonna be Scout, and it has to be. Drop it down off bridge. The components on this player.
I need to get that world level trophy out there. So being a new team, we got picked by one of the biggest organizations out there, that's Team Fnatic. And for us to prove ourselves, to prove our followers, to prove our fans, and to keep that name high.
Yeah, my teammates would say that I'm the mistake maker, I guess, but I'm also the playmaker. I love to walk on the tightrope.
Cold shower, that's true power. Let me catch my breath, let me snatch what's next.
Right now, he does go down just standing with the rook. And the headshot will finish him off. Soul back.
1 versus 3. 1 versus 4, actually. Oh!
Massive. Excellent play. Oh.
Great stick, currently no damage. Amami moving forward. He does not make it.
I just want to read to you, baby, hold it up your head, baby, yeah, baby, yeah, baby, yeah, baby.
When you practice hard, when you give your best and you lose, that's okay. And everyone can see that, especially the coach can see that these guys gave it all and lost. But if they don't give it all and they lose and they come up with some stupid excuse, I can figure it out. That is my job. Yeah, these guys, they got a very big opportunity. There are so many people who are dying for this chance.
Every third person in India plays PUBG, I'm pretty sure about that. From a kid to an adult in an office, they play PUBG for sure.
The first PMCO that happened in India, 11,000 or 12,000 teams applied for that tournament. This is the trophy that every team tries for, getting the hands on the PMCO World Championship. It's really tough to survive that competition.
Being able to be called the champion in this is kind of like the milestone.
This year's PMCO, the points has been changed. So before it was like one team keeps winning, they get a huge lead, which is unbeatable. But now you can't get the huge lead if you don't have the kills. So if a team keeps on killing a lot of people, they're gonna get a huge lead. But if just a team wins with less kills and other teams starts killing more, the win doesn't matter because you need to have the skill to kill. If you don't have the skill, you cannot kill.
Viper tries to move out. Existence will just finish that one.
So from this new rule change, 3 to 4 teams are gonna benefit. One is Orange Rock Esports because they are damn aggressive.
Right now, the best team in India is OR, being one of the highest skill set players and the amount of coordination and synergy they have among themselves.
The other one is Team X. They've got 2 or 3 of the best assaulters out there in their team.
They have one of the best players India has produced, Scout.
VCAS just over the hill here, and Scout is looking for him.
Plus always.
2 players behind the rock, one goes down.
Then they have Ronak.
Comes in the corner. Sees one, takes down one, there's just one left, sees him in the grass and will finish it!
Apart from that, there's another team which is Team 8-Bit because they go for kills.
14 kills for Team 8-Bit.
Mega.
Here comes the massive push, there's absolutely no way he's getting away with that one.
MX.
Really bringing the swagger at the end of the game.
Entity.
These shots from Entity, that will be the whole team wide.
These are the really big and good teams this year. They're like way too good at the game.
I'm Team Soul all the way. They're my guys. My money's on them. Let's see how they do.
Team Soul, 2 new players added into the team. Definitely they have Mortal, one of the most fan favorite guy.
Guess. Oh, Mortal just standing his ground right now.
And he got his back by Viper.
Viper gets the knock and it's going to be Carnage who's having Carnage spread around. It's going to be open.
So we are going to work on being a much more aggressive team. We are still working on that actually.
After that also we're having pressure to win, but like the fan expectations, the family expectations, that like they wanted us to represent India at that level. We reached that level, but now the pressure is to win it. My dad's name is JHADAV. My dad never knew about PUBG. He had no idea what kind of a game it is, but every tournament I'm playing, every game I'm playing, he's watching me. That makes me really happy that even though I didn't say him anything, I didn't teach him anything about the game, he knows so much about the games. He was born in Uttar Pradesh. Just after 1 year of getting married, he came to Surat to have something on his own. My father is a local packing material manufacturer and he's been doing this work for the past 20 years.
एक मिनट बैठ जाओ अंदर पहले।
पानी लेंगे।
एक्चुअली मशीन तो सब इंडिया ही की बनी हुई है और इसको ग्लोटिंग मशीन भी बोलते हैं और इसके अंदर एक बार में कम से कम 100 से 125 किलो मटेरियल वन टाइम में चला जाता है। अरे बापू को माल नहीं ले गए? अमेरिका से, यूरोपियन कंट्री से ही ये रॉ मटेरियल आता है और इसको फिर चारों तरफ से कट करना पड़ता है, आधा इंची, पौन इंची, जैसा वेस्टेज निकाल लो उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है। उसकी साइजें बनाते हैं, उसको बिछाते हैं, माल में सल होता है वो निकालना पड़ता है।
I used to hate to go to that place. I used to hate to go to the place whenever my mom used to say, you are free at home, just go visit your dad, help him in his work. I was like, okay, I'll just go to my friend's house.
वो अपनी दुनिया में बिजी था।
दुनिया इनकी पबजी थी।
खेलता जरूर था लेकिन दिमाग में ये रहता था इससे अपना कुछ मिलना तो है नहीं।
ऐसा कुछ माइंड में था ही नहीं कि हमको इसमें कुछ इतना बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म मिल जाएगा।
इसलिए उसको ऐसा लगता था काम तो करना ही।
काम करना ही करो। एक्चुअल में क्या है कि काफ़ी टाइम तक तो ये इतना बीमारी की वजह से ही हम मतलब उसको शुरू के काफ़ी टाइम तक तो बीमारी की वजह से इसके लिए परेशान रहते थे।
मेन क्या है जो इसके प्रॉब्लम थी ना वो डॉक्टर पता नहीं कर पाए
और उसको 2.5 साल तक कंटिन्यू हमने यूपी का कोई डॉक्टर नहीं छोड़ा था। मेरे एक फ्रेंड ने मेरे को जो चाइल्ड स्पेशलिस्ट के अंदर जो एशिया के टॉपर में से गोपाल के लिए हमने, मेरे को याद है कि हम लोग 10 से 15 दिन रहे थे दिल्ली के अंदर, और दिल्ली हमारे लिए अलग शहर था, तो हमको वहाँ पे बाहर गार्डन के नीचे जो है वो पेपर डाल करके सोना पड़ता था,
क्योंकि वहाँ हॉस्पिटल में केवल जो बच्चा बीमार है उसकी मम्मी ही रह सकती।
जिस समय वो दिखाया था तो उसकी हाथ जो है वो इतने इतने से थे, और उसके अंदर से जो सिरिंज में ब्लड निकलवाना था, तो उसके लिए मैंने और पौन घंटे तक वो सिरिंज को यूँ ये हाथ को दबाते रहे, तब तक वो सिरिंज में ब्लड नहीं आ पाया। ये पोजीशन थी इतनी क्रिटिकल। तो बचपन की कुछ ऐसी यादें बीमारी के अंदर ही रही बस।
When I was a kid, I used to dream like I want to play soccer for my country, like being in the Indian national team. I have a rule in my life. If you like something, just go achieve it.
उसने क्या किया, स्टेयर पे चढ़ के छत पे जाके वहां से नीचे जंप करके भाग गया था। तो वो किसके लिए गया था? उसको फुटबॉल प्रैक्टिस करना था इवनिंग में, और उसको मैं जाने नहीं दे रही थी। तो मैं सोई थी, तो मुझे बिना बोले वो छुप के ऊपर से कूद के चला गया था। फिर तो मैं इतनी परेशान हो गई, मैंने उसके फादर को फ़ोन किया है, तन्मय कहाँ चला गया। फिर मैं दरवाज़ा खोल कर जाके वॉचमैन को पूछा, यहाँ मेरा बेटा गया क्या? तो वो बोला हाँ वो तो गया अभी। फिर मैं बोली कैसे गया? फिर वो इतना टफ है, टेरेस से नीचे कूदना आसान नहीं है। उसके फादर एक्चुअली, उसके पापा उसको बहुत प्यार करते हैं, तो वो तो उसको एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, बट कभी कभी बोलते क्या कर रहा, अभी उसको बिजनेस में आना चाहिए।
I have a thing in me, like I don't like anything, spoon fed to me. I like to make my own stuff. So later, no one can tell me like, okay, dude, you did it on because your dad gave it to you. No, I did it on my own.
मेरे फ्रेंड्स में क्या बोले सब कि इंडिया में फुटबॉल का इतना प्रायोरिटी नहीं है, क्या वो फुटबॉल खेल, क्या क्रिकेट खेलता तो ये होता।
Among all the sports, football was my heart though. Basically, football was my life completely at that moment. I played professionally. I went to national level. I was in Kolkata for a professional Division 1 team tryouts. It's just one-time chance, man. You need to prove there.
वो इतना अच्छा खेलता था, तो मैं उसकी कोच को पूछती थी, बोलते नहीं उस फुटबॉल में भी वो कैरियर बहुत अच्छा। तो उसका जर्मन तो पहले सपना था फुटबॉल प्लेयर, तो और उसको जाना था बर्लिन, तो मैं बहुत खुश थी। उसके लिए जब नहीं जा पाया तो मुझे बहुत दुखी हुई, और कुछ नहीं।
So during the tryouts, I tore my hamstring. The second I knew that my hamstring is gone, the first thought in my head came was that, okay, what's the next time I'm going to start walking, or when is the next time I'm going to start playing? The doctor says me, dude, you need to stay in the bed for at least 6 months. And then I was like, okay, my dream's dead here.
Today is a Shraddh day, so जो भी मेरे पूर्वज लोग चले गए हैं अब इस संसार में नहीं है, तो उनको जो जो चीज़ें पसंद थी तो मैंने आज वो नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी वो हमारे हाथ का खाएंगे तो उनको अच्छा लगेगा।
My dad had passed away when I was just 4 years old. So a single parent raising up 2 boys in Mumbai is not actually easy. I believe that because sitting here, I know the amount of hardship she had to go through to raise us up.
My husband loves lady's finger. He loves this cauliflower. I mean, आज हम और नमन, हम लोग जो भी हैं, आज उन लोगों के आशीर्वाद से हैं। आज वो लोग कोई भी नहीं है, लेकिन उनकी यादें और उनकी रिमेम्बरेंस हमारे माइंड में है, और उनकी ब्लेसिंग्स हम लोग के ऊपर है।
We were short on finances. The major source of income at our home was my mom cooking food for probably bachelors and people, around. That's the only way my mom used to pay the bills, pay my education fee and everything. Yeah, that's how we survived. It actually cannot be expressed in words. That's all I can say. I mean, words cannot describe how I feel about my mom.
All going towards the center. सब लोग ऊपर जा रहे हैं.
My mom was very nervous when I first started this thing. There was a time when I was playing, she used to, shout at me and she used to yell at me and say, go back and study, or, go back and sleep. But then now things are different. Now she's like, why are you wasting time sleeping? You should get back on streaming.
With how many kills? I'm mortal more. I'm mortal more.
Life goes on and you need to move on. And no matter how bad the scenario is, you need to go ahead in life too. I didn't have to find my new dream because I already had a passion of gaming. But it was me thinking that this passion can be a career. So I took my passion to a career. Now I am here with PUBG Mobile.
और इंडिया में कैसे है, हमारे पेरेंट्स एक्चुअली उनकी थिंकिंग कैसी है, बच्चे के रियली कुछ इंजीनियर, डॉक्टर, ये कुछ बनना चाहिए. बिफोर 10 years एक्चुअली ई स्पोर्ट्स क्या है किसी को पता ही नहीं था रियली. तो उसके फादर बोलते तुम क्या कर रहे हो, काम पे ध्यान नहीं तुम्हारा. मेरा बच्चा का ये मैच चल रहा है तो मैं मैच देख रहा हूँ. तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है, स्पेशली तन्मय को देखना मुझे बहुत, मतलब स्काउट को देखना मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है.
हमको तो इसी चीज का बस ये है कि बचपन में इतना वो होने के बावजूद भी आज ये इस लेवल पे इसने मुकाम हासिल किया.
When I got the offer to become a pro player from Orange Rock, took some advice from our friends, from our family, and they were like quite supportive in this thing. So they just said, it's about your dream. You always wanted to live this dream. So you're getting the opportunity, don't miss it.
अभी बच्चों को अगर गेमिंग हो, आजकल हर इंसान को कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही पड़ता है लाइफ में. वो अगर इस माध्यम से आगे निकल गया तो हम लोगों को बहुत गर्व की बात. हम तो देखा को शाम को इनको चिकन का डिनर देंगे. हमको रियली नहीं मालूम चिकन डिनर होता है क्या.
Hello, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split.
The process to qualify for a finals is so grueling. When we formed Orange Rock, the guys never played together, so we set up a boot camp in Hyderabad for them to learn to be a team.
We formed Orange Rock to win all the big events. The players on this team should be aiming for the best in the world.
The crate as well.
They know exactly where Retribution are.
Almost there. Cover देना मेरे को, cover देना. मैं knock नहीं होना चाहिए गाड़ी से उतर दूँगा.
Luckily, Orange Rock still have a really good position on this top side. What an excellent Molotov. Makes all the rats scurry around. MJ goes down. 22 kills going over to Orange Rock. A huge pickup for them.
I did not know I would come back, but then there were, many factors. For example, there were so many teams in India now who have become very good at it. So it's going to be good challenging them now.
Mortal looking to try and shimmy his way in as well as the circle down on its soul versus Orange Rock. They know exactly where he is. He knows exactly where they are, though. He goes out wide.
Nice shot. The back is against three. Here comes the push right now. He does go down just standing in the rock. And the headshot will finish him off.
We are adjusting and learning on to taking more kills and being more aggressive so that, by the time we get that chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure we're going to get around 10 to 15 kills.
Everybody said it's what they want. Got my feelings all in a knot. Don't you worry, dust the table off. Put the record on. You can come along with me.
Being a competitive player, if you're not confident, you can't survive the scene. We are not scared of anyone. If you're gonna be scared of anyone, you have to be scared of everyone.
Having a big name behind us, that's Team Fnatic. We are not nervous about anything. We are really happy that we have a really good competition out there.
It's a nice sports car, though. Love it.
This is a beautiful car. The question is, can the play be beautiful as well?
So my team right now, we are 5 members, and I know these guys have the talent. They have the caliber to win the tournament. They have the skills.
Ronak's so low. Too strong. Even so, Scout's having none of it. He wants to get the full team win. Coming to a close, Team Xbox now, the arbiters of death.
If we get to hold the trophy at an international level, that would actually feel amazing.
I'm enjoying the moment, and I don't want to wake up from this dream.
So it's been a very big roller coaster for me, and it's still going on. I'm a professional PUBG Mobile esports player.
These sounds, they don't scare me. It's the beating of a reckoning. To overcome the predicament and get through the commotion. Getting this far isn't really enough. I'll have to outrun what's coming for me.
Welcome back, everyone, to Day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Club Open South Asia Regional Finals. We've had a crazy day of action kicking off on the first day just yesterday, but we have even more action-packed yet again today. And if you guys are in the area, let me ask you a question. Why aren't you here right now in the JHADAV Indoor Hall? Because it's free tickets to get in. And you know what? If you're not here right now, get your butts here because we have all the teams lined up, ready to go, ready to kick things off. So we can finally get underway and find out who our top 5 teams will be moving into the Global Finals. I'm Jason Kappen. I'll be your host for today and tomorrow as well, but I can't do it alone. I have 2 lovely gentlemen to my left-hand side, Illustrato and Mustache Dave. How are you guys feeling after the first day?
It's been a few really good couple days here. I mean, what started out with an ETG.Brawler dominated victory in the first play-ins, in the first set of play-ins. Now, it seems that the script is flipped, and I am so confused, but so excited because all these new teams are coming in and being so red-hot this final.
Yeah, I couldn't agree anymore. I mean, lots of surprises coming into day 1. Now, a lot of these teams that didn't perform so well last night, went over the VODs last night after the games, maybe they're coming in today with some new tactics and strategies to kind of get over today, because today is the day. A lot of teams are talking about it. Today is the day that if you are low on leaderboards, you have to make the come up.
Well, it's do or die time, and as we're saying, there's a reason for it, considering there's only 18 matches to be played in total, and 6 of those are now done and dusted, and you have 12 left to go. If you're not doing well at the end of today, well, 6 games won't really be enough for you to maybe climb the ranks into the top 5 positions. But like we said, 18 games. We're going to be playing Erangel for 9 in total, 50% of the entirety of the maps we have, and already 3 have been done. I wonder, though, as we've seen from the prelims to yesterday, there has been a massive switch-up. I wonder if it's going to continue to happen after day 1 of the finals.
I feel like it's going to be the case, actually. A lot of teams are sort of waking up, changing their playstyle, and you can see very, very different strokes for different folks here as the drop and then the rotations. It's been very different from what we've seen in the play-ins as yesterday in the finals. I'm expecting it's going to change even more as we go later on into the tournament.
Yeah, talking about strokes, Jason, you already mentioned 3 out of the 9 Erangel games already done, so we do have 6 more to go over the next 2 days. We got 2 more Sandhawk, 2 more Miramar, and then 2 more Vikendi matches.
Yeah, but today I think we have only Erangel, Sandhawk, Miramar, but then Erangel and Vikendi, and then Erangel again. Those are the matches we're going to be playing. So a lot of familiar territory. We do have to play 3 Erangels today, so I'm excited to see how the teams sort of adjust and play in this map.
Well, the upside for the teams is that there are 3 Erangel matches to be played today, so when you do prepare and review your VODs from that map alone, you get a lot of extra insight into how things are going to go. Let's take a look, though, at how the points do break down for all these teams. Obviously, you got to get some chicken dinners under your belt to get through into the global finals, and you can see how it's going to work just there.
Yep, that steamy, juicy chicken dinner will get you 20 points alone. Second place, 14 points. Third place, 10 points. Fourth place, 8 points, goes down by 1 point from there until you get to around 11th through 16th. That'll net you 1 point. Thanks for trying. Thanks for dropping out the plane. But those 1 point, I mean, I'm not, I take it back.
Point.
Yeah, I take it back though. I mean, from the play-ins to here, 1 point was the deciding factor. So, I mean, it definitely does count. And then, of course, each kill is a point.
Yeah, well, RIP official, they've been on the fortunate end of that, receiving that 1 point, which allowed them to actually qualify. And now we're seeing them start to slowly dominate here in the top of the scoreboard. I think they ended up in 3rd place. One of the teams that have just sort of come alive nowadays in the first day of the finals, rather.
Well, they're currently in 3rd place at the moment. They'd be taking home a whopping $20,000. But let's be honest, it's all about that 1st and 2nd place. The money's going to be great there with 60 grand and 30 grand.
Yeah.
But you qualify straight through to the globals.
It is $60,000 for the 1st place winner, $30,000 for the 2nd place, $20,000 for 3rd, 4th gets 15, and 5th gets 10. So definitely no joking matter. The difference is pretty large in between the gaps, in between the jumps, but still, you definitely want to be able to qualify from 1st to 5th because it's not always about the money. Qualifying, well, it allows you to get into the global final, and that's what you really want to be able to do.
Yeah, Jason mentioned it, 1st and 2nd, you get that direct invite, so you can kind of relax, you can chill, and then 3rd, 4th, and 5th, you will be getting the invites to the prelims. So, you know, you earned your spot, but there's still a fight ahead of you if you want to make it to the finals, but at least they'll have a fighting chance compared to the other squads.
Thing is, at least getting through to today, getting through into the finals, you do take home at least $2,000. So that's a nice little bump for yourself. Maybe buy yourself something nice. But you know what? If you guys weren't joining us yesterday, you missed out on the 16 teams that are duking it out, fighting it out for that chance to make it into the global finals. So let's take a look at the first 8 teams that are fighting for it here today.
It is ETG.Brawlers along with IND. They were 2 of the highest points. They had 2 of the highest points, rather, when we started this from the play-ins. That changed a little bit as we get into the finals today, but they're also joined by teams like Godlike, Fnatic, Nepal HO NI, 0 Degree, Mayhem, and INS, who have also had some turns in the spotlight, except for Mayhem, who has been sitting a little bit more quiet.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll check out the leaderboards here in just a moment, but Fnatic, they started the day off kind of rough. They finished the day off kind of on a high note, in my opinion. No chicken dinners, but they kind of got higher placements, so was able to keep them afloat. I believe they ended in 8th place. We'll have to get the confirmation a little bit.
Seems like the direct opposite of a team like Entity Gaming, who has just been hot right out of the gates here in the finals. They have been winning. I think they've only won 2, but at the same time, they've been getting a lot of those kills and a lot of those placement points as well. Teams like Megastars, TrustDProcess, SynerGE, they've all had a couple moments. SynerGE actually won yesterday, and if I'm not mistaken, I actually had a chat with some of the members earlier, said that it was actually their first chicken dinner on LAN, and that gave them a lot of confidence. So we'll see how that confidence carries over.
I was getting a little nervous because you were starting to talk maybe about their secret plans. I'm looking around. They're not wearing headsets just yet. But you know what? If you did miss out on yesterday, you missed those 6 teams duking it out. Lucky for you, we got you covered. We got a little recap for you. Well, you saw some of the action break it down from yesterday, but it's time to take a look at how the teams do lay currently within the standings. And Entity Gaming, 121 points to kick off the day, 2 chicken dinners, the only team to be able to get more than one, and they have come out running.
Yeah, looking at Entity's stats from yesterday, per map, they got a 5th, a 9th, and a 5th on Erangel, a 2nd place on Sandhawk, a 1st place on Miramar, and a 1st place on Vikendi. So very important stats to look at when it comes to Erangel, because we mentioned Erangel will be 50% of the matches played here. So yesterday's points on Erangel alone, 17. So they're going to need to up it just a little bit. Wow. That has to be their weakest map.
I think it's the kind of map that doesn't really favor their playstyle a little bit. The thing with Erangel is that there's so many wide open spaces, and Entity really like taking those compact fights, one after the other, going in from one assault to the other, and that really shines in maps like Sandhawk and Vikendi, not so much in Erangel, and I think that's the reason why they're struggling a little bit on it, but at the same time, the numbers, the results, they're starting to show us 121 points to them in total and 50 kills. They're being successful no matter what map they get on.
And then we got 0 Degree right underneath them. No chicken dinners yet. That's interesting.
I thought there was a button.
It's interesting because Rip Official, SGE, they're underneath them in placements, and they do have those chicken dinners. So if 0 Degree can just kind of survive together as a squad till the late game, combined with their fragging power, I mean, Entity Gaming, they got some competition.
I think it just goes to show how important kills are this tournament, and that's actually one thing that I've really noticed coming into this tournament. A lot of the times, these teams really go for those kills, and they're really able to sort of push for those executions, whereas I'd say in other tournaments, they sort of ease off a little bit more. They like to back out of fights, but here I've noticed in this final, teams really like to go all in and take those fights, just like what we saw yesterday with Team Seoul and Orb in that last team fight, and I think it was Vikendi, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, you know what? We don't need to go too in-depth just yet, because we still need to take a look at the other 8 teams currently sitting in 9th through 16th place, and one team we're going to have to look at off the bat, and I do feel bad saying it, but because they had such high highs in the prelims, we're seeing such low lows, it's the Brawlers.
Yeah, the Brawlers, they started out great. They had so many points coming into the play-ins, after the play-ins, but now in the finals, they didn't have the greatest first day. I do think it was because of how everybody was playing, and I do think we can look at that a little bit later when we touch on it, but they're going to have to get into gear here.
Yeah, I mean, only 14 kills, if I'm not mistaken, 4K damage yesterday alone. They are definitely going to be looking to make that comeback today.
When you start off a tournament like that, in such a dominant fashion, people are starting to look at you. I think that might be one of the reasons why as well. People starting to target Brawlers, and I think it's starting to show. Maybe they'll change up their playstyle, maybe it'll work today.
Not only that, the pressure, you know? I mean, they probably gained so many fans over the break from their performance from the play-ins. Now they got all these fans kind of backing them, expecting them to perform here, so that pressure kind of getting to them here.
Well, guys, there's also 2 teams I'm looking at here, Seoul and Orb Official. I think back to a Vikendi match we had yesterday and the bloodbath that went down between those 2 teams. That was actually our play of the day. We're going to take a look at it one more time as you guys walk us through it.
Yeah, this was where the choke point came in for Seoul, but at the same time, their crossfire just failed in the second time. It worked out the first time because of, I believe, the lack of decision-making and the lack of decisiveness coming from Orb. They definitely had them. 2 members were low from Seoul. Still, they weren't able to capitalize on it. They could have gotten them at that moment, but Orb just showing that they hesitated a little bit too long.
And not only that, you know, you have to kind of question Orb. They got 3 alive right here. They had Mazik kind of block off that doorway with that molly for a couple seconds. Why didn't any of the Orb players toss in some grenades into that room? I mean, they dropped right smack in the middle of a town. They had to have some type of utility to kind of use in that situation. Instead, we see Mazik running out the building, going all the way who knows where. I feel like big mistake from Orb.
And at the same time, they waited so long that the smoke grenades came in for Seoul. Then that's the only time they actually went in to execute on them, making a big mistake. And look at this, Regaltos here was able to hold 2 members off with a double spray down, and it was just a beautiful hold from Clutch God here.
Not only that, the smoke grenades, you mentioned it, they were blooming in the room. Orb decided to make the push right then and there with no information at all. And on the flip side, when you are Seoul, you just have to look at a doorway.
Yeah, I mean, they literally went into the worst situation possible. Like, they could have decided to actually initiate that fight much earlier, but they didn't. What I did like, however, from Megastars, who came in after that, they were a lot more decisive. They broke down those crossfires. They realized they got an information that Seoul was holding into 2 separate rooms. They took those fights one at a time and broke down the defense of Seoul.
They also didn't give Seoul any time to heal up after that fight. I love it.
Much like the opposite of Orb, who did let Seoul like heal up and
they got 2 revives too.
Exactly, which is a really big show of like the difference in mentality and confidence here for the both of these teams.
Well, you know what? Before we do fully dive into our pregame, I want to give a shout out to Vivo being the title sponsor of the PMCO South Asia Regional Finals, because this couldn't be done without them. But now it's time to dive a little bit deeper into what we have to bring you today. And it's going to be starting off with the ETG.Brawlers. We talk about how teams have transitioned from doing poorly in the prelims to doing well in the finals. Well, this is one team that unfortunately has done the opposite, as you can see here. This is just comparison of day 1 of the prelims to comparison of day 1 of the finals. And just look at that. Kills already stands out.
Yeah, and you know what? We were talking with the squad. They were mentioning a lot of teams here, and we also heard them in the interview. A lot of teams here are kind of honed in on their strategy of sending it into the middle, looking for that spot, that sweet spot, by the way, that they got so many times in the play-ins, and they were just non-stop being countered. So what the issue was yesterday with the Brawlers is that every single game they continued to try to send a center. They would send a scout, the scout would die, they would send another person to try to send it, they would die. So they were just all over the place. But today, the Brawlers, they are not going to focus so much on center, but more or less play the edge and try to rack up those kills.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a chat with them earlier as well, and to me, one of the biggest things that you can do as a team is try to mentally reset yourself. So I actually asked them what they did to prepare, and they said the first thing that they had to do was get a full 8 hours of sleep, get a little bit of rest, and make sure that they reset and maybe change their playstyle. Because we noticed, and as we look at this highlight here, the biggest thing that actually affected their game was the fact that every team, like 80 to 90%, were playing in the middle of that circle. And that's how they like to play as well as Brawlers.
And we know, we've seen from the Brawlers, they got the firepower. They just need their players alive to use it.
Yeah, I mean, Dark alone. Dark alone's able to light up servers, and he's supposed to be the support, right? So we know that ETG.Brawlers are an amazing team. The fact is, though, that they have been, as you said, being countered time and time again. The biggest, I think, example of this was if you looked at Sandhawk yesterday, every single team was playing from within the circle. There were only a couple players who did not play in the circle. I think that was Entity, IND, and INS for a little bit who played outside of that zone.
Well, the thing is, the true testament to a good team and a great team, the difference between the two, is a team that can adapt their play style and adapt to changes that are thrown at them. And obviously, if you guys have mentioning play-ins, no one was going center circles, so they were able to have that free control. Yeah. Now into finals, they have to adapt, they have to change things up. Ooh. And hopefully for their sake, they've done it since last night, because as we've been saying before, today is do or die.
Yeah. It's such a shame, though, because if you look at the individual members of Brawlers, like Sam, these guys can light it up. They're amazing players individually. Problem is, they've been really having a hard time. They haven't been having the opportunity to shine. That we can talk about, like, let's say Entity, who have had that opportunity to clean it up time and time again. They've been having a little bit more freedom to play their playstyle, which is to roam around the edges and clean up house.
So if you are on the Brawlers or a fan of the Brawlers, they're looking to get at least 90 points at the end of the day. That's going to be an average of 15 points per game. That's what they're looking at for today.
That's hard.
If you compare that to yesterday, they had 2 games in a row where they placed out at 16th and another where they placed out at 15th. So we talk about the lows for them, but you know what? We have to talk about the highs for some team, and it's going to be RIP Official, comparing their play-ins, the entirety of their play-ins, not just day 1, but both days to today, or to yesterday, the day 1 of finals. That is just ridiculous.
This is insane. I mean, for the damage and kills today is almost matching 2 entire days of playing. That's just insane.
So to be clear, on the left-hand side is 2 days of games, and on the right-hand side is just 1 day of games. And this is a squad that qualified by only 1 kill to make it here.
I mean, they barely got in. They basically clawed their way in, and now they're just absolutely wrecking house, wreaking havoc. And I do think it has a little bit to do with the fact that everybody loves to play the center in the past day yesterday. Yeah. But they like to focus on the outskirts and then sort of run around, and that's been really working in their favor. If this continues, I think I could see RIP officials start to dominate the server in qualifying.
And they only had really one bad game yesterday. That was on Sandhawk. They dropped Camp Bravo. They got a 4v4 against 0 Degree. They lost that 4v4. Speaking with the members today, they said they are going to improve on their Sandhawk matches. They're going to continue dropping Camp Bravo, but this time, instead of fighting 0 Degree head on, they're going to rotate. I'm looking. Oh, the players don't have headphones.
No, they don't.
Well, they're going to rotate around.
I know they regret talking to you now.
try to third party the 0 Degree because the teams are still going to drop in the same location. One thing to note though, before we move on from the squad, yesterday, Erangel, a 7th place, a 2nd place, and a 1st place. That's 39 points alone on Erangel in placements. Placements alone. They were the highest team on Erangel when it comes to placement points, which is phenomenal because I'm going to keep talking about it. Erangel is the majority of the map pool here.
And if you look at RIP Official, they've been kind of gifted South Georgia pole until the last time we saw it yesterday in the final game when we saw Entity Gaming starting to challenge out against them. So they're going to have to really be keen to that and really understand that they don't have it for free anymore. And if they have a bad start, they might have a bad day.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like RIP Official are one of those kind of teams that are so momentum and emotionally based. You can see how different they are just because of the fact that they won a single game, really propelling them to different heights.
All right, can you guys give me some quick predictions here? Who's taking game number 1 today?
Ooh, Entity for me. They're looking too hot. With the changes that they're looking to make, I think they're going to take it.
RIP Official!
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, get excited, get ready to go as we're kicking off game 1 of day 2. Let's head over to our commentators, Alex Byfield and Imperium.
Day 2 of the finals. Imperium, we're kicking it off with the Wrangle.
Oh, yes.
Entity Gaming yesterday were fantastic. Can we see more of the same today?
I'm sure they can, but like with a couple of teams themselves and, of course, RIP 0 Degree, I'm sure they feel like they have a target on their back. So it's going to be a matter of them being aware of that, but while still sticking to their own game. That's going to be so important. We've done 6 games down yesterday. We're coming into another 6 games, of course, talking about Erangel. As Dave, as Mustache Dave _ go follow him on Instagram. Erangel is the majority played map in the final stages of the South Asia PMCO. So yes, it's so important that these teams grab a hold of this map, grab a hold of every position angle that they grab onto, whether it's phase 1 or phase 6, and then close out those kills and close out those shots.
Well, thank you very much, Imperium, for the breakdown, but here we go. Game number 1 of day 2 of the finals on Erangel, as we previously just mentioned, and the plane this time going from southeast towards the central eastern part of the map towards Mansion. So far, I mean, look, if we get a northern circle, we're looking at Everest, we're looking at Georgia Pool, we're looking at shooting range. Very important parts of the map if it does go in that way.
So as usual, we do see Fnatic and TrustDProcess landing on military base. Fnatic yesterday, they're a team that showed strengths of considerably forward-thinking play, but then they showed so many levels of inconsistencies and I suppose levels of really indecisiveness in their gameplay, and I do hope that is evolved on yesterday. But phase 1 circle, southwest, Quarry's in there, Primorsk, Gaka, and of course Everest.
Almost as if RIP could read the stars, almost like fortune tellers, because typically we see them dropping towards Pachinki. Yep. However, today they've changed things around. They had such a successful day yesterday. They've made some adjustments to their strategy, and it's really paying off in this first game. Instead, dropping towards Georgia Pool, and we can see exactly where the ring is as well. We could potentially see some action towards the control of Everest and Hospital to have that high advantage point, which was paying dividends yesterday in the first game of day 1.
Definitely. So as we see how these teams are landed right now, they're instantly looking to rotate and get into seriously decent looting areas. Fnatic, you can hear from the fans in the crowd. They are supporting and of course giving all the love to their boys Fnatic, and of course Seoul, our fan favourites indeed. Seoul, they're joining RIP up in South George. You have 0 Degree in around Roshawk with Mayhem down in school. ETG.Brawlers, they're a little bit split up between inside and outside the circle by farm, and Godlike down in Milta, Nepal HO NI in around Milta Power Plant, SGE in Lipovka. And Lipovka with SGE, it's going to be very important on how they rotate into the circle. Yes, right now, they have somewhat of a solid entrance going in a straight line. But based on the circle and based on how Phase 1 is looking right now, I would actually recommend that they head up northwards, go around the river of Yasnai up in the north side and come out around George Paul area, even on the west coast side. But, of course, time will tell. It's still early days, Alex.
Obviously, early on into the match, we could hear the roar from the crowd, a cacophony of fans for Scouts. Yesterday, having a very poor performance when compared to their expectations for this event. The high-profile signing as well with Fnatic, which actually isn't that big of an organization over here in India. Obviously, that's exactly why they made the move to try and increase their profile globally, so very smart from them. However, Imperium, why do you think they lacked so much so far in this tournament? Obviously, they managed to get through in the play-ins, very, very well. They finished, top 5 of the table. However, yesterday, we saw Scout struggling in the early portion of the game. It seemed like 4 or 5 games in a row, he went out first or second, would die constantly on his own. Even after the games as well, was getting quite animated to his teammates.
Yeah, and it's an interesting question. I do want to preface how I answer this, and even anything that I do say by saying that all of us here, in terms of whether it's the analysts, the casters, have a huge amount of respect and admiration for all of these players competing and those who compete in play-ins and even the group stage, because we all know and we are aware, we see the amount of work, the amount of time, effort and passion that these players put into the game. So anything that we critique them on, it's not to anyway shut them down, it's not to in any way discourage them, it's just to give them a bit of perspective. But talking about Scout,
dodging the question. Let's hear some.
Okay.
Let's hear some
talking about
disparaging
Fnatic.
Thoughts. Explain it to me. Why are they struggling? We want to hear.
It's simply
why.
a lack of teamwork and pressure. In the first, when we saw the teams come out on yesterday's pre-show, the 2 teams that were waving to the crowd, which is never a bad thing, was Scout and Seoul. 2 of the teams that were, that were tip-top to be at the top were Scout and were Seoul and Fnatic. Therefore, Fnatic, I feel like they're letting the pressure get to them. We're seeing Fnatic not working as a team. They're being indecisive with their decisions. Scout is going on his own. He's getting knocked down, like you mentioned. He's going out. Then the rest of the team, they're kind of thinking, what the hell do we do from here? So Fnatic, what they would have done from yesterday's games is just take a deep breath, talk and communicate as a team and set a game plan for today's games.
Mayhem, you can see towards Roshawk, currently 16th after day 1. However, I wouldn't be too paranoid if I was them, considering we saw the lightning jump up for Team IND between day 1 and day 2 of the play-ins, from 19th all the way up to 2nd when they finished just 2 days ago. So do we think we're going to be seeing a similar fare here in Imperium in terms of teams just leapfrogging up and down the table? Or are we looking for more consistent results?
You're always looking for more consistent results, but it's never as simple as that. It's never as black and white as that. There's always going to be teams looking to fight that good fight and get up into those high point standings. But in saying that, though, there really is so many few points dividing these teams. Only 28 points divide 2nd place and 10th place, and only 35 points divide 2nd place and 13th place. That's a chicken dinner.
Just while it's on our screens, I really want to highlight a point that we spoke about yesterday.
Yeah.
I mentioned IND, they're at Ferry Pier, they're by the lighthouse, guarding this bridge, which is basically the only entrance into the circle from military base for teams like Fnatic, potentially TrustDProcess if they go south. And you said, day 1 of the finals, Team IND maybe not going to fight for lighthouse and control the bridge. However, you said maybe later on into the finals, they might have the confidence to do that. Think we're going to see it now?
Well, yeah, of course. And when we were talking after yesterday's games, it was easy to understand that Kratos, who used to play with Scout OP and knows how he plays, knows how Fnatic like to drop. And looking back at the VODs, they'll be looking to punish Fnatic. I'm actually surprised that Fnatic landed a military base for the first game. Yes, it was on the plane trajectory, but look to mix things up, surprise your opponents, and pick somewhere different, because you've always got to have a plan B. But we are seeing the first knockdown. Nepali HO NI on their rotation being caught up by Godlike.
Godlike indeed. Cronton, considered the best player here from Godlike. Currently in the circle, but it's the phase 1 circle, so it's just going to be slightly damaging him so far. Nothing too hemorrhaging.
Yeah, and then now as we see the blue zone of phase 1 closing in, the teams are looking to rotate into the circle. INS already there. ETG.Brawlers being a little bit more forward-thinking. Entity deciding to go for a bit of a late route, but now Nepali HO NI.
Nepali HO NI, NHB to be more precise, and precise he is with the sniper. Gets the knockdown onto Cronton. It was the headshot as well, but Anto, excuse me, easily going to be able to revive his teammate. However, NHN has to try and get in a vehicle here, maybe cover this ground, but has some teammates here as well to rattle off the shots into the vehicles, but nothing connecting just yet. All the players there from Godlike able to scramble away scot-free, but as I say, that actually Cronton goes down to the play zone.
Now, as I say, teams are rotating in. Ripsky getting close to around Gaka area. IND moving in a little bit further away from that west bridge that you mentioned, going a little bit more towards where INS are. You have now 0 Degree going close to where Orb, ETG.Brawlers, and TrustDProcess are rotating.
Speaking of rotations, Imperium, so many teams have to rotate past Potato Hill. IND, INS currently controlling the ends of those rotations. We can hear some gunfights going on as well. It's going to be between Orb Official and 0 Degree. It seems like 0 Degree here from the play feed are taking the advantage here, and so they are. So yeah, up close as well. You can see it's 2 players down for both of these squads, so maybe it's far more even than we initially anticipated. But Orb Official now starting to make their charge now towards this tiny little building is all the cover they actually have right now. Mazik trying to finish off the job and collect some more points for his teams. So behind the vehicle, the only point of cover they really have as Yash goes down, so it's all down to this. Max Cash versus 2. He's up against it right now. Pasing charging in as well, the back of Asuria, and that could be it here. As Mazik on 5 HP. Here's the smoke, here's the steps. Can spot out the gun barrel as well. He's trying to make his move. Be silent here. Gets down 1, but from behind the trade is there. And that's going to be it. 0 Degree eliminate Orb Official. Game 1 out in 16th.
Good job coming out from 0 Degree. That smoke being really key in them getting the better of that team fight against Orb Esports. I was talking to 0 Degree briefly before the game started, and first of all I said well done and great job on the consistency you pulled out in yesterday's games, and they said yeah, coming into today we kind of feel like we have a target on our back, so we're going to be aware of this. And I said to them, of course be aware, but don't change how you play, be the same way that you're playing, and that's exactly what's happened at 0 Degree, looking good.
Mayhem making their rotation from Hospital all the way down south. Seoul actually gave up control towards Everest. Imagine they're expecting this ring to go further south.
So now phase 2, blue zone is closing, and let's look at how these teams are looking in terms of rotations. Of course, Entity, you see on your screens, they are getting closer to where a couple of teams are on the northeast side of this circle. They're getting close to SynerGE. You have 0 Degrees down the south side of them. Entity, compared to yesterday, they're playing a much more edge circle gameplay for this first game today, and I think that's not a bad idea, especially if they're confident of the map and how they're going to play, because it's going to be a surprise.
Speaking of surprises, do you think that the adjustment from the play-ins, where it was all playing towards the outer circle, then the day 1 of the finals, everyone playing center circle, do you think teams were surprised about the amount of space that actually the outer ring of the circle really had?
Yeah, but it shouldn't be a surprise, because that's generally how the team should be playing PUBG Mobile. It should be head into the center, find a strong compound, a high ground, or with plenty of space that you can reposition, disengage, and of course engage onto your opponents and go from there as these circles close in. And talking about circles closing in, Alex, phase 3 going a bit more to the west, only a tiny bit of water, but however, look at Rip Sky and Megastars. Center circle, high ground, those are the two teams that the other teams have to target.
As well, we can see that this circle's almost split in half there. All the teams towards the south side, as you said, most likely because of how much open terrain there is towards Gatka. SynerGE as well going to be excited to see no one's here as they make their rotation in.
Yeah, only Drigger from INS, and if he gets a little bit ahead and can communicate, and they can respond quickly to Drigger's communication, which is what's happening, they could get the better SynerGE. So I'm curious as to see how this does go down. 15 teams at 56 players left alive, 13 and a half minutes into this game as we see the members of Nepali HO NI, just 3 members left standing, rotating in from the west side into the circle. It's going to be tough for them. They're putting themselves into a bad situation in whatever direction they rotate.
Yeah, Nepal HO NI making very good recovery from the early exchange that they had versus Godlike. M249 there as well in the airdrop, right next to Team IND, so maybe they want to collect that.
At this place with so many teams around them, it's going to be so hard as Mayhem pop shots towards Soul. Soul do have the high ground, so they do really have a much better position. However, look at Mayhem. They have the walls. They have a little bit of a compound that they can hold onto to give them protection.
Should they contest this? Should they try and fight for this compound to give them something to use as we go into the later stages?
Where Mayhem are located right now, no, because looking at where the teams are, they can easily rotate up northward and give them plenty of space. But Viper, they're pushing the teams around them back.
Oh, here we go. Kratos going to be eating bullets there from Viper as Viper just switches out the DP28 for the AK. However, we've lost what we were watching before, but there we can see on the peripheral vision, Kratos is down and out. Team IND lose a player early from the fan favorites, which you could probably hear. Oh my goodness, which is so, but more players as well going down. INS Joker's out the picture. Brawlers as well are losing players like flies.
Scout OP popping off. The crowd is going wild for the 2 fan favorites. That is Soul and Fnatic. They have a new lease of life.
Oh, unfortunately though, ETG could do with a new lease of life as the Brawlers are struggling in the finals so far. Once again, it seems like another poor performance here on day 2.
So Fnatic, they find themselves in a good position, but it's going to be tough for them rotating into the next phase, into the next circle. Of course, we'll talk about that Godlike. They're going a little bit further, getting away from Soul. I like that, Alex.
SynerGE chilling right now towards the top of the circle, but who isn't chilling is Entity. Jonathan versus Smokey gets the kill as well. Drigger is down there, unfortunately, for Team INS, and it seems like it's all going to go in favor of INS as Jonathan wins yet another duel. And is that INS out in 14? It is indeed. Excuse me, 15th, apologies. But still, the remark stands the test of time. They are out early.
So we saw this next phase. It is indeed phase 4, shifting more central, a little bit to the east-southeast. The edge of Quarry is a location that one of these teams can hold on to. With Quarry, you only really have 2 solid locations, north and south side of it. The south side is out of the circle, so one of these teams, Nepali HO NI, grab hold of that high ground on the north side. Yes, you're putting yourself into a bit of a single-minded situation if the circle goes away from you in phase 5. Before now, it would be a solid location for one of these teams with plenty of space around them.
Ronak there on the bottom left-hand side of our screen spots out one of the players. It is Mafia from Godlike. In the midst of all this, though, one of the players from 0 Degree is down. So action happening across the plains here. Mortal. Oh dear, he's down and out. Cloak from Mayhem manages to finish the job off versus him. At Saga as well is finished by the grenade of Surya. More kills coming in there. Let's see, Vampire is going to be shooting into the blades of grass. Maybe laying out his frustration for being 16th.
Okay, so losing Mortal is not the worst thing in the world for Soul. You still have Clutch God. We saw him pop off and another couple of members of Soul ready to carry on the torch. They are inside the circle, but look at this.
Oh, look at this. Mafia trying to dodge, dart, and weave around the building, but he's instantly going to be down by the Uzi of Oasis, and it's going to be an easy cleanup there for him, shooting some more bullets into the body as well, just rubbing salt into the wounds. As Brawlers as well lose another player. Only one remaining. Only none remaining now for Brawlers as they're out in 14th. Again, Imperium, this is bad.
I'm not going to talk about it too much. You're going to wait till later because there's quite a few teams in around the southern part of the circle. You have Elementrix, you have Fnatic, you have Godlike and Mayhem chasing down Soul.
Oh, they already took out Mortal. Maybe they're going to go for more as, it's KK has a very strange angle here. He's just going to ditch here, using the vehicle to the left to dodge Viper, but maybe underneath the car, Viper could spot out his toes. Maybe the cover isn't too long. Oh, the grenade instead is perfect. It's KK down by Viper, and with that, Soul are going to make their move in. Ragaltos is going to be leading the charge here for Soul as he goes over the top of the hill. Two of the players from Mayhem are down. It's just Reds and Viper. Spray coming out, one down, all down to Reds. They need to do some damage here. It's all going in favor of Soul, and they wipe out Mayhem in 13.
I want to break that down real quickly. Ragaltos crouched down, used the peak to his advantage, but more importantly, he moved. He weaved from left to right like a boxer. Fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Ragaltos was on top of his game in that team fight. So, like I said, with Fnatic, having a new lease of life in this first game of the day.
Throwing out some more Muhammad Ali quotes. Don't count the days, make the days count. And right now, some of these teams are going to have to, especially RIP Official, who are currently topping the board. They need that consistency. We can't see them slip on day 2.
Exactly, and then look at Elementrix. They stayed fairly quiet right now, but the circle shifts heavily to the east. Nepali HO NI, they went a little bit further ahead of the north area of Quarry, and it's paid off right now. They need to hold on to it. They've TrustDProcess to the east side, and all of a sudden, from the team shifting on the southwest, we actually need to focus on Megastars, TrustDProcess. The final member is 0 Degrees, and of course, even Entity rolling in, depending on how they rotate in.
Lots of action as well towards the bottom left of our screens, which we're witnessing right now between Fnatic and, of course, Godlike. Ragaltos is down as well. I'm not sure where Soul are. They're towards the top left, actually, near SynerGE and IND as well. IND actually losing a player early. Missed that one. So, in terms of kills and numbers on the board, Elementrix, Rip Official, and Fnatic with 4. Apart from that, everyone else has lost players.
Yeah, it's great to see Soul and Fnatic on top of the kill feed for now. Yesterday, they looked a little bit passive and not as strong as we've seen previously in previous tournaments, but let's see what day 2 can bring. But 0 Degrees, final member, trying to find out Megastars.
Yeah, 1 man versus 4, but 2 of them are down. But you can see as well, TDP just going to be stealing those kill points and killing and finishing off all of these players who are down. Felt like all the work there that Blazy did, just not going to be commissioned in his name. Ghostwriter's out here, it seems.
TrustDProcess, we just lost him once again going down in 12th. I talked to them as well, and I'll obviously touch into that in game 2 because this action is heating up 20 minutes in.
20 minutes in. Phase 5. Players going down left, right, and center. IND losing players. Megastar losing players. Jonathan, one of the star players of this whole tournament, is down as well. They need to bring him back up.
Entity, they have the really central west line on the edge of the circle. Soul to the north of them. You also have the members of Elementrix to the south of them. If they can keep their position strong and push teams around them back, it could be looking good for Entity.
IND Slayer with the VSS can see the players from Soul. However, Soul are inside the circle currently, or excuse me, the blue zone, so they can try and wait this one out just for a little bit.
We see Nepali HO NI really connect, and they've eliminated Megastars. Oh my lord, the Nepali team looking pretty good. And then we see Poo-Poo-Man connecting onto a member of Fnatic.
Wait,
that was always going to be tough.
Ronak just killed himself with the grenade. Maybe he was downed when he was throwing it. Must have been that.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we don't see any assists in. IND Slayer as well will die to the zone when he was just waiting for Soul to move.
Let's see what can happen as Godlike do go down.
Godlike go out in 10th. A man, though, more like a machine as he takes down Ragaltos. That might actually be Soul. Out, no, they've still got one more player left, which is going to be Viper. Usually it was Clutch God from yesterday.
And he's in the center of the circle. It goes in his favor. He prayed to the PUBG Mobile gods. Now he just needs to stay safe and prone down.
Someone who can't stay safe and prone is going to be RNG. He's going to be taken out by Paratosh of Fnatic, who have 3 players remaining. Junior, PubgM, and Mr. Hyozo as well from Elementrix are safe and sound for now.
But Fnatic, they need to be very careful. They do look competent and confident of their position and holding on to it. Nepali HO NI go in with the vehicle.
Nepali HO NI instantly into the prone, but an easy shot there for Paratosh as he just lines up the bullets with ease. Oasis will out of the van and into the grave does go Lucky.
And that's really good because they have a second vehicle as cover. And that's really important. And that's a gift for Fnatic. But what can Alex YT do for the Nepali HO NI?
Oh, apparently landed an amazing grenade onto 2 of the players from Fnatic, but Scout knows where he is. This is all or nothing here for Scout. He has to win the duel right now versus Alex, as you said, jumps over with a hit by a spray, and he does it. This could be keeping Fnatic into the game to the latter stages. Ooh, one of the players from Nepali HO NI would have heard that action.
And that was actually really bad play from Nepali, but let's kick it off.
Oh, it's actually going to be Scout to win it. We didn't see it, unfortunately, but it must have been an amazing headshot.
I don't know, but it was great play by Fnatic and, of course, Scout OP. My lord, are we seeing a new team, so to speak? Metaphorically speaking, can he get the revive?
Let's see then. Goes for the revive. He has cover as well from 2 vehicles. IND have no cover as it's been blown out in 7th. And with that, only 1 player remaining for Seoul. It's Viper, SynerGE down to 1. Fnatic going to be reviving up their second player. Elementrix 3, Entity 3. RIP official, RIP, on 4.
And Nepali HO NI distracting Fnatic, that's actually worked out pretty well for Elementrix and Entity because they've kind of kept at their own feet. And you see Jonathan from Entity really kind of using the dip to his advantage. He has a boogie if he does need to disengage, although that's always risky at this stage of the game.
Viper, he needs to sting. RIP official here. Is it Sky and Naruto? He spots up both the players on the third person view. Goes for the spray onto 1. Can't get it though. A very effective trade there from RIP. And now they can wait, see if there's more action. Revive Naruto behind the car. And they're going to be safe and sound for now. But look at Servi. Look at Servi behind the players. He's just crawling. If he just pushes forward, he has the advantage with the hill. Can shoot down onto them. But right now exchanging with Tempest.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Servi. But I was expecting Viper to dance around that rock a little bit more. But he stayed in a position and it made it a lot easier for Rit to get the better of them. Yes, Servi, he does have it for now. But the second he has to exit that, he has to go downhill. The best thing Servi can do is just wait and look to heal off because he doesn't have a lot of bandages, but he does have 1 mech hit.
The Kings of Consistency are out in 5th. Legend, though, needs to become one. Instead, he will just go out quickly to the players from Elementrix. Sky trying to maybe avenge his brethren, but you can see as soon as he died, just whoop, 180'd and went around the other way. Doesn't want to exchange just yet with Elementrix.
So we see RIP Naruto thrown out a Molotov. That's just to push Elementrix away and give RIP a bit more space. But Servi, he's moved in across the road.
He has. Actually, it's all down to Sky with the DP28. He will be backed up by his teammates as well. Tempest helped out Sky. And it's going to be SynerGE out in 4th. Now it's just down to RIP official Fnatic and Elementrix.
So Fnatic Scout up, he has been knocked down, but Paratosh does get taken out by Junior and Elementrix into the top 2.
Fnatic are out in 3rd. 1 team versus another. Let's see then. Elementrix versus RIP. It's going to be a 3 versus 3 as PubgM Junior Hyozo starts to push in slowly behind the smoke grenade. Tempest as well stands up, tries to spot out where they are. Naruto healing up. He's now on some more HP. Grenade goes in, but it's going to be missed, unfortunately, for RIP.
Real quick, I'd love to see Sky get in the vehicle and actually rotate around with it and use that as protection. It will distract Elementrix and Tempest. Naruto can go out, but he gets knocked down.
Oh, knocked down indeed. Junior now with 2 of them from the DP28 as he goes for more. As Tempest tries to heal here, he's got 5 seconds to do it. It's all really down to him as Sky goes down, and this should be it. This should be the win for Elementrix as they're going to come over the hill. Tempest is going to go down, and that's it. Elementrix they win, and they take game 1.
So RIP, they've done such a good job for the majority of that game. Remember what I said, Sky should have gotten into that vehicle. RIP were just a little bit too passive in the end. They should have been a bit more engaging. We've seen them being aggressive. They were aggressive up until that point. But when you're too much in a linear line, you don't give yourself the vision and you don't give yourself your team the awareness of how to actually get the better of your opponents. Whereas when you looked at Elementrix, they were basically kind of north, central, and south, which gave them a blanket to really be more aggressive onto RIP. But great job by both teams, game one of the day.
Yeah, the Nepal team doing damage and doing work. INS here just chilling for now.
Of course, Elementrix, they were in 7th place at the end of the 6 games yesterday. It is going to be their first chicken dinner of the final stages in the PMCO South Asia Finals. It will give them a good bump up in the standings because, like I said, it's so close between these two teams. But I want to mention Fnatic looking a lot better today. Fnatic especially very dangerous looking on their engagements. We saw them dealing with Nepali HO NI quite easily, although in saying that, Nepali HO NI kind of made a couple of mistakes. They should have been rotating in as a team rather than one by one or as a 2-1 at that stage of the game, but still Nepali HO NI putting in a good result. So let's see how they can build upon that. They have the support of the fans. They just need to help them lift it up to the next level.
Also, we didn't even really touch upon Entity the whole entire game, but they go out in a silent 5th, and they're going to be collecting more and more points. This is exactly what we saw in the play-ins in day 1 as well. They are the kings of consistency yet again, and yet again, ETG.Brawlers looking rough as they were out in 13th.
And yeah, like talking about Entity a little bit, like I said during the game, they were playing a different kind of play style compared to yesterday, predominantly holding on to the edge of the circle. And I gotta say, they dealt with it pretty well. They ended up more towards the west side, which means their rotations towards the edge of the circle were not linear. They were thinking in terms of, okay, we don't want to go straight into the edge of the circle. We want to go around and really get more scope and awareness of where the other players in the teams are. It just didn't work out in the end in terms of getting a higher result.
Think about RIP as well. They were dropping towards Pachinki. They changed it around this time to go towards southern Georgia.
I think?
No, Georgia Paul. And then suddenly the circle just lands spot on for them, and they made such good use of it, getting into the strong compound early, and basically just playing the long game, paying its dividends, going out in 2nd, but it's the points that matter. It's not all about the guts and glory of finishing number 1.
Of course, and that's actually one thing. Elementrix held onto their compound for pretty much... I would love to see the actual distance they traveled in that game alone. I'd say it was little to nothing because they didn't have to, but they also dealt with their position very effectively. But looking into the highlights, Orb Official, 0 Degree, they took him out early on.
They took him out early on, but let's hear what Jason and the rest of the guys in the desk have to say, because that was an action-packed game.
Thank you, Alex. I love how you point out my name and not theirs. I actually love that because it boosts my ego up, and I definitely need it today. Just like Elementrix needed that chicken dinner, and you know what? They took that one for themselves. They still had to contend up against RIP Official, the team we were talking about quite a bit, comparing their day 1 stats to their play-in stats in total, and RIP still showed up. But let's talk about Elementrix first.
Yeah, Elementrix stole that from RIP straight up. I love the aggressive play. They were able to take away the position of RIP, even despite the fact that RIP had a really good position down that hill. They had that little trench. It was Elementrix with that aggressive play really sealing their fates.
The classic RIP dip is what they had, like they had the previous day. Elementrix, though, they came into today in 7th place. So with this win, with this chicken dinner in their bag, they should be looking good moving forward.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate the Rip Dip Potato Chip didn't really work out in their favor this time, because you know what I saw? I saw them playing it passive. Normally when we look at RIP, what they do is sort of, they peek constantly up and down and taking fights one after the other. This time they sort of just stayed underneath and hoping to get lucky in terms of the pickoffs, which didn't work out in their favor. Aside from that, we saw a lot of questionable plays from other teams as well. It was really confusing. There were some weird plays like Clutch God just sort of taking that vehicle and driving all the way around and getting picked off. So there were some iffy things today.
Well, you can see our standings from that last game as well. Elementrix able to net themselves 10 kills before finishing off the game. Even RIP Official getting 8. But the real story for me is team in number 3, it's Fnatic. That was a team that struggled completely on day 1, and for the first time on our angle, we saw them come off the island with a full squad of 4.
I'll tell you why. For the first time, they survived with 4 players coming out of military base, and at the same time, IND didn't go and camp them. Because normally what happens is IND, they'll camp that ferry pier area, that lighthouse area on the west side of the bridge, but they didn't do that today, instead going earlier to the circle, and Fnatic just had free reign to just go into the circle with 4 complete members.
Yeah, so they made it to the mainland, like you mentioned, with 4 alive, and then after that, they were just proactive. Every time the circle would pop, they would immediately have those vehicles ready to go. It was around circle number 5. They already had 6 kills. They were playing the edge here. We're gatekeeping Godlike, and there was one point during the game that things were looking kind of dicey for Fnatic. It came down to a 1v2 at the shed with Scout OP. Scout was able to get the secure, and not only that, we saw the 1v1 in the shed. You can recall, right?
Yeah.
And then, what?
There were so many good plays from the members of Fnatic this time, even especially Oace, rather. He was
fragging out.
Yeah, he was fragging out. He got that spray down onto that vehicle. They actually blew up a couple members.
Oh, yeah, that was early on,
That
too.
was really nice. So Fnatic actually not just showing intelligent play, but also good amount of firepower in this game.
And then after that fight with Scout OP, he was able to revive Paratosh. So it was very important. That's why we see them in 3rd place.
Yeah, we were talking about that backstage, like, oh, he gave up his teammates. Apparently not. Paratosh actually was able to be revived, so good on him. But a couple of other teams here that we do want to talk about. ETG.Brawlers, once again, coming out of the bottom. And I want to point out why. I think we can linger on this for a second. They really tried to play out of the circle. And the thing is, every other team wanted to play outside of the circle as well. If I'm not mistaken, the only team really around Phase 4, Phase 5 that really took center circle was RIP.
Yep.
Everybody else was playing outer circle, and that's exactly what ETG.Brawlers tried to do and got punished for it.
That was my fear, especially after we saw or heard their interview yesterday. They were saying that they were going to play the edge. And yesterday, a lot of teams were playing center. As we saw in game number 1, a lot of teams are playing edge. So the Brawlers are not the only squad coming into today with the new game plan. And here are the circles to kind of back up that stat.
Yeah, see, look at it. There's only one team, RIP, who's playing center. Everybody else wanted to play outer circle, and that made life so much difficult for basically everybody, to be honest. Teams like INS got caught off early as well, who normally like to play outside the circle. So when you have teams that play outside the circle, and everybody's now playing outside the circle, the teams that usually play outside will have a harder time. Surprisingly, Entity, despite the fact that they play outside, they still had a really good game.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about. We saw Viper there, the last Seoul, remember, from Seoul. After circle number 5, they were looking pretty good. They were defending their compound. They got a couple kills on some members that tried to pull up. I was feeling them. I mean, of course, the circles didn't favor them 2 times in a row, but there was one point that they were all just kind of in vehicles going all different sorts of directions.
That was very confusing to me, and I think that's a great point, simply for the fact that they had position and they could have had a good game. But at one point, they sort of split up. It was, if I'm not mistaken, Clutch God, who just took a vehicle, went all the way south, despite the fact that Viper was already dead center, and I think Regaltos had position on the outside.
Stayed back,
yeah,
they stayed back. Maybe trying to protect from the backstabs, possibly, but we just need to see the squad stay together. That's what I want to see.
I'm hoping to see that too. But speaking of late rotates, you know who had a really good late rotate? RIP. They had the 2-2 split coming in the end, able to really isolate teams, which allowed them to control the entire north and northeast side of the remaining circle.
Not going to lie, though. Circle number 6, they had 4 alive. Elementrix had 3 alive up there on the high ground. They spread out too thin. They sent 2 down south across the road to the Sheik. We saw they took out Viper. But then they sent 1-1 up there in the north, and one of their members ran into Elementrix, who were 3 all huddled together. They lost 1. I feel like if RIP could have came into the final zones with 4 alive, they would have gotten the chicken dinner in this game.
Well, you know what? I'm going to change subjects a little bit and go back to what you guys are talking about with Seoul, because we actually have a nice little clip from them when they were up against Mayhem there. And it actually kind of surprised to see them hitting a couple of really good shots, able to catch them off guard completely. And I'll just try to walk us through this.
This is sort of the time when there was, I think, a crossfire between like 4 teams in the same area. And Mayhem looked in really good position, actually. They were getting the nade damage in. But look at this flank coming here from Viper, effectively isolating the members of MYM and making it so difficult, confusing its KK, who had a good angle on some of the members of Seoul. But because of this fact that Viper split up, made life difficult for MYM so
yeah,
much.
We see Viper in the yellows providing that cover fire. Regaltos, the fragger, the front line just popping up over here, taking shots with the AKM. And not only that, we had Clutch God all the way over there to the left-hand side, holding those off angles, making sure Regaltos was safe when they made that push.
What I love about this play from Regaltos is that he never overcommit to a fight. He knew his teammates were backing him up. He got the backup from like Viper, watching from his back all the way
on the
back,
right, and
on
then
right
the
side.
support from Clutch God on the left.
Exactly, and that just left Regaltos the ability to sort of just peek and hide and peek and hide and peek and hide.
That was clean.
Taking down like 3 members. And that was the kind of thing we need to see from Seoul going into this tournament.
I do want to point out, though, that was also with Mortal Dead, so that was like a 3-on-4, and they still came out ahead in that one with a nice little nade to open things up. But you know what? It's time to take a look at how the overall settings have changed after game number 1 of day 2, match number 7 overall. And Entity, of course, still maintain that first place position, but you're seeing Elementrix are starting to sneak up there. I believe they were in 7th place before this, and now tucked in at number 3.
Yeah, and then RIP, the RIP official, they actually went up to 2nd place after that game. They were in 3rd coming into today. 0 Degree dropping down a couple pegs. They were in 2nd place coming into today. So
Can I jump in really quick before you continue? 0 Degree, we saw in the prelims. Day 1, they did exceptionally well. They were within top 5. But then as day 2 came around, they started to slip. And I'm getting maybe a little bit worried for them if that's going to be the same kind of thing happening today, the same kind of trend.
Well, they were kind of caught off guard this game. It was very early on. It was circle number 1. Orb, if you can recall, they had a little fight at the Shacks. They lost 2 members from both sides, all right? They lost 2 members. And then we saw Max and Mazik pull up with the buggy. At first, I was kind of questioning, like, why would they even pull up onto this? But it's because there's only 2 members left from 0 Degree, so I kind of get it. But it just all went downhill from there. I believe it was 0 Degree that came out victorious from that fight. But almost immediately after that, since they only had 2 members live because the other 2 kind of got killed in the process, got third-partied, that they just couldn't continue to survive any longer in these circles.
I do want to point out Entity Gaming, their points, 134, they are actually 41 points ahead of 2nd place. So they're really racking it up despite not getting that many chicken dinners. They are getting placements, they are getting kills. They have far more kills than anybody else. They're sitting at 56. Just going to show how devastating their aggressive playstyle is. Actually, just a quick trivia, I did have a chat with one of the members of Entity Gaming earlier, one of their coach, their manager actually, who said straight up, everybody should be afraid of Entity Gaming right now, and for very, very good reason.
Yeah, especially after yesterday's interview, right? They went from having 2 supports, 2 fraggers, to now with the confidence, the chicken dinners, 4 fraggers.
I'd be afraid of all 4 of them. I mean, the thing is, these players, Aman and Jonathan, I want to point them out especially. They came into this tournament and not a lot of supporters coming from them, but with that chip on their shoulder, I think that they were able to make a lot of progress, showing a lot of growth within the couple months that they've been playing, and really now they're known as some of the best fraggers in the game.
Yeah, so we saw, RIP, RIP, they did get 2nd there. I'm not too worried about them. I mean, Erangel has been their best map so far. I believe we are going to be heading into Sandhawk next match. That's
I do want to
what
point
I'm
out
hoping.
one thing, though. If you look at the kills to placement points, 0 Degree, the only team in the top 8 with more kills than placement points. And I wonder if they can kind of round out their game, keep the kill pace going, and then get the placements in there as well. I think we could have a new contender for first place.
Very similar to Entity, actually. They play a lot like Entity. They play on the outsides and they go for those engaged. A lot of the time they are successful at it, but then they suffer from a problem when it comes to late game. They're never able to close out that late game, whether it's decision making, whether it's positioning. They just sort of fail to do that, as opposed to Entity, who really lock down that late game.
Yeah, and here is the 9 through 16. I'm trying to check it out coming into today. Seoul had 20 kills, 27 placement points, so they're definitely, racking up some of these points. Trust the process. We didn't see very much action from them this game. They did get a chicken dinner yesterday, like we mentioned, Brawlers down there, Orb Official, Godlike, and then, you hate to see it, Mayhem. Things just are not working out for the team here.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate, but for them, they still have quite a few more games to come up. But for now, I think we're going to take a short little break here on the desk. But who's not taking a break? It's going to be Xerxes, who has Elementrix to talk to him about their last victory.
This is day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Club Open Fall Split 2019 South Asia Regional Finals. Title sponsor Vivo, and with me I have Elementrix, your very first chicken dinner in the finals, and now you're in position number 3 on the overall tables. how did you make this comeback on the first match of day 2? Which one's gonna go?
So the plan was pretty simple. So we had to collect some points. We were just 2nd, 4th, 5th, and last 6 match, and we just need a chicken dinner. So we had a team talk and just need aggression from assaulters and everything. And we just had a team talk, and yeah, they performed pretty well today.
So are we gonna expect more of this same strategy in the coming games, or is there going to be a continuously evolving strategy throughout the day today?
We're gonna change, of course, because it's there's still 11 matches remaining, and we don't want to get, it will be predictable to other teams. So we don't want to, we want to change the strategy as much as we can, but in our comfort zone, and yeah, hopefully get chicken dinner again.
And we also have the MVP from the team, Poo Man. How was it like? I mean, it's just so funny even calling out your name. What was the strategy there? Did you guys plan for this? Were you always the assault, or what was it going to be?
Sorry.
You are the MVP, right? So did you aim to go for that, or what just happened? Were you the assault in charge for the team, or were you going to stay support and it's just the opportunity presented itself?
No, I'm not assaulter, but I tried to support.
Okay, you let your gun do the talking. This just goes to show that despite having a very okay day 1, just one chicken dinner changed the entire thing, and we have so many more games left to go. So we're going to go into a break, and we're going to come back with match 2 on day 2 of the finals.
to the fury of the wasteland. In Season 10, PUBG Mobile is bringing in even more items, modes, and content to help players survive in the harsh post-apocalyptic world. For those who need to expand their armory, look no further than the new MP5K, a SMG that replaces the Vector and Venkendi after the update. It can be equipped with all attachments, including stocks, foregrips, mags, and scopes, and supports single shot, burst, and full auto firing modes. This weapon is very versatile, and is suitable for short and mid-range combat. It is a must-have for assaults and street firefights. Another update is the addition of SEMA, which replaces the armored UAC.
Welcome back to the PMCO South Asia Regional Finals. We had our first game of the day now put into the history books as we move through on to Sandhawk for game number 2 of today. And of course, we have to talk about a couple different teams, but more importantly, we need to look at necessarily the top players throughout the entirety of the finals as well, because we've had a couple of them really stand out. Dark, for me, really stood out when it came to the prelims, but I want to think, who do you guys think is going to be in the top? I'm going to guess you're going to say Inosh Joker.
Well, I was, but
You
no.
were.
No. He's one of my top.
I was going to say Jonathan. In all
Jonathan.
fairness, I was going to definitely call out Jonathan. Second place so far, 17 kills, 3,222 damage.
Well, that's insane. But my call, actually, overall, lately, I've been very impressed by how Regaldos has been playing. He's been getting clutches time and time again, 1v2, 1v3, just showing, like, I mean, when you talk about Seoul, it's not normally Regaldos who comes in first, but he's been having one of the best performances of all of his teammates.
Yeah, and then, I mean, it's hard not to notice we got 3 members from Entity Gaming up here on the leaderboard, 4 top fraggers. That shouldn't be a surprise.
Well, it's kind of cheating, isn't it? They're destroying everybody, so I guess anybody.
I think it's earned. I don't know.
It is earned. It is earned.
Skill.
It's definitely 100% deserved, but they're taking all the spotlight from everybody. That's actually insane.
Well, they're definitely fighting for it. They're definitely doing a fantastic job of it as well. But of course, that should change over the course of today. If it doesn't, then hey, NC, they're probably going to be our #1 team to come through the regional finals to go into the global finals. But you know what, guys? Did you see what happened just last night? Were you guys paying attention to Twitter? Did you see the PUBG Mobile Twitter account?
Yeah,
There's a new update.
2.
There's a new release. A couple of things coming in. The Fury of the Wastelands, a little bit of a Season 10 Royale Pass, and obviously a lot of new skins come into this, even a brand new grenade skin. So I'm going to probably head home after this and pick it up.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get them to get me that hat that we see the girl rocking over there, little goggles, the aviator cap. I'm going to try to wear it on tomorrow's desk.
I was thinking the short shorts would suit you better, but
well, I already have those on. You just can't see because of the desk height.
I went with the motorcycle, actually. Just give me that. I will sit on it and host from here. But of course, besides just the cosmetics, there is a new team deathmatch map as well, the Ruins. So you know what? I'm calling it out right now. 1v2. I'll take you guys on.
Okay. Cool. You do stick out like a sore thumb.
I'm probably going to lose?
Yeah, because you're going to see me on the map. I'm going to be sliding all over the place, just tapping away at
well, you know what? You're all talk right now, Mustache Dave. We'll throw that down when we get back to the hotel. But this is going to be exciting. Obviously, make sure to pick that up. You guys in the audience, you can even do it now if you have the data available. And now moving into, what was that? Yeah? Just make sure you have the data available. I don't want you guys to get your extra charge, your roaming charges or whatever. But
if
anyways,
it is contact Jason, he'll pay for the extra fee.
Yeah.
No, I won't. No, I won't. Not at all. But you know what? Let's take a look at now Sandhawk come into this. The last time we saw this yesterday, I'm going to ask you, Dave. You know who won already. Your team, your boys.
Trust the process.
Yeah, they did. They did 100%, and they actually landed boot camp and had a great start. Do you think we're going to see them have another great map here? Because we know ETG.Brawlers struggle on this.
I mean, You're asking about trust the process, if they're going to have a great
Yeah,
time?
they're going to have a great game
they
again.
They need to. If they want to come up here and be a heavy hitter moving into tomorrow, this is their best map so far when it comes to the stats looking back at it, so I can only hope so.
Well, we're going to find out if TrustDProcess can, well, in fact, trust their process and hopefully take themselves another chicken dinner throughout today. But we're going to head back to our commentaries as we kick off game number 2. Alex Byfield and Imperium, take it away.
Day 2, game 2, it's Sandhawk Imperium.
Oh yeah, the jungle map that always provides a lot of little surprises for us. Looking at these teams going in, of course, Elementrix took game 1 on Erangel, showing up a strong performance. Fnatic and Soul also lifting up their spirits, and RIP coming in with a cheeky second place finish.
Did. What's impressive as well was the pace of the last match, and that was Erangel. Here we are on Sandhawk, notoriously the fastest map we have, so we're going to be in for a treat.
And now looking at this map and looking how this playing trajectory is, like I said previously, look, Sandhawk, depending, unless that playing trajectory is super aggressively on one side, which it isn't in this case, the team can generally get to where they want to. We will see TrustDProcess heading to boot camp as per usual, Elementrix heading towards Ruins, and of course Nepal HO NI heading down towards the docks before this phase 1 circle.
What's been surprising as well is we don't see too many teams landing towards Camp Alpha or towards Hattin on the western island there. Obviously it can make it quite difficult and monotonous to try and cross the bridges there if we see teams like Elementrix or Megastars controlling those vantage points.
And I do think we're at a point, especially in Sandhawk, because it is a smaller map, but even in general, we are getting to the point where all of these teams know where each other are landing. So we are getting a bit of the dust is settling, so to speak. So now they get to focus on their own gameplay, their own rotations, and their own movements throughout this map. But like I said with Sandhawk, because third partying is such a strong element of the game and such a strong element of the map, it can make it harder to navigate your way around it. Let's see what phase 1 does bring for us, though.
Yeah, that's true. Obviously, third partying being paramount here on this map. Teams on a smaller map are going to be closer together. Because of that, they're going to see and hear the action and know when to go in.
So now we do see, of course, you know, we're always going to find that the leaderboards, unless we get deja vu and it's the same performances and results each game, these leaderboards are constantly going to be changing. And even though Seoul is still in 9th place overall, with a much better performance in game 7 and the first game of the day, it has put them a lot closer in point standings, below 8th place and of course 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. And for the teams that are in the top 2, top 3 and even top 5, what's most important, Alex, is that they get as much of a point buff against the teams behind them.
Yeah, exactly. You want that buffering to give you some relief on that final day. IND, they're not relieving Camp Alpha or Hattin. As soon as the circle went towards the top western side, we saw Kratos instantly cross the river, scout out to see if any teams had landed there. Most likely not, because of how unlikely we've seen it so far in this event. However, if it does go towards Camp Alpha, the earliest you can get there into the strongest compounds going to be extremely important.
And this is a tough phase 1 circle for these teams, because it's not northeast enough that it's guaranteed to be in that little island area on the north, but it's not obviously south enough that it's guaranteed to be in the mainland. So these teams have to make a decision. I'll tell you who else has to make a decision. Of course, Ronak of Fnatic trying to make a decision to connect onto Megastars.
Yeah, it's really difficult this early on into the game. We're only 3 minutes into the inception of Sandhawk, and with that, teams haven't had the time to loot up all of the compounds, all of the buildings, to get those 4x scopes, those holographic scopes, so these ranged duels are even more awkward.
But that's where controlling your recoil, controlling your aim, and of course having a strong grasp and knowledge of your loadout makes it that little bit better for these more experienced teams. And makes yourself essentially more accurate. So, you know, you don't need to rely on the scope. You don't need to rely on the tac stock or all the attachments. You can just get the job done with the basic loadout.
It's also about controlling your emotions. And for me, ETG.Brawlers, ETG.Brawlers are the ones that really have to keep their psyche in check. We keep seeing them going out 13th, 14th, or 15th for multiple of the games here. We're in the 8th one here in front of our eyes. If we see a similar affair, this could be them written off immediately.
It could, if they don't pick it up in this game onwards, or if they leave it until, let's say, the last day, you're just really not helping yourself. And, of course, like you mentioned, that psyche, that mentality, it's like a snowball effect. Because it's so much easier for us as humans to think negatively than to think positively. So when it's going downhill for you, you're going to just spin out of control a lot quicker and a lot faster. So hopefully ETG.Brawlers can get back on their bike, go up that hill, find what has gotten them into such a strong point. Of course, go on from there. That's the thing, we see the members of INS, they're overlooking Fnatic and Megastars. It's really nice in terms of they're just outside Paradise Resort. They have plenty of space to move around them. I worry about Megastars.
Yeah, it's going to be very awkward for them as well, as they have given up terrain just outside of Hattin there across the bridge, instead going southward, trying to get inside the center of the circle. As we said, though, look at the cluster of teams here right in the middle.
Yeah, and one thing to note is that Elementrix are the only team so far to make the conscious call to go on to that northwest island. Let's see if it works out.
Oh, final boss. Just taken out like that.
Told you Megastars were going to find themselves in trouble. They weren't really dealing too much with Fnatic, and Fnatic weren't being super aggressive. And now with the third party, so to speak, by INS, Megastars down to 3 players.
Yeah, just like that immediately. And INS actually may try and take advantage of that. They know that Megastars are going to be down 1 player. They had the high ground. They had the man advantage as well. However, this early on, potentially, it's not worth running the risk.
No, it's not. And that's something that can easily be taken hold of in terms of a thought process. Play a little bit safer, be careful, not be passive, but calculated with your shots. Calculated with your movements and how you look to execute. And of course, try to confirm a knockdown and a kill. So Fnatic still holding on to their position.
How has Junior just died? Sorry, excuse me.
Okay, no, you're
yeah,
fine.
he's just down, but he said it was to himself.
Yeah, because he probably was driving the vehicle too fast and got out without slowing down.
Oh my goodness.
Basically, his brakes need adjusting.
Yeah, potentially. Junior showing his lack of years, as he's going to be making a very premature play. But thankfully, Mr. Hoyozo, obviously his counterpart, going to be able to revive him up.
Sir, can I please have a copy of your license and registration, please? But yeah, because they are on the Northwest Island on their own, it's no problem at all. They just have to use a little bit of utility. But SynerGE and IND, they're near the coastal line of these 2 islands.
Yeah, we always touch upon the point when you're playing towards the coast, it only gives you the 180 degree to worry about because teams won't be behind you. Although, Imperium, a question I'd love to ask is, we've seen a major risk. Well, it's not that major. It's quite a big part of the circle here from Elementrix there towards Camp Alpha, or just southern of it. How big of a risk is it for them, depending on where this next phase goes? Because if it goes south towards Ruins or Panam, they have to cross this bridge, and they have to cross versus IND, SynerGE, etc., and it's going to really, really be a struggle.
It's not a risk at all, because when you look at the majority of teams, like I said, it's very much in a vertical direction, or a little bit diagonal direction, starting from INS down to SGE. There's about 6 teams, all in one line downwards. So Elementrix, if Phase 2 does shift down south, or even to the far east, they can just go back down that southern bridge and head into the circle from via Panam.
So, south-eastern side, Seoul and Nepali HO NI look to be about to lock horns, but Naruto, where has he gone?
He's on a boat. He's on a boat. And it's something that I've seen in PUBG PC a little bit. It's something I have seen, of course, in PUBG Mobile, but not really in Sanhok. It's a rarity in Sanhok because there's very little boats. Let's see how it works out for the members of RIP as Austin X, just scoping out the members of IND.
Yeah, scoping, scouting, gathering information to relay to the other members of his team. Elementrix, obviously winning the last game.
Now, I would like to see Elementrix have gone for a bit of a 2-2 split. Well, not a full 2-2 split, but a bit of a 2-2, a little bit further towards the coastline on the west to get more intel and more information on where those teams are in that mainland by bootcamp and down by the corner area where, of course, IND and SynerGE are. But right now, they're holding pretty on their own as we see the blue zone of phase 1 starting to close in.
Yesterday, you mentioned that teams typically land at boot camp and then rotate away from it. TrustDProcess have landed here, and they've stayed here. Fnatic are just on the outskirts as well, so are Entity, and just below them, ETG.Brawlers, who are in a, I don't want to say must-win, but more of a must-perform position. My question to you is, Imperium, why have TrustDProcess decided to stay in Camp Bravo instead of leave it?
They're in their head. They're in their head, and they're in their own kind of mindset of needing to stay where they are. We've looked in the previous games up until this point. They're actually very lucky that they have the circle, but then again, it is SynerGE. Whereas in every other game, they've been slow to react, they've been passive, and they've also been uncoordinated. I talked to them, and on yesterday's performances, they weren't really communicating the right way. They were a little bit disconnected as a team, and it went against them. Coming into today, yes, the first game of the day, Game 7, didn't work out. Let's see how SynerGE does treat them, as Phase 2 is going to look to pop up in the next couple of seconds.
Yeah, and that's really what we're all waiting for, to see where Phase 2, or the second circle, does eventually finish. Going to be majorly important for 0 Degree and Elementrix, because if it goes towards the west, they will have to cross not just the river, but also get through, as you said, 6 teams in that horizontal angle.
Yeah, of course. Now we do see Phase 2 pop up. It's gone a little bit to the southwest, but not enough. Of course, it's not enough of a hard shift that it's still confirmed to be on the northwest island. It's actually even more frustrating for these teams because it could easily end up around ruins. So you've got 3 areas that this circle could end up in, that all these teams have to make a decision, and they have to make it fast.
Fast indeed. RIP official on the north, on their boats, or should I say in their boats. And actually this circle is very, very good for them, because it could have gone far more south, so they can just stop off at Hatin and then come down south below 0 Degree. And actually they can play the outskirts of the circle for quite a while and really have an impact later on.
And playing on the edge of circle in SynerGE is really a competent strategy compared to other maps, because of third partying and that prospect and being able to be a bit of a snake, and your team having that kind of coordination that you can be on the edge of circle. Of course, there's so many elements to it, but compared to the other maps, definitely SynerGE can favor an edge of circle team. Like I've seen back in the prelims of the spring split, Team Queso, they always look pretty strong and dangerous on SynerGE.
Another surprise for me is we're 12 minutes in and we're still 16 teams alive. So we spoke about it in the preface before the game started. This is going to be a quick one. Seems like I myself was wrong. But Fnatic obviously doing well in the last one, and they had to with the pressure on their shoulders. We saw the social media posts as well from the players from Fnatic, almost saying sorry to their fans with the play from yesterday.
Well, on one hand, yeah, they should be saying sorry, but on the other hand, it's actually nice to see how humble they are and how honoured and aware they are of the support that they get. And they want to live up to that support. They want to reward that support and say to fans, hey, look, the support you're giving us, we want to give it back to you with our good results, and of course qualifying for the preliminary and the global finals. Shigar, always, my God, that headshot.
Wow. Just like that. That must have been pixel perfect across the map there onto Shigar. But right now, in our vision, on our map, it's going to be Godlike versus Soul. Viper comes charging in. Let's see what they can make happen here. This is going to be Clutch God with the first kill. Mortal going to be leading the charge like he's leading the influencer market right now. As just like that, Kiki OP Does KPG love me? No, he doesn't. Godlike out in 16th.
Yep, so Soul working really well as a team. Mortal shouldn't have reloaded mid-fight, but because they have that team support and that backline, it didn't really worry, because even if you had been knocked down, it would have been easy peasy lemon squeezy. So we're seeing the teams get a little bit closer, looking at that north west island area. RIP still in it. You have 0 Degree, Elementrix, INS are making their way up from the northeast side. SynerGE still holding on to the ruins area down in the south island. And IND, their position is very, very strong.
Trying to see where IND... Oh, there they are in the center.
Yeah.
Why is it
They're
that it's strong? Because they can see all of the rotations from the river?
And they have very easy access to each area.
True,
North
yeah.
Island,
If it
South
ends
Island,
towards
and the
boot camp,
mainland.
they can go there, challenge TrustDProcess. If it goes
Exactly.
north, they can go there. Even if it goes, southeastern as well, towards Painan, again, yeah, very, very good point to make, because this river splits off the map, but they're right next to the bridges.
Exactly. Now we see it has shifted to the west. So the mainland completely eliminated is not going to be the end of this game. It comes down to the north and the south islands. Of course, the majority of that circle is on the north side, which gives Elementrix a strong chance to dominate these next couple of phases. But ETG.Brawlers and Entity, they're outside the circle. They're near around the Painan Bridge. They're getting close to each other, and Mayhem could be joining in on the fun.
Look at how difficult these rotations are for Megastars, Orb Official, and also for INS. So, action starting to come about here, as it's going to be Nova from ETG.Brawlers, catching out a few of the players from Entity. Aman being one of them, who's the kill-leading player so far into the finals, as JHADAV, considered the best IGL here in India, is down. But right now, can he call the shots from the grave as Aman tries to heal up, but unfortunately can't get enough up. Maybe just using the bandages here, and eventually will be taken down. Neo thinking, what on earth is going on with my team?
Oh, he's just going to be left on his own. Neo and Jonathan just going to do what they can. But ETG.Brawlers, they're looking poetic with that push onto Entity. Very impressed with them. Are they getting back to their best? Of course, there's a long way to go in this Sandhawk game. They are outside the circle. There's still Mayhem looking to contest their area around to the north of Painan. Seoul have gone across down to the south bridge, but they're still outside the circle. Nepali HO NI are just outside ruins.
ETG.Brawlers, before coming into this event, Sandhawk was their best map online in the group stages, so maybe they need to hope for deja vu and to have some momentum coming off of a win here potentially, but players from Orb going down as well. So currently at 54 players alive, 15 teams, and entering into the blue zone of phase 3.
Yep. So we see INS and Orb Official. Orb Official well outside the circle, actually starting to take a little bit of damage from the blue zone. Cloak and Mayhem, like I said, still located with ETG.Brawlers and the final two members of Entity as a Fnatic. They're feeling the heat against 0 degrees.
Yeah, they are. Ironically, 0 degrees, but more like, 50 degrees, because as you said, it's getting hot in here for Fnatic, not just the sweat on their brow or the pressure on their shoulders, but also inside the server as well, as the grenades are going to be piling in as well. It's going to be 0 degree here to make their move, but Fnatic Scout is just on the outskirts, awaits as well, trying to join the action here and help his team, but the grenade is perfect, and so are the bullets coming out from the players from 0 degree, as this could be the early exit here from Fnatic. Trying to work out who actually is still alive here for Fnatic, as Paratosh, Oasis, they're all down. Ooh. Speaking of down, Oasis just left the party here. He's actually left his whole team to die, and he's going to be waving the white flag as he just runs away to the very next day.
Disengage, disengage, disengage. It's the best call for Fnatic when they couldn't grab hold, but look how much in the open Oasis is. It's going to be so tough for him. Yes, he can occupy that sniper tower, but look at 0 degrees. They're on their tail, chasing that final member of Fnatic. 0 degrees looking damn good, but as we get closer to phase 4 popping up, Alex, Nepali HO NI, they've gotten into the circle to the coastal line on the west coast. SynerGE holding on to kind of bridge, camping that coastline, and with this shift, it's gone down south. It was looking to go up north. Thank you very much. Seoul, Nepali HO NI, SynerGE have all been rewarded.
Fnatic have not. A waste was caught. 15th is the placing for Fnatic. Regaltos tossing out a few bullets onto Neo. He doesn't quite manage it. The reload's coming in. Oh, he's still alive. My goodness, he's going to go inside the compound here and heal up.
But it's up to now. So they need to band together because you've got to be aware that so many of these teams are going to be rotated in. And yes, they have a nice line of sight, but I would like it to be a bit more of a 2v2. Regaltos, Clutch God, stick together and find a good position.
They've seen the cars blown up. They know that he couldn't have traveled too far on feet. And now, like sharks, they're going to be entering the water to try and smell blood. Neo here stepping around as well, only on 50% HP. Clutch God going to try and chuck out the grenade, and into the open Neo goes, gets slapped down and out of the picture. Entity Gaming, they are up 14.
Good, but now turn your attention, turn your attention onto the teams that are going around as ROIP are being punished going across the bridge by Nepali HO NI on this west side of the circle. Look at SynerGE. They have a nice three-man position overlooking Seoul, but Mayhem are in the background.
Naruto being downed. We are at 47 players alive now, 13 teams, and actually lots of the favourites going out early.
Yeah, losing a couple of favourites early on. But look at this north side. Elementrix, INS, 0 Degree. Love that to be panned over for us to see how these teams are dealing with it. Yes, so they have runes in the palm of their hands, but it's low ground. They need to get onto the high ground in some way, shape, or form so they can prepare themselves for the onslaught of teams moving in.
The crowd is cheering. It's going to be interesting to see why that is. Maybe they've just seen Mortal move a muscle. Either way, though, as you mentioned, it's going to be a cluster here towards the river. RIP official actually going to be mounting the bridge. That's going to be their final destination.
Yep.
And then Naruto HO NI, Nepali HO NI are trying to get onto that bridge as well.
Yeah, and Nepali HO NI, I like how they are moving around. They're playing very calculated, but they're also being a little bit aggressive. We saw them catch on to RIP. As they're now closing in, the river is still in contention, so a lot of that landmass that's on the circle is taken away. TrustDProcess being popped off by 0 Degrees.
IND as well, coming back into this one, and 0 Degree. However, it does go 1-for-1, and Mr. Hyozo takes down Hang Sing. RIP official lose 10 pace, so SynerGE are winning that battle for the bridge.
Just for now, we have lost TrustDProcess, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
They go down in 13th place, 12 teams left standing. Elementrix holding on by the skin of their teeth. A 0 Degree everywhere they move, everywhere where they rotate. They look so dangerous.
Dangerous indeed, and so are the explosives popping off at the feet here of Elementrix. A 0 Degree are firing away. Such a long exchange here, but this deep into the matchup, these players have the arsenal to do.
And just want to point out, phase 5 is shifted down southward, so Ruins, the edge of it, is still on the stronghold. You have that kind of T road that is definitely going to be a hard point to deal with against these teams that are around it.
40 players alive, 22 minutes left, phase 5, and look how many teams have 4 players alive. This is going to be a crescendo here in game 8 as players are going down left, right and centre. We've lost 7 players in just 2 minutes here on Sandhawk.
Yeah, and that's the thing, even though there's 40 players, there's only 12 teams left, so we have actually lost a few teams. That is correctly what you said. Mayhem now, Nepali HO NI, coming together as Mr. Hyozo just rotating in, having to go across the water.
Oh, across the water, and actually it should be spotted instead though. Mr. Hyozo's not going to go and pull the trigger. Instead, Clutch God catches out a few of the players here from Nepali HO NI as Alex is down. As well, Naruto finally killed. Elementrix going to be dying to the play zone there. That's probably why they weren't deciding to shoot those players that they saw in the water. They had to get water off their own backs to try and survive. Another player now from Elementrix going down, and a third as well. Oh my goodness, Elementrix down to 1.
You leave it too late to rotate, you're going to be punished by the play zone, especially when it comes to phase 5. Mayhem, they're holding on, as are Nepali HO NI, and I said so, grabbing hold of Ruins and just keeping it against every other team.
The circle has shifted. It's only down to SynerGE who are going to be inside of it. And instead, it's Bishma inside of... Oh, excuse me, it wasn't. They actually are just dying to the play zone. Oh, so many teams.
Yeah, lost RIP, baby. Lost RIP. Now, Elementrix, they still have that one player, so he's kept himself alive, putting him into the top 8, but they only have a couple of... But actually, no, sorry, they've just gone out to the play zone.
Another team bites the dust. INS gone as well, my goodness. However, we have the peripheral vision here, or we had it, excuse me, but INS going out. Team IND are still into it. ETG.Brawlers had a strong position as well.
And one thing, yeah, you correctly said it, SynerGE, they're the only team that really have any kind of point nicely, comfortably inside the circle for now, but that can easily change in Sam Hawk.
Oh, Vampire going to be taking the silver bullet to the dome as Megastars manages to do more damage. A 0 Degree are going to be eliminated in 7th. Mayhem out in 6th as well. That's actually a fairly good finish for them so far in this tournament. And now we are down to 5. ETG.Brawlers, Nepal HO NI, SynerGE, IND, and of course the fan favourite Seoul.
Teams dropping like flies. Can Seoul claim their first victory in the South Asia Finals?
Let's find out shortly. Is this going to be ETG.Brawlers going up against IND? However, SynerGE, you can see across the map there in the compound, going to be doing a lot of damage with their bullets just across the terrain. It seems like ETG.Brawlers are going to be clearing up, so is SynerGE. But as I say, that survey goes down. Austin going to have to try and revive him. He has 40 seconds before the zone comes in.
SynerGE taking out Nepal HO NI, and now we come down to 4 teams, IND, Seoul, ETG, and of course, SynerGE.
Trance trying to give covering fire here so they can try and revive Kratos. Daljitski instead going to be the player destined and marked to give that covering fire to give a safety net for his team.
And that one player, SynerGE, is inside the circle. Schreider up across the road. Yes, he's a little bit out in the open, but he's got a few rocks and trees as protection. But you can't deny how strong IND can look.
Austin as well, catching Daljitski, trying to get inside the zone. Trance and Kratos as well are the only ones remaining, but look at the damage, down to just 2 or 3 points of health. And maybe, just maybe, you can spot out the toes as well from Kratos. The grenade goes in, that may even be able to finish off Daljitski.
I would like to see SynerGE throw out a couple of grenades, but Soul Viper being called out by ETG.
IND have joined the party now. It's going to be a third party against SynerGE, as 2 of the players are currently down. Schreider is inside the zone. Regaltos as well from Seoul is trying to get into this action with the silenced M4. And it seems like ETG.Brawlers are confused, trying to work out where on earth are these bullets coming from.
Iconic on the trans, the grenade comes out, Regaltos gets knocked out, Mortal and Viper just left standing. I don't think it's even worth getting a revive because the blue zone's closing in.
The blue zone's closing in, he said. They're not going to be able to get the revive of SynerGE, still having 4 players alive. They're the ones here with the upper hand as they are inside the zone. Well, trying to get inside, as I say, that Survey there, serving up a platter of kills against Mortal and Regaltos. And now Seoul just down to Viper. It seems he's going to be using the first aid kit inside the zone, hoping that he can try and play this one out.
Viper is just going to look to heal up and keep himself alive as SynerGE, ETG, and IND go at each other. He's going to make the play, make the call across the road. He hasn't been spotted.
He hasn't, but Survey's going to spot him out and take him down. And now we're down to 3. Seoul are out in 4th. And let's see that SynerGE now is still 4 alive. Only 1 alive for IND, only 1 alive as well for ETG.Brawlers. So SynerGE going to be the heavy favourites into this one. And the zone comes in 3 seconds. This is another win for SynerGE as Dark is about to be shown some light from behind. But he hears the footsteps, goes around for the play. He could go for the sneaky beaky one here as he's just trying to dodge Dark Weave as the zone comes in. Schreider's thinking, what on earth is going on? This is a ring around the roses. But it's Austin to clean up the mess. 2 teams and just Dark remaining is going to be the win here for SynerGE as they take it again on Sandhawk.
Yes, what a great game for SynerGE, taking their second chicken dinner of the South Asia Finals, looking pretty confident indeed. They stayed fairly quiet for the majority of that game as well, Alex. But I want to give a huge shout out to 2 teams that looked up to close to what we've seen them previously. That is Seoul and ETG.Brawlers. I worried about ETG.Brawlers because at one point they were in a cluster of about 3 to 4 teams. They survived, they were a little bit more forward thinking, and they lasted until just about the end. And Seoul, they went into ruins, they rotated nicely, they held onto, but it was only in the final minute or so that they just stayed too close together and they didn't spread out enough to try to be aggressive.
You can see that ETG.Brawlers looking quite relieved, like, okay, we have one finish that's fairly decent. They came, what, 4th or 5th? Well, Seoul came 4th. I think ETG.Brawlers came 5th. It's a decent result. It's going to give them some points to work with, but they need more consistency going forward. But speaking of consistency, we have to mention ETG Entity Gaming. They went out in what, 13, 14?
Yeah, and even actually RIP went out early enough as well, and they were looking pretty strong on top of the leaderboard. So that's the thing. We're constantly going to see these shifts in positions overall and in the standings as the teams find their feet. And more importantly with ETG is it broke the mold for them, right? It broke that duck that they were having of what, 4 or 5 games that they were getting at most 6 or 7 points. So that's going to be good for their confidence going into the final 4 games.
What sort of averages are these teams looking to get in each and every one of these games over the 3 days?
Over 3 days, they would want to be hitting 11 to 12 points per game. I do think that as we get closer to the end, you might get lucky if you hit 10.5 and you qualify for the top 5. But in my opinion, the top 2 need to be hitting between 13 and 15 points per game, and 3rd to 5th between 12 and 14.
Oh, this was the shot that we were waiting to see from Shagar onto Awace. And actually, we just saw Fnatic before we went and transitioned into the highlight, and they still, again, are not looking happy.
Not looking happy, but it's funny because I actually have more confidence in them today than I did yesterday.
Well, I've got confidence from the 3 boys on the desk. Whoa, I have no confidence in my ability to speak, apparently. I was trying to roast Jason, but now I can't because I've got no legs to stand on. But he has some long legs. Let's hear it.
Mustache Dave, I like that one. But yes, what a game out of SGE. SynerGE able to pull out a second chicken dinner. The only other team to do that was Entity Gaming so far, and they did it in style at the end, just toying with their food.
I just want to point out, this is SGE's second chicken dinner on LAN, like, ever. And they're finally showing up. What a team to finally come out from the woodwork out of nowhere. We didn't really expect them to do this well. Now on Sandhawk, they've claimed that title to be one of the up-and-coming teams to look at. So exciting.
Yeah, SGE having a phenomenal game right now. Remember, they want to end second place at least at the end of the day, and they are trying to come into today, correcting their mistakes from yesterday. They said, we got to stay together as 4 live. That's what they did this game. It was around circle number 3. We started to see a lot of teams go up there towards that Camp Alpha Island. They were one of the squads that said, no, I'm going to stay here in the south. Then we saw that yoink in circle number 4, SGE right smack in the middle, and they decided to stay there. They played it out. In the end, 4 live, steamrolling the lobby.
You know, it was that that yoink that we were talking about. It really made life difficult for a lot of those teams that decided to cross over early to the northwestern island. Made life difficult for teams like Fnatic, INS, RIP, who claimed that island earlier.
Elementrix as well. Elementrix, I feel so bad too, because circle number 1, the only team up there in that Camp Alpha Island, and then we actually had another squad take up that mountainous terrain over there, 0 degrees. They were looking good. They were planning for the future, but that yoink hurting them so much. As you mentioned, RIP, INS, Elementrix, all being pretty much taken out to the blue zone over there in that mesh mayhem over there on the bridge.
I'm going to say the L word again, though, because in rotation, Seoul, they got really lucky there. I think that yoink really made it go into their favor, because at the point before that, they were fighting like 4 teams who were looking to cross over to the bridge, over to that other side, but that never happened. They never needed to do that fight.
I do love how Seoul, they kind of took up the ruins area, and they were all kind of positioning themselves where if you were to scout out the ruins, you wouldn't necessarily see them. So they were kind of setting a trap, and then the first squad to kind of walk into that trap, unfortunate for them, was Mayhem. I mean, they did a great job this game. They got 7th place, but Mayhem found out firsthand the trap that Seoul set.
You know what I think about Seoul? Their early game and mid game, they have so much firepower. They're so good at it. They're able to clean up squads. We saw it earlier. We saw Regaltos do absolutely phenomenal. Now in this game, we saw players like Immortal finally coming alive. They've been doing so well, but the problem is, I think the late game, that's where they've been falling short the most, especially with that last play, I think, by Viper, where he just sort of crawled into the open and then just took a random shots and got taken out.
Yeah, I mean, I believe Viper could have gotten a heal off, and it looked like SGE were pretty much done looking in that direction as well. So maybe Viper could have survived for some more placement points, but trying to go for that extra point when it comes to that kill is what took him out that game.
But guys, there's one team on that leaderboard you have yet to talk about, ETG Brawlers. They're supposed to be bad at Sandhawk. What happened?
I think finally they got a little bit lucky with the circle. They realized that everybody was playing into the center of the circle, and they actually got favored because we know that the rotation came from the southeast. And out of nowhere, actually, because of that yoink, ETG got circle, which made it a little bit easier. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cross, I think, on that northwestern island. So lucky for them this time.
They're supposed to be bad as Sandhawk. That's what everyone's saying.
Well, they're looking to get 90 points over the course of today. That's a lot of points to get, but you can see our 9th through 16th place team. Again, Godlike unfortunately going out relatively early. Entity Gaming, the team that's been leading the way for all of these 16 teams to get through to Global Finals, has been knocked out in 14.
Yeah, and the team that really hits home for me, TrustDProcess. The last 2 times they played on Sandhawk, they did get the chicken dinner. This game, woo, getting chicken nuggets, maybe.
Chicken nuggets.
Maybe chicken nuggets for those 3
That's
points.
probably too good, though. Nuggets are great.
Maybe 1 chicken nugget that they divide amongst the squad.
And it's a leftover chicken nugget.
Yeah,
or
from
it was
yesterday.
a soy nugget.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what they got.
The ultimate fake
A little
out.
unfortunate for them, but then also you look at Elementrix. They were a team that took the chicken dinner on the last map in Game 1. Going into Game 2, they get knocked out within the last edges of it.
Yeah, and that's the thing that concerns me. I mean, we saw on the interview, they had a simple plan for today. Get points, get a chicken dinner. They got the chicken dinner, but they're missing out on the points here. And they mentioned that they're going to change up their tactics game to game to kind of keep the other squads on their toes. That, to me, is worrisome because if you got something that's working, no need to change it up.
Yeah, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Right.
Exactly.
All right, let's actually take a look at the circles, how they broke down over the course of Sandhawk, because we did see a massive line of teams you can see now towards the eastern part of the river, just like waiting for that circle movement.
Something so interesting in this game, and I kind of feel bad that it didn't work out for them. We saw RIP. We had a couple swimmers. They had a boat. They were chilling in a boat for some time. They actually were able to come in through the beaches of Camp Alpha near that area, kind of sneak their way on in past INS. They found a compound. See, if the circle was to shift on top of RIP to the north, they would have been looking so good. We were kind of backstage questioning, okay, we understand you got to take the bridge to get to the other side, but why were you on the bridge for such a long time? I mean, gatekeeping, maybe, but they were in the blue taking damage. We see Sky there on the edge. Sky ends up getting taken out. I mean, they had 4 alive just a second ago, but now Sky's the only member to make it out.
Honestly, I really like that play. I think I was the only one to defend them and say, honestly, it's a good play because you're getting off those points, and you're letting yourself rotate top or bottom, whichever you choose, and you can jump off the bridge if you wanted. Problem is, I do think I agree with everybody else when they say they stayed way too long. I mean, after they won that fight with INS, they could have dipped out, but because of the fact that they took too long with that fight, they took too long with the looting, they weren't able to recover and get into the circle at all.
But hear me out. They could have just went to the new circle and gate kept INS still without taking any blue damage because INS were already walking across the bridge.
That is true, actually. That's a good point. But they didn't do that.
They didn't do that. So they're going to be looking back at VODs like, we should have moved, team. We should have moved.
Well, I still feel bad for 0 Degrees. We talked about a little bit the fact that they did take them out in Sir Camp Alpha, and then they invested in that play early on, right? They're like, all right, we're going to go for the late game here, hope the circle keeps going our way. Fnatic even challenged them. They took down a couple of different players, but then that yoink in the other direction completely caught them off guard. Fnatic, who crossed the river to kind of assume the circle was in the other direction, had to go back as well.
Yeah.
It was really unfortunate for them, but I like the risky play, right? Because the mountain is really easy to play from.
The fact that Fnatic finally seemed a little bit decisive in terms of where they wanted to go was a good sign. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too good to be true because, as you said, they got yoinked again in the other direction. Eventually, they weren't able to take those fights, not able to come through, and they took so many losses by the time they were able to come to the other side.
Yeah, and in 0 Degrees defense, they did win a game from that position before with around 20 kills we were talking backstage. So we understand why they took up that position. They got some kills, like you mentioned, on Fnatic, and then Ovise quickly trying to retreat, that insurance policy was spotted on the way out. They were taken down in the process as well. So just all the teams that went north kind of banking on it, which I understand majority of the land was in the north. It didn't pay off for them at all.
Well, you would have been led to think that
I think
anybody would have went northwest at that point, but again, you can never really know. That's what makes PUBG so interesting.
Yeah, and I would even assume that SGE was kind of banking that it would go north as well. That's why they were on the coast right there. In my mind, I was like, okay, they're going to gatekeep all the teams in the south, trying to work their way up to the north, and they would be the first ones to possibly swim across the water once when it did shift. But it surprised everybody that game.
A Let's talk about maybe Fnatic for a quick second, because we saw them obviously on day 1 and it didn't look too good for them. But day 2, they've been able to keep all 4 players alive more consistently in the first 2 matches today. I wonder if that's going to be a trend that will continue. I hope, well, if you're a Fnatic fan out there, you're probably hoping they're going to be able to do that.
I think they, despite the fact that they're dropping in the same place as TDP every single time, people haven't been trying to engage on them so earlier on, maybe because they don't see them as much of a threat because of the first day performance. I'm not sure, but the fact is they are getting into this later circles alive. The problem is, even though with 4 players alive, it's the late game so far I've seen that they haven't been getting the circles.
Yeah, one thing that just keeps kind of repeating in my mind, Scout OP today said, today's the day, today is the deal breaker. We need to get a chicken dinner so that we can compete coming into tomorrow.
We can see our top 5 players from the last match on your screen, and actually, funny enough, SynerGE going to be in there with 5.
Yeah, SynerGE, they did a lot of damage as well, but we do see 2 members of Seoul as well, so 5 and 4 for both of these players, Clutch God and Viper coming in with 5 kills and 4 kills, totaling around 1,000 damage each.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that last game. Seoul, they took down Godlike. they spotted Godlike out there in the forest. They were in the trees. Almost immediately, the aggression from Seoul coming out hot. I believe it was Clutch God getting the opening shot onto Godlike, and after that, Viper pulling up. We saw some grenades getting thrown out on the field. I mean, they were doing such a good job this game. Hopefully they can continue on with this momentum. That's what we need to see from Seoul today.
It seemed like they were very, very fluid, and their team fights and their fight selection was actually, I think, what separated them from everybody else, what really helped them stand out. The fights that they were taking really helped them win the game.
Well, let's take a look at the overall standings. I think we want to look at it, the fans want to look at it, and more importantly, I think the teams here in the venue want to take a look at currently where they do stand. Entity Gaming still going to be number 1, however, with 135 points.
Well, it's not 48 anymore, 41, isn't it? But it's still a significant lead. That's like 31 points.
It's a lead that's slipping, though, let's be honest.
Yeah, it is, and teams like SynerGE, they're coming from, out of nowhere, 2 chicken dinners for them as well. You do want to fight for that top 2 spot. I mean, look at RIP. RIP official not very far behind, and because of the fact that you want that direct invite, you want that 1st and 2nd place.
It was kind of reminding me, at least, of the play-ins. It's Seoul.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely creeping their way up on the leaderboard. That's all you need to do. I mean, just have consistent points every game. Avoid getting taken down in 11th through 16th so that you don't receive that 1 point. And then on top of that, get a couple kills. If they continue on with this, top 5 is definitely 100% in their sightlines.
Well, let's take a look at 9th through 16th, though, to see the teams that are, well, needing to really step up here on basically D-Day. They need to have a good showing. Fnatic, unfortunately, in 9th place. The Brawlers, though, have been able to rise up, being on pretty much the bottom of the table, able to get now to 10th place.
Actually, both Fnatic and the Brawlers have finally sort of chimed in with a couple of good performances of their own. Fnatic have 29 kills, so that's actually pretty good. It's just that they haven't been getting the placements at all, which shows you, sure, they can frag, but what is it about that position that you can't exactly close off the game with?
And then the Brawlers moving up the leaderboard here, especially on Sandhawk, which quote-unquote is their worst map here. Should be a confidence booster. I believe we're heading back to Erangel, so hopefully they can improve their skills, their rotations, not let it get to them too much, especially after such a phenomenal game from them when it comes to placement points. This is their best game yet.
Yeah, and Mayhem, though, still not able to chime in at all. They've been having a really, really bad time in this whole tournament.
Well, I have a question for you here on the desk and you in the audience. Are any of you out there Seoul fans?
Yeah.
Any Mortal fans in the audience?
Woo!
Well, you know what? Xerxes got him on the stage to talk to Seoul.
And here with me are Seoul. You guys are consistently going up the leaderboard. Good job. You got way many kills, and which is why you got 20 points, which is as good as almost finishing 2nd or 3rd. Clutch you got 5 kills. You were almost MVP, but because of damage, you were a little below. But what's the strategy this time?
It was the same. We had to play edge to edge and kill the people who were coming from outside the zone.
And as a team, you guys survived together for a while. You moved together. So I think that worked out, right? Was that right, what I saw over there?
Yes, working out as a team, moving together with the team was actually a priority in this case. So, yeah.
And what are we going to see next coming up in the remaining 4 matches of the day?
That's going to be on the screen.
Ooh, no strategies coming out. Okay, I think that calls for a break right now. We're going to come back with the next match soon. Best of luck, boys.
Welcome to the fury of the wasteland. In Season 10, PUBG Mobile is bringing in even more items, modes, and content to help players survive in the harsh post-apocalyptic world. For those who need to expand their armory, look no further than the new MP5K, a SMG that replaces the Vector in Vikendi after the update. It can be equipped with all attachments, including stocks, foregrips, mags, and scopes, and supports single shot, burst, and full auto firing modes. This weapon is very versatile and is suitable for short and mid-range combat. It is a must-have for assaults and street firefights. Another update is the addition of SEMA, which replaces the armored UAZ in Vikendi. It is probably the most robust vehicle in Vikendi, suitable for rocky and snowy slopes, and extremely durable. In addition, everyone's favorite TDM mode has been updated with a new Ruins map, which is a lot bigger and calls for a larger variety of tactics. Players will need to work closely together and have a reasonable selection of weapons to win. Royale Pass Season 10 will also be updated with Apocalypse-themed outfits to make players look more intimidating. As usual, player tiers are adjusted at the beginning of the season, so team up with your friends and explore the new content as soon as possible, and aim for the top of the charts. Piece of chicken meat on a grill under the blazing sun. Everyone hates desert because they get lost here. But there are some interesting people here, like that hip-hop kid. You know, the one on top of the car? He always has the strangest stickers. Supposedly, they're trophies he got from other players. You know how it is, kids and their toys. Oh, and that guy standing by the wall has a really good aim and is supposedly an assassin. Why is he dressed like that in this frackin' desert, though? As for that lady over there, she values her gun more than her own life. That's about the only thing you can trust around here. Me? Who am I? Ha! Everyone knows the Lava Barret. Shh! I think we have guests.
What prevents you from becoming the real deal? Fast downloading. They always get into the field quicker than you. Falling behind? No, not gonna happen. Stay calm and be quick. will stand in your way. A true hero must step up to defeat the enemies when there's no one to count on. Vivo Multi-Turbo, a real strong core makes you a real professional player.
Hey everyone, welcome back. This is PMCO South Asia Finals team interviews. मेरे साथ है डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस टीम सोल. सबसे पहले मैं चाहूंगा कि सोनी साहब से चालू कर जाए. Introduction.
I'm Yash Soni. My in-game name is Soul Viper. My in-game role is support role, and I'm from Mumbai.
My name is Naman Mathur. My in-game name is Mortal. My role is IGL Filter, and I'm from Mumbai.
My name is Parv. My in-game name is Soul Regaltos, and my in-game role is IGL.
My name is Vivek, and my in-game name is Soul Clutch God, and my role is Assaulter.
First of all, welcome back. मतलब बाकी भी welcome back और बस एक यहाँ पे अकेला रेगुलटॉस है जिसका पहला लैन है. रेगुलटॉस डर लगता है कि ये तो लैन एक्सपीरियंस गॉड्स है. ये तो पहले इवेंट में जीत के आ गया.
डर नहीं, कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए बंदे को. ऐसे प्लेयर्स
मतलब ये लोग तो परफॉर्म कर जाएंगे ऐसे क्राउड में.
मैं भी कर जाऊंगा.
ये ना शिट आइए करके दिखाएं ज्यादा. चल ठीक है. तो टीम सोल फिर से आई है पीएमसीओ डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस. एक प्रेशर है बिकॉज पिछली बार का कंपटीशन अलग लेवल था. इस बार तो एक अलग लेवल पे चल रहा है. तुम्हारे साथ 23 टीम्स और है. तैयार हो? कितना ग्राइंड, कितनी मेहनत लगी पिछले हफ्ते?
मेहनत से ज्यादा नए स्ट्रेटेजीज, प्रैक्टिस तो चलो की हम लोगों ने, नए नए स्ट्रेटेजीज पे वर्कआउट किया. सो वी होप कि इस बार बेटर होगा. दूसरे टीम्स का स्ट्रेटेजी देखा हम लोगों ने.
मतलब पिछली बार ना सर्वाइवल गेम टिक गया. इस बार तो किल डिपार्टमेंट इंपॉर्टेंस रखता है. तो कितना चेंज लाया गेम?
अभी भी सर्वाइवल है मेन मोटिव हमारा. किल्स फिर भी हम सेकेंडरी रखते हैं. तो हम लोग हमेशा से वैसे ही गेम प्ले रहा है कि सर्वाइव, गो फॉर सर्वाइवल.
टीम में आईजीएल है 2, एक फिल्टर भी ऐड करता है. सोनी अभी तक सपोर्ट रोल क्यों गया? सोनी को आगे क्यों नहीं भगा रहा?
क्योंकि अब हमें क्लच गॉड मिल गया जो असॉल्ट रोल प्ले करता है. तो एंट्री फ्रैगर वो है एंड उसको हमेशा सपोर्ट वाइपर देता है. पर
क्लच गॉड के साथ कितना टाइम हो गया? मुश्किल से आई बिलीव
1 वीक 2 वीक.
7 दिन काफी है पीएमसीओ जीतने के लिए.
So this was the best part कि क्लच गॉड हमें इतना लेट ज्वाइन किया एंड हम लोग को अडेप्ट कर लिया उसने. तो मतलब बहुत बढ़िया बात है कि इतने कम टाइम में उसने अडेप्ट किया हमें एंड ही इज रेडी फॉर द सेमीफाइनल्स एंड फाइनल्स.
अभी जैसी टीम्स है और किसी टीम जो थ्रेट हो सकती है आपके लिए सोच के आए हो?
हम लोग ने इस हिसाब से सोचा ही नहीं कि एक पर्टिकुलर टीम है जिसको हमें गिरते देखना है या कुछ.
चल एक बाहर से टीम्स आ रही है. सोल्टी स्क्वाड आ रहा है, ट्रस्टप्रोसेस है. इन टीम्स के लिए क्या प्रिपरेशन? बिकॉज़ इनके अगेंस्ट हमने कभी खेला नहीं है. अगर इन्होंने कोई सरप्राइज एलिमेंट ला के रख दिया, क्या तैयारी होगी?
We played the qualifiers ना, so
how was it?
They were pretty good.
Yeah, TDP अच्छी.
TDP
squad they all are good.
And बाकी देखते हैं क्या होता है. Thank you so much.
Well, you heard there, trying to play for survival was their game plan, but they need to up their kills to have a chance here to be one of the teams to represent the region in the Global Finals. It's still amazing to me to actually see them talk about how they've only had Clutch God on the team for a week before we kicked off the prelims, and they've been able to make it through the finals and potentially make it through into the Global Finals.
And on top of that, Rick Alt is telling us that this is actually his first LAN. That's really impressive considering the fact that I think he's been the most consistent player, I think, in the entire Soul squad. So a lot of first-time ladders really coming up here, showing everybody what's up, man.
Yeah, and I'm a little concerned. We heard in that interview that the main priority is placements, and then second is kills. I'm confident that I can get them in the top 5. My question is, can that get them in the top 2 for that direct invite? I want to say since that interview, they've kind of been bumping up the notch a little bit. I feel like Mortal finally getting kills on the squad, Viper, and of course Clutch God fragging out as well. So I think they're trying to complete that package when it comes to these strategies.
Yeah, it just seems like the late game is where they start to get a little bit shaky, but everything aside from that, it looks like it's shaping up. So good news for the members and the fans of Team Soul. I hope it just continues, though.
It feels like they've been unlocking Clutch God, too. We finally got to see some life out of him, able to figure out his role within the team and what best suits him. We're going to be going on to our third match of the day, match number 9 out of 18 in total, so the halfway point coming up here. It's going to be on Miramar, and the last time we saw this, Entity did win it, and they have 2 chicken dinners under their belt. Can they make it 3? Can they be the first team to hit 3 so far in the finals?
Yeah, personally, I think they need to. Like you said, they got a chicken dinner yesterday. Currently, they're still in first place, but only by 31 points. SynerGE are going to be right behind them. SynerGE are ahead of RIP by 5 points, and then RIP are ahead of 0 Degree by 5 points. So top 4 leaderboards starting to get closer and closer and closer. If you are Entity, you need this chicken dinner here, or at least a chicken dinner today, so that coming into tomorrow, we still got that gap, that safety cushion.
You know, I'll be honest, I don't exactly understand why exactly Entity Gaming does so well on Miramar. It doesn't seem like the kind of map that suits their playstyle, but yet again, time and time again, they've been able to show us that they do well on a map like Miramar. But here we go. Let's take a look at the difference between Entity and SynerGE in this head-to-head.
First and second right now for the overall finals. I mean, damage alone, 10k damage from Entity Gaming. They are just fragging and tagging out here in the games.
Yeah, there's not much difference. It's just that it seems like Entity is performing a lot better and a lot more consistent, but it's not that far apart. 56 kills to 40, though. That's the big number. That's the big difference I've been seeing, though. It just goes to show Entity really love going for those kills. SynerGE, they play a little bit slower, a little bit more on the back foot.
We also had Entity go out relatively early in the last match as well, so it's nice to see them still up there, but I wonder if they're going to be able to continue their momentum going into this. Again, the team I'm going to have to talk about is going to be Fnatic. In the prelims, we did see Miramar be one of their standout maps, one of the maps that were finally able to break into things. We're going to have to see them do it yet again here, but this is getting interesting times for these teams. As you mentioned, Mustache Dave's talking to Scout before the show, he said it's do or die time. We have to place well at the end of day 2 if you want to have a chance at a day 3, and I think this might be the map to do it.
Yeah, it looks like they're going over some strategies right now for the game, trying to come up with possibly their drop location, maybe how to deal with the circles, what they should do.
Another note is they didn't use any substitutes yesterday. In your dream, he's still waiting on the sidelines. He could come in for Paratosh if they want it. I wonder if we will potentially have any subs come in today, because what's the point of doing it tomorrow if you fall too far behind today?
I think it might be worth considering, to be honest. There's a couple of times when there are a lack of communication on the side of Fnatic, like especially when it comes to late game team fights and some late game decision making that has been questionable, which I think may be remedied by the fact that they could bring in a substitute player. I think it's worth considering.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's going to happen, after this game might be it, because after this game we'll be officially halfway done with the event, kind of similar to what 8-Bit did in the previous days. Now they didn't make it, but they switched out that halfway mark. I feel like that's the sweet spot.
We know we're about to head into this match. Illustrato, I want your quick prediction. Are you going to say INS again?
It's Miramar, yeah. INS on Miramar, they're amazing at it.
I'm going with Team Soul. They're finally on fire.
We're going to find out which team's going to be able to take the chicken dinner as we head over to our commentators. It's Alex Byfield and Imperium once again.
Game 9, and it's time for Miramar yet again, Imperium.
Miramar on the wall. Who's the best team of them all? Right now, of course, it's Entity, followed by SynerGE. But new game, new opportunities. The desk was talking about how Miramar definitely looking really good for a couple of these teams. I'm really excited as we get further into the day and into the final stage. What teams are going to be able to keep up the momentum? What teams are going to be able to climb back from the ashes? Of course, what teams, unfortunately, are going to maybe drop down and not live up to what they are looking to achieve. But as we see this plane trajectory in front of us, it is quite a decent bit up north. Not so much up north, but in north enough that it's going to make it harder to get to maybe Chumasera / Valdemar.
Yeah, I think as well, one of the teams that we have to highlight, which need a strong performance on Miramar. If we mentioned ETG.Brawlers and Sandhawk, we have to mention Fnatic and Miramar. During the play-ins, they were considered the best, if not the second best, after Brawlers on this map. So they're going to need to see some more of the same here now in day 2 of the finals. But yes, as you said, the plane going from the eastern side towards the northwest, and obviously places like Los Leones, La Driella, of course, going to be points which these teams may focus on later on.
Now, when we had Miramar yesterday, TrustDProcess did head towards Campo Militar, and I did say to them, because when I talked to them, they were like, yeah, we just kind of had a bit of bad luck, and I was like, no, you rotated too late. When you land in somewhere like Campo Militar and Phase 1 Circle is down to south like it is now, and hell, yesterday it was even more down south, you have to rotate early. Because when you rotate early, you get yourself into a better position and you make up for the distance away that you did land.
Speaking of rotations and speaking of distance away from you landed, 0 Degree once again landing towards Portiero, Parasillo, and then they go all the way western down the coast to Valle de Mar, and then typically, depending on the circle, they rotate up through La Driella or towards El Pozo.
Now, what is really cool to see is that right now, Seoul and Fnatic are the two teams that are in the center of the Phase 1 circle. What is interesting to note is that there's no team on the south part of this Phase 1 circle. They will move a little bit further down, but La Drillera, Chumacera, Minas de Val, all unoccupied for now. Nepali HO NI, IND, Orb, they will all have a nice, easy access to get onto the high ground below Chumacera to give them very good vision. I would fully recommend that place to be occupied.
Elementrix occupying Crater Fields again. In yesterday's matchup, they were on top of the hill there on Crater Fields, considered the best advantage point on the whole entire map if it's inside the circle. And obviously before they were up against, 2 teams on either side of that mountain. However, here with the circle, this time further down south, they shouldn't really play much of a role.
Yeah, so then looking up at the teams that are around the northern area for now, you mentioned Elementrix. There is RIP Entity quite close to each other, although Entity is a little bit further down south. RIP will need to be aware of that. Alex, then there's SynerGE, TrustDProcess, and Godlike. What I like about TrustDProcess is they've decided not to go up to Campo Militar, learning from their mistakes yesterday.
Yes, where SynerGE basically annihilated them. But also, we see this, open terrain towards La Cobriela, where teams can just get in the vehicles. We know this is a very vehicle-heavy map, and just rotate round towards Trailer Park to the left and go down south towards El Pozo as well, if they want to avoid rotating in through a variety of places, considering as well the San Martin mountain as well. That's going to be so awkward to rotate around through so many teams.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing. Miramar, you just hit the nail on the head. Rotating around the high ground, the rough terrain, is so important on Miramar. Unlike Erangel, where it's a little bit easier, the ground is a bit smoother outside of the roads. In here, in your vehicles, the second you get off the main road and onto the beaten track, it is slower, it is harder. You can easily flip your car, you can slow yourself down, and hell, we've seen people getting caught out by being on the rough terrain.
Speaking of being caught out, look who's on our screens. Ironically, the one player who is usually caught out, and that is Scout.
Yeah, but for now, he's going to do his best to stay on his own. Stay with his team. What is going to be good for Fnatic, they are heading down further or closer towards Chumacera, which is a good spot to hold on to. We are still only 5 minutes into Phase 1. Like I've pointed out, like I've noticed in PUBG Mobile right now, in what we've seen, teams are not rotating to the center circle as quickly as I would personally like to, and what I feel works best. So that does give a bit more time and a bit more space to the teams like Fnatic and Seoul, who are closer to the center of the circle.
Yeah, speaking of the center of the circle, it's just eastern of Los Leones. There's so much open terrain there as well, which usually ends for a chaotic ending, as we saw yesterday's game as well, which ended in open fields around the mountains towards Villa de Mar.
Yeah, and looking at Megastars, who are on the north west side there in El Pozo right now, they have a nice clean entrance into that circle if they choose to do it, and that will be from that straight road down the west side of the map. It will give them nice entry. They can go on the main road through Villa de Mar and head up to the hillside. That will be very nicely approached by them. But I have a feeling they're just going to go through Monte Nuevo.
What's the best way as well? Thankfully, we have the map on our screens. What's the best way for 0 Degree here to work this one out? Because if they rotate immediately inside the circle, they have Nepali HO NI, Team IND, Orb Official. However, if they went south down Villa de Mar, they've now got Fnatic. If they go towards La Torriela, they have INS. If they go towards El Pozo, they have Megastars.
Well,
it seems like they may have waited too long.
Yeah, that's one good point. Definitely, they could have done starting to rotate earlier. They are giving too much space to the likes of IND and Nepali HO NI to get in, to kind of block their path. But for now, 0 Degree do have, similar to Megastars, somewhat of a relatively clean entrance into the circle via that south coastal road. They could definitely look to hold on to the high ground that is just down south of Minas de Val. It will give them nice, clear awareness of where the teams are around, and they could catch a few people out. But still early days. I do want to point out that the likes of Godlike, SynerGE, TrustDProcess still a little bit further away from the circle and the edge of it that I would like to see.
Yeah, as well, we've actually seen Fnatic rotate slightly away from the center of the circle now. They've gone eastwards, just north of the mountain of Minas de Valley.
But I agree with that, Alex. I agree with that. I said that's where they should be heading. It's a really core location. Like I said, they have plenty of time. But a team that is rotating down in between Fnatic and so, that's Orb. Very forward thinking from them. They've been looking stronger and stronger. A key result in this third game of the day, and of course, Game 9 overall, would be very promising in them getting into the top 5 and holding on to that position.
It's very true. However, Orb Mazik is very far away from the remaining players of his team, which could be disparaging if he is caught out early. There's no one there to back him up or revive him. But so far, 8 minutes into Miramar, no action just yet. I think one of the big reasons for that, though, Imperium, is because of the location of the circle this time. It isn't towards the open fields and the mountains. It's more compound heavy, with obviously Los Leones and Bacaro being two of those places.
Yeah, but with Los Leones, one thing, and I probably should have mentioned this earlier, you never want to be inside Los Leones.
Let's hear why.
The reason why is because the second you go into Los Leones, it's impossible to get out of it. Because so many teams will be crowded around you. You're out in the open, and it's just so hard to disengage from it. You can be to the north and to the south side of Los Leones on your drop, but you want to loot that up quickly and move out away from it. So Los Leones, not an area that wants to be held onto by any of these teams as they're looking to avoid it.
Just look at the precipice as well of the map at the top there, just east of water treatment. Yeah. SynerGE and TrustDProcess stuck inside the blue zone. They're both healing each other up as well, just taking the slow damage from the zone. Yeah. Have they potentially spot each other out and playing cat and mouse?
It's a good question, and of course, I don't know for sure. I would like to think that they will be aware of each other simply based on yesterday's games and what had happened in the play-ins, but of course time will tell. For TrustDProcess, they seem to be a little bit ahead of SynerGE for now, and the Nepali HO NI there on the edge of the circle. They've Mayhem to the south, they've IND to kind of the northwest side of them. It's going to be tough for Nepali HO NI. However, I do want to commend them on their rotations in these games so far. Especially in Sandhawk, they went from the far east side to around Ruins without being touched. So if anybody can get this good rotation away from the teams around them, it is Nepali HO NI.
Remember, we're playing 18 games here over the course of these 3 days of the final, and this is going to be the 9th game, and we still have teams like Godlike, who did very, very well in the play-ins, who are currently 15th. Is this potentially the do-or-die game for them? Because if they don't pick things up quickly, how on earth can they try and get up that discrepancy where they need to get top 5 at least to progress?
Yes.
You think so? There we hear.
Definitely.
There you go. We heard it here.
Definitely. This game and the next game, 100%. Because when you look at where they are, they're roughly about 50 or so points behind 5th place alone. 5th place alone. Not even 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. And as we've kind of been pointing out, like, the top 4 teams, top 5 teams are getting closer together, but they're also creating a gap. As Orb, they're not creating a gap against Seoul.
Yeah, they are very close together, and Mad Dog actually seemed like he spotted a few players out in the open. Maybe wasn't expecting to see Clutch God just standing there, willing to take the damage. However, we do have... Oh, the grenade from Mortal is picture perfect. Takes down Mad Dog, and now with that, it's going to be a mad rush inside the compound to finish him off. Yes, though, trying his best to give covering fire. However, Clutch God gets there to the prize and loots it and receives his reward.
Now, what Orb did in terms of this compound crash was a very weak compound crash. If they were going to go for it, should have been 2 push in, 2 shoot from a distance. I like the idea initially of 2 being up in the distance, kind of providing cover fire, but if you're going to kind of go in on any kind of compound rush, you want to do it with at least 2 players from your team. If I were Orb, I would disengage because you have the hills where they're located. Ash, Cash, and Mazik, they have the vehicles and they have the space. Get the hell out of there. There's no point.
I was about to ask, have they overstayed their welcome? Obviously, once Seoul have to rotate, but TDP, Shagar, and Doku Doku go down to the play zone. SynerGE are still out of it as well, so how on earth are they dying here to a Phase 2 zone, Imperium?
To be honest, I don't know, and I don't really want to think about it right now. Because you know, I support TrustDProcess, but with all due respect, like, that doesn't deserve to be talked about because it's their own fault, right? You know, they should know this map, they should know the timings, they need to get the job done, and they need to do it better because they're slowly slipping away. They're not a team like Godlike. They need to get their act together.
I can tell you're disappointed when the Irish accent comes out. But SynerGE Austin is inside the zone. Major Alpha is so far away there towards the north. But look at where the Phase 3 circle has ended.
Oh, my lord, a lot of Chumaseri, the high ground down below it will be absolute key for any of these teams getting a strong hold of this circle. Fnatic, you got to react quicker because you have ETG.Brawlers, you have Nepali HO NI, you have IND, all getting closer to your location.
Seoul are still wary as to whether or not Orb have left the building.
Yep.
But they have, and obviously Seoul are inside the circle for now, which means they can just stay put.
Yeah, but there is Godlike and Elementrix kind of doing a V, closing into where potentially Seoul are. However, RIP, they've gone into Chumasera. That's a risky play to go into Chumasera because similar to El Pozo and at this stage of the game in Phase 3, it can go against you if you have to disengage from it.
Wow, the war there towards the north at Picardo is still raging on. Players from SynerGE going down to players from TrustDProcess. Mustache Dave underscore is going to be very happy with that one.
Yeah, it's going to be good. As I said, I told you they need to get their act together, and they have on the SynerGE for now. But Orb, Esports, and Godlike, they have had a bit of a clash together. We're seeing Entity and Elementrix also joining in on the fun against each other. Elementrix, they hold on to the edge of the circle, but we've seen a knockdown come through.
Yeah, it feels like there's such a big gap right now between TrustDProcess and between SynerGE towards the north. Instead, though, 0 Degree, a team that have really been surprising us here at this event. They qualified, 24th, 23rd?
Yep.
Yeah, the progression that they've had so far between the month of the online play versus the on-LAN play is exceptional. But unfortunately, the positioning here from Orb isn't quite so exceptional.
No, it's not, but they are disengaging, learning from their mistakes and going, okay, it's not worth us being here. Let's get out there and disengage. I did see between Nepali HO NI and, of course, 0 Degrees, this fight raging on, getting closer together to each other. Nepali HO NI holding onto her position, but 0 Degrees also being very tactful with their position and with their play as Entity do roll in from the northwest side of this circle.
We may actually have our first skirmish here on Miramar. Vexy from Megastars is the first, well, near casualty. He's down on the ground. He's got his standing 8 count, needs to be revived here, make the clock. However, Mayhem still up close. Kislev actually falling back here. They may actually just try and leave.
They might leave. The good thing for Megastars is they are kind of, they do kind of gatekeep the edge of the circle a little bit, and I really like that from Mayhem. Disengage, it's not worth it going on. Get into the circle.
So, have changed compounds. RIP official just adjacent to them inside an even bigger compound. Maybe size doesn't matter here in PUBG Mobile. But, size of this ring matters though, doesn't it?
It does matter, but more importantly, the shift of it does matter. It goes out of Chumasera. And remember what I said about RIP? They're just holding onto the edge of the circle. TrustDProcess, the first team taken out in 16th place. Nepal HO NI, 0 degrees. I said they were going closer together.
Yeah, maybe they're being closer to exiting as well. Which team's going to be 15th out? And it could be decided here between this exchange as Nepal HO NI with the high ground versus God. NHB as well has such a good position.
But with the high ground, that doesn't always come an advantage. Because that dip is so harsh, it can actually go towards 0 degree.
In the midst of all this, Mr. Hoyozo from Elementrix is downed as well. But let's focus here on this action. As 0 degree still trying to get over the hill. SynerGE going to be out into the open, firing up more shots here against Nepal HO NI. Smoke grenade as well there towards the left side of the tree. As these guys are just feeling each other out. They're trying to work out if they can get an advantage point. It's so hard to flank here because of how open it is.
Yeah, and it's kind of like you peek and shoot, you peek and shoot, you peek and shoot. But 0 degree, look at their positioning. They're spread out so nicely that they are, like I said before, creating a bit of a blanket against Nepal HO NI. They're using the high ground as protection ahead of them and surprising Nepal HO NI. Really good play by 0 degree.
Mortal is out. Uh-oh. Entity, Jonathan. Obviously, Entity #1 right now in this tournament so far with another day and a half to play.
Yeah, and now how can Entity position themselves? Regaltos trying to hide in between the smoke, but the grenades popping out. And Neo gets knocked down by Tempest of RIP.
Attack, just attacking a wall there with his vehicle. Soul here down Mortal. However, Viper wants some revenge onto Elementrix. The damage is doing so much here versus the car. And actually, if he shoots his car up, I believe it's already exploded though, so maybe he can try and just land one more shot onto a hand, a feet, a fingernail, really anything to try and finish off the job.
Yeah, we did see the first shot between Nepal HO NI and 0 degrees on the side now and coming into the second blow. Interested to see how that will turn out. I don't think Nepal HO NI will survive because they're down to 1 player. But Viper, with that mini 14, popped off. What? And like I said, 0 degree. It all came down to the fact that they surprised them and they flanked them. I predicted it, but now Godlike ETG.Brawlers.
ETG.Brawlers. What? It's just gone in an instant. That's another team out as well. Godlike out in 14th. TrustDProcess. Oh, excuse me. Nepal HO NI actually 16th now because TrustDProcess got 2 kills, therefore 2 points. Nepal HO NI only got 1 kill, therefore only 1 point.
And unfortunately, it's kind of not surprising because of the bottom 4 teams, those are 3 of them that have gone out first. There's only Mayhem that's left standing. Yeah. So it's kind of like we are seeing that pattern, right? For now, I would like to see that change, but until it does, I'm not going to be too surprised however this game goes on. Regaltos from Seoul. There's 3 of them left up. Viper, Clutch God. They're on the edge of the circle, but on the edge of that mountain, they are going to fall down. Clutch God doesn't take too much damage. But look at Orb. Orb have a compound. They could catch him out.
Yeah, they could. Although Ranji here from Elementrix could be caught out by Viper with the DMR. Also can give covering fire because he may spot out one of the players from Orb Official. Ooh, if only just stayed scoped in for longer. But maybe if IND stayed in this game for longer because Megastars are wiping them out. 2 players are down from IND.
And the phase shift went down south. IND find themselves in the center of the circle. Fnatic, who had the circle for phase 1, have kept quiet, but they are now outside of it, looking towards Elementrix and Seoul.
Oace rattling off more shots here with the DMR. Can't quite connect it onto any of the players from Seoul. IND as well is suffering so many casualties here. You can see Slayer there in his crossfire. Maybe can try and get some, well, revenge on his teammates there from Megastars, but they're actually hiding just behind the cover here. Not giving that one away as of yet, but as I say that, it seems that the smoke grenades will add even more defense.
Kratos uses smoke to provide extra cover, but he has to fire those shots off in the direction because he wants to push back, but he's turning his attention onto INS. Joker only feeling a couple of those bullets.
Yeah, now he's stuck between Megastars and behind him ETG.Brawlers. And he's going to prone, try and stay out of cover for as long as possible. As Entity are losing 2 players early to Rip Official. It's going to be Jonathan, though. He's been so strong so far in this event. Let's see if he can finish off more players here from Rip Official. As one goes down, he still has Tempest to deal with, and also has Sky, but he sends him down back to Earth. as they push in more now as well. Tempest trying to heal up as fast as possible. He's going to be hearing the footsteps as Jonathan comes through, spots out Naruto as well, trying to get the points for his team. Instead, he gets too overzealous here. Jonathan's going to be wiped out. He's on so low HP, but so is the spray from the AK from
my
Neo,
God!
and he hits the DECK. RIP are out in 12th.
R.I.P. You hate to see it, but ENT Entity coming in clutch. Great job by Neo and Jonathan. Jonathan with the turnaround, but ETG.Brawlers 0 degrees. That's a bit of a risky play, but let's see if it works out.
But Nova's still here. He knows exactly where two of the players are. He even takes out Pan Singh as well. Goes from Moron to Blazy. And will his fire be put out here by Nova? No, not just yet.
Pre-fire. Peak pre-fire, that's all you can do in that play as Dark gets knocked down.
Iconic, going to be coming for an iconic play to reverberate here in PUBG Mobile for a while. Instead though, we go for a new circle momentarily as we enter phase 6.
Yeah, and the good thing is that they hold on to the edge of circle so they can push back the likes of 0 degrees. But Fnatic, they have to push in. Mayhem have the south side of the circle, but it's a little bit out in the open. Couple of dips that they can protect themselves with. Looking high towards INS.
INS trying to get behind cover as Vampire with the DMR runs out of bullets, goes for the reload, tries to get more off, but look at this exchange here now. Jonathan going for more as the spray from the hit comes out from the M4, and he's going to win it versus Viper. And now with that, only one player remaining, it's going to be Raquel toss. It's going to be the toss of a coin here between which team and which player is going to win it. But look at the HP for Jonathan. He's in such a poor position here. May even go for the reload or catch him out when Raquel toss is reloading. But no, Soul take it. Viper manages to survive as well once the revive comes through. Entity out in 10.
And Rona connects on the Elementrix, taking them out. Fnatic stay their hopes and dreams in this game, in this tournament. Kept alive, but they gotta get into the circle. They're still a full team. They're only one of 2 teams with a full squad left up. A 0 degree are blocking their way.
Oh, a waste there with the headshot on to one of the players from ETG.Brawlers. He's going for some more as well. It's going to be the Scar onto Joker, but tries to blow up the vehicle that Joker is in. And you could see him actually down him here because that vehicle has taken substantial damage. The spray still unable to finish off the job as Bishma instead from INS is going to be doing work.
INS full sending it with those vehicles, getting closer to Megastars. All the while, Paradox is just firing and spraying those bullets left, right, and center.
Fnatic playing clean up here versus some of the players from Megastars as they're going to be out now in 8th. And we can see on our screens, it's INS grouped up as 2. Viper Regaltos grouped up as 2. To the left as well, Drigger and Smokey grouped up as 2. It's basically 2s versus 2s versus 2s. However, Kratos actually is taken out there. Oh, excuse me, it was Viper. Regaltos is still alive for Soul. He is the remaining player. Also, IND, 0 degree. ETG.Brawlers only have 1 player remaining. It's only Fnatic and INS with 4. Oh my goodness. INS nearly losing a player there as Scout is so potent here with this DMR.
And Mayhem gave 3 players up, but they're nowhere near anybody else. They can punish all the teams towards the north side of the circle as it's just clustering up.
And at 16th, Mayhem need a huge finish here. Paratosh still doing more damage versus the team of ETG.Brawlers, and they're going to go out in 7th. It's still
better
not quite,
result. It's a better result.
Still not quite as good as we're expecting though for Brawlers. They need high outstanding finishes. 0 degree as well. They may be taken out, and they are. They're out in 5th. It's down to Fnatic with 4. INS with 4. Soul are gone as well. They're out in 4th once again. It's deja vu for them. And now 3 for Mayhem, 4 for Fnatic, 4 for INS, but maybe not for long as Joker does so much damage against Fnatic. He's just going left, right, and center with the red dot, but actually, Scout has joined the picture here, and from the side, look at this flank he's made.
You peek too much against Scout up here, and you're going to get punished, but how can INS respond? You're on 9 kills already. Can they make it more? Scout just proning down for now.
Mayhem still with 3, playing this one slow, maybe even waiting for the other teams to take each other out, but Mayhem actually have the high ground. They can just peek over the top. Reds, if he came just a bit more to the right, could be behind 3 of the players from Fnatic. They may actually fall back here and try to take the fight versus Mayhem. A waste now making the push upwards versus Red. It's going to be falling back. They have the smoke as well to use as cover and the ditch too.
INS aren't in the circle. They have to push in whereas half of Fnatic are, but they could get caught out by the grenade of Cloak.
Oh, that grenade goes over the top. It seems like it did no damage, unfortunately, to the players from Fnatic. As you said, INS have to make their move, and it seems like they're going to be choosing it momentarily as they've healed up, they've loaded up, and now they're pushing forward. The zone, though, not coming for 12 more seconds, so INS made us wait this one out.
He hears the footsteps. He knows INS are on their way. He's going to be communicating that with the rest of his team because Fnatic, they could get third-partied.
Oh, Vampire, though, comes out into the open, tries to catch Scout when he's laying down, but actually it's going to be Scout to catch other players from INS. It's the double spray! Oh, INS as well, chiming in. Vampire's down. Bishma down as well. INS are being picked apart here piece by piece. As Scout goes for the reload. 40 bullets now left in the magazine. Smokey is down to 60% HP, so he can be taken out quickly. Scout
needed to be supported by the rest of his team. There has to be at least another Fnatic member looking in the same direction as Scout OP, but right now it's still looking strong. They punished INS with their single tunnel vision play as Cloak connects onto Always and Paratosh.
Cloak going for more. It's Ronak there in the open. Has the red dot to try and land the shot behind the blown up vehicle. However, it's basically a pixel angle there. He's going to use the headshot angle. Vampire as well from Mayhem going to be downing a few of the players from Fnatic, but Scout is still here, firing away with the Scar. And he's doing more than just scars to the players from INS as he takes out 2 more.
He single-handedly took out the team of INS from behind. Now there's just 2 teams left, Alex.
3 versus 3. Mayhem with the higher advantage, but Fnatic need this win. The pressure on them from the fans, from the organization, and the event in and of itself. This is the map we're expecting them to do well, but look at Reds. He's done so well. He has the flank advantage. He's shooting them from the side. Scout, though, trying his hardest to fight back into this one. He's going to be pushing forward. The players from Mayhem are going to be able to low HP. It's more damage being done, and here we have it! Mayhem have done it. Scout tried his hardest. And you can see what it means for Mayhem. They realized that if they didn't win that one there, they were most likely going home.
But damn, what an effort from Fnatic. What a play from Scout. So good to see Fnatic looking strong. I said it in the last game, Alex.
Oh, they're
I said it. What did I...
Oh,
yeah, I know.
my God.
I know, but come on. I want to take away from that. Because I said that the last game. Fnatic are looking more and more dangerous each game. I know they're going to be frustrated. I know that they know they could have won it, but look how much work they did to get to this point, to improve so much. I hope Scout OP sees the positive.
My goodness. You would have thought they were enemies, not teammates, with that amount of animosity between them. But obviously it's the emotion.
It's the emotion. Like Scout OP, you can clearly see he's an emotional player. When he was waving to the fans, he hears the cheers, he feels the support, and he wants to reward that. I mentioned that before, but not to repeat myself, they're looking more dangerous. I want to talk about Mayhem. They need a 16th place, and they get a chicken dinner, rising from the ashes. Maybe, maybe not. Of course, we'll find out where that will put them up in the end of this game. They were so clever with their rotation down the south that they had so much space.
Yeah, but unfortunately, there's too much space now for teams like Godlike and the top 5 to really have any shot at making it to the prelims or the global finals. So now, these guys might actually be more dangerous. Now that they have nothing to play for, in theory, they may play looser, more aggressive, and play more unorthodox and catch teams off guard.
Well, yeah, of course, definitely. You know, even though, and statistically speaking, they can still make it into the top 5, even though their chances are going down lower and lower. But if they do decide to play a little bit looser and a little bit more aggressive, they can cause a couple of offsets along the way. They can punish a couple of teams in an unorthodox manner. However, it's still not going to stop the top teams from showing their potential and showing their strength coming into these games.
Showing their strength indeed. Mayhem can be walking back to the, I was going to say change room then. I guess what is the equivalent of that in esports?
It's an e-changing room?
I don't know, we're maybe just overthinking this one, but INS as well, they're having a bit of a tussle between the players. As lots to review there for them, as they did a lot of damage. It was just Scout really that picked off, Joker, Bishma, as they're trying to climb up the hill. Army. Yeah, they're trying to climb up the hill and then fight Mayhem. But Scout was just in that ditch, had such a good angle.
And Fnatic, I said they've looked stronger, more threatening, but that's really the first time I've seen Scout look absolutely so dangerous.
Ironic, the only thing threatening so far from Fnatic is Ronak after that loss.
Yeah, definitely. As we do see, TrustDProcess, they look deflated. I talked to them towards the end. I said, look, play your own game. don't be too defeated. Reset yourself and just be proud of what you've achieved and how far you've got.
Do you remember where they were? I'm going to put you on the spot here. Do you remember where they were before this game started?
What, TrustDProcess?
Yeah.
They were in 15th place.
Ouch. Yeah, and I think they went out very early as well. So
No,
it's going to be,
place,
yeah, it's going to be quite an awkward gap between the games for a few of these teams. But here we have it, Seoul and a few of the other early exchanges as well. But for me, that early play from Seoul into Compound, I believe it was versus Megastars, was unbelievable.
It was. It was very close indeed. And I do, considering that Phase 1 Circle, Seoul should have gotten a better performance similar to Fnatic. They just couldn't get it done.
Could not get it done, but who's going to be getting it done? It's Jason, Illustrata, and Mustache Dave. I actually announced them all correctly this time, so please give me a high five. Thank you, Jason.
I mean, I'm not going to give you the high five. I think Mustache Dave over here might be able to give you the high five or fist bump.
He forgot the underscore.
He did. Yeah, you got to remember the underscore. But anyways, I think Mayhem showing they might be down, but they're not out just yet. And obviously being in 16th place, that chicken dinner should shoot them up through the ranks, and they have to be so enthusiastic about that victory. I know we were going to talk about Fnatic a little bit of time, but let's start off by talking about Mayhem.
They are at the very, very bottom here. The whole tournament long, the whole finals long, they've been finding themselves at the lowest, 16th place. This is exactly what a couple of these teams needed to boost their morale, boost their standings, and get themselves back into this, because we know that there's still one more day after day and a lot more games still left today.
Yeah, the bottom of the barrel. And when we talk to a lot of these squads, they say all it takes is one chicken dinner, one really good game to, as you like to put it, flip the script. And after that, the confidence levels will be boosted up. So I'm excited to see what Mayhem can do with this newfound glory.
I don't know. The thing with Mayhem is that they've been actually more or less pretty decent when it came to the play-ins, showing us a lot of good actually tactics, a lot of good strategies, but at the same time, never showed up until this very moment here today. And I'll admit, part of me thinks that they did get a little bit fortunate. I'm not going to say the L word. Fortunate because of the fact that INS, who were encroaching upon their territory, got shut down by none other than Scout, who basically played INS like a fiddle at that point.
Yeah, we actually saw them, INS, make the push up onto Mayhem, right?
Yeah.
They were pushing up that hill. They were starting to start the engagement. And like you said, Scout with the wraparound, pretty much a solo squad down there to himself. I mean, he was taking them down, the double taps left to right. I'm sure we'll see here in just a moment. Look at Scout's position as well. This is kind of where it all went wrong for Fnatic, though. Two of their members, they made the push-up to Mayhem. They just were not ready. They were taking fights on multiple angles here. I mean, Scout was fragging out back here. All they needed to do was secure that high ground position they had, keep Mayhem at bay, and continue to cover Scout.
Yeah, and to be fair, though, my big concern with what INS did there is they knew where Scout was because Scout got the drop on one member, got it down.
And got the
they actually got the revive already. So at that point, you should just turn your attention, get Scout out of your back and finish it off, but that's not exactly what happened. Scout and eventually just finished them all off.
What a game, especially for Scout. I mean, we were talking about the squad before this game. We were talking, when is the switch, if there was a switch? After watching them after that game, Paratosh, he was getting ringed out. We might see a switch.
It looked like Ronak was going to pick up his Z1X and throw that on the ground, but it wouldn't have broken because it's official smartphone of the PMCO South Asia Regional Finals. But yeah, that's like the thing is, I can understand the frustrations at the end of the game. Maybe there was a decision or call made that would have cost them the chicken dinner, but you still got 22 points. You still got some points on the board that you desperately needed, and more importantly, I think you got Scout really getting in the zone, finally hitting to his level that we know he can play at.
I think that's what we've been all waiting for, just Scout to come online. Some of the members here of the team of Fnatic to come online. It's been taking too long. Now that finally Scout has found some form, this is what they need to invigorate themselves with their team to get that momentum, to get that confidence going.
I mean, you can also understand the frustration, though. I mean, it's a difference of 6 points when it comes to those placements. So, you know, I feel like jumping the gun there, this previous game, they were set up, they were looking good. Finally able to have 4 squad members alive in the final zones. We don't normally see this from Fnatic, and when we do, I feel like they got a little jumpy at the end, and that's kind of what we saw happen.
I do want to point out, I think INS got robbed by Scout, which was an amazing play, though.
Yeah.
Not going to say anything about that anymore, but INS did a great job as well. They had the right idea going for Mayhem, but it was all Scout's doing, took them out.
We also had Brawlers placed relatively high in the top 8 there too. Nice to see them still showing up, and they have a lot more work to do, but you can see our 9th through 16th. Nepali HO NI, unfortunately, at the bottom. And SynerGE, an RIP official, it seems to be two teams who just either really show up and win games, or they unfortunately fall by the wayside and get knocked out early.
Yeah, Nepali HO NI, they got played like a fiddle that game. they were actually gatekeeping 0 Degree. 0 Degree,
Yep.
They had to walk up this hill. Every time they would crest over the hill, one of the members from Nepali HO NI would take some shots, force them back down there. Next thing you know, 0 Degree, they sent 3 members to the right for that distraction. They started opening up the gunfight, and then behind them, we had a flank from 0 Degree, just catching them off guard, taking them down in their tracks, and we saw 16th place right there.
Yeah,
that's gotta hurt.
I'm curious to see where actually Mayhem's going to be on the standings now, but before we get to that, let's actually take a look one more time at the circles that really went down throughout that match as well, because we obviously saw it really swing in a couple different directions.
Yeah.
I did say, by the way, before we get into that, before we even went into the match, I did say Fnatic, this was the match they really stood out on. This is the map they stood out on in the prelims to get themselves comfortably through to the top 16. They do it yet again. The downside is Miramar is not going to be the most played map over the course of these 3 days.
It's not. It's Erangel, and I don't think we'll get as many, by far, Miramar matches, though. But here we are finally. Now we see the circle. And it was a very good circle for Fnatic, time and time again. They have found, and they actually could have taken those loot crates as well. They didn't, though.
They might have gotten one of them, though. Maybe. We'll have to check back over here. But they were holding up that high ground like we see right there. It was the church. They had so many vantage points over the terrain, and then they easily played the edge, walk right in there. Ooh, I mean, they were just doing such a good job. And they were making sure that teams don't backstab them as well. So they were not only planning 2 steps ahead, they're making sure no one's behind them with the, the flanks.
I wanted to point out at this moment, I just saw some great low ground play from INS. They were playing that low ground very well, despite the fact that they were at a disadvantage. I really, at that point, thought it was going to be their game.
Yeah.
Problem is, you can never account for out-of-this-world performances. Scout really just pulling through. I think he got like 4 downs, maybe more, because they got a revive in as well.
I mean, that has to be Scout's best game
Definitely.
so far, or at least when it comes to damage, because they were popping off, maybe not getting all the kills, but definitely getting the knocks over there. It came down to a 1v1. I mean, it was Scout versus the world. Scout did a great job there at the end, but then that wraparound we saw caught him off guard.
I do want to point out that also Scout, his 1v1s, his isolation fights were absolutely amazing. The way that he used that car, he pushed into the car because he knew that was the only cover he could have gotten, the buggy. Took a 1v1 fight, won that 1v1, was able to change that isolation and create another 1v fight. Problem is, he was too low on HP because I think he got to that car a little bit too late, but that was a masterclass of isolation performance.
I think that's where the arguments came from with Ronak and Paratosh there, was the fact that I think Paratosh called for the res, saying he was clear, he was maybe safe, and so Scout goes up to res him, but then the 2 players come in around to his left-hand side and catch him off guard.
Yeah, and then at the end there with that vehicle, Mayhem, they kind of spread apart as well. So, I mean, if you're our Scout,
it's perfect position. That's what you want to see, right?
Unless you got the God flick of the wrist, I mean, it's just going to be such a challenging battle.
Okay, well, obviously we did talk a lot about Scout, but we should be talking about as well here. It's going to be Jonathan. We said his name quite a few times on the Entity side. There was a great clip of him up against RIP that we were shouting about in the green room. We're going to take a look at that and really kind of break it down for you guys.
Yeah, this was unreal. I like the patience and then the isolation of the 1v1s here, knowing exactly what fight to take, timing the reloads great, and that 180 turnaround, just beautiful work.
Yeah, that's that God flick of the wrist that hopefully Scout was planning on having. But yeah, Jonathan breaching right here, the buildings, was tagged, but Neo able to provide that support just in time. I believe before Jonathan got taken out, so Jonathan was about 10 HP. Here comes the revive, but we see in the distance, I believe Soul crashed out after.
He does get picked back up, and he goes on to fight against Soul, but unfortunately loses to Regaltos at the very end of that fight, with Regaltos saving them.
Yeah, you know what? We also said this backstage. Regaltos has been an absolute force for Soul. Time and time again, it's been Regaltos who has been coming up and really, really performing for his team.
I see you in your dream walking on the field right now. So we might see a swap up. We'll have to see. But one thing to note when it comes to Soul, they lost Clutch God to the blue that game. I don't know exactly what happened. They could have came in after that fight with 3 alive, but they only had 2.
Yeah, that's the thing here. I think Soul, their biggest weakness, in my opinion, has always been late game. They have been struggling with it, despite the fact that they're winning engagements. They have good team fights. It is the late game decision making that has been falling short.
You know what? It's time to look at?
Leaderboard!
There you go. Let's get him on the screen so you can see where the teams do lay currently. Entity still going to be in first. You can see 142 points. Still trying to keep that lead up against 0 Degree. And actually 0 Degree taking second place over SynerGE, if I'm not mistaken.
That is a lot of points. In total, it's actually 16 points. Sorry, I'm terrible at math.
16?
That is
I don't know
not
about
16.
that number. You might want to rework
34.
that. There you go.
34. That is the difference between first and second place. Absolutely insane. 0 Degree really showing up, and SynerGE now finally making an appearance at the top 3. They barely clawed themselves into this tournament. Now they're here.
Let's just look at this, by the way. Fnatic at 88 points, and then you have Elementrix at 93. That's going to be a 5-point difference between qualifying and not qualifying, at least into the prelims.
It's
like,
too close.
Yes.
It's very close between these teams.
And one thing to note, though, when it comes to Entity, I mean, they got a 34-point gap right now. They had a 31-point gap. So when it comes to that spread between first and second, it's remaining consistent all day long.
I just wanted to also say, if you look at third place, fourth place, also sixth and basically seventh place, these are teams that are felt like shoe-ins actually to the playoffs here, and now they're sort of sitting at the very top. SynerGE, they didn't have a good play-in either. Hardly any of these teams had a great play-in, but they are somehow managing to find themselves at the very top here.
Yeah, and then we see Fnatic in 8th. So what are you curious about?
How the gap is between 8th and 9th. So it's about 2 points between them. You can see IND going to be holding that spot at the moment. But Mayhem, this is the ups and downs for them, right? They were in last place. They get a chicken dinner. They get quite a few kills under their belt, but they only go up 3 spots.
Yeah, I mean, this goes to show you how low they were on the leaderboard. I mean, usually we saw with Elementrix, they got a chicken dinner. They shot up about 4 to 5 different placements. Meanwhile, Mayhem get a chicken dinner. Yes, they shoot up some, but they're still in that relegation spot. Like, they're not going to make it.
You know, ETG.Brawlers and IND, they are two of the teams that we were really looking at. Now they're starting to come back a little bit because the gap between like 8th and 9 and 10, it's very, very small, as we pointed out earlier. And I think if they could have a really good rest of the day here for the side of Brawlers, and especially tomorrow, there's still a chance for them to qualify in the top 5 because of how few points there are.
IND.
Yeah, IND and Brawlers.
Okay.
Yeah. So I asked earlier in the audience if there was any Mortal fans. Now I have to ask, is there any Scout fans out there sitting with us? Woo! Yeah. Well, you know what that means. We got Xerxes with Scout for a little post-match interview.
Wow, Scout. Fnatic as a team really shined this time. You guys together made it to the final circle. This could very well be a turning point, don't you think so?
Yeah, we did pretty good, but we are disappointed with our performance yet because we didn't get the dinner out there. That's the main goal out there.
What do you think could have changed? Why did you think you missed out on that dinner by a little bit?
There's a bit of miscommunication out there. We were handling 2 squads at the same time, so we got delayed while handling a second squad. That cost us the dinner out there.
But let's not forget to look at the bright side, which is you are the MVP. You got some shots which weren't even evidently there. Doesn't that feel good for the overall morale of the team and yours?
Yeah, it felt good, but at the end, we didn't win. So the MVP is not that a big thing because MVP is like every game there's a different MVP. But all that matters is the points where you climb up.
Okay, but we've still got 3 more matches to go. You have a goal. You have an aim for the end of the day. What is that going to be for Fnatic as a team?
By seeing the leaderboards out there, Entity is way more ahead out there. So we're not going to aim to beat Entity, but we are having an aim of reaching at least around 10 or 15 points near to Entity. So at the end of the day, we need that second spot. So we have a goal of that.
Okay, let's aim for the second spot. This is me, Xerxes. We are right here in New Delhi, India, at the PUBG Mobile Club Open Fall Split 2019 South Asia Regional Finals. Title sponsor, Vivo. And we're going to take a short break. We'll be back with the rest of the matches.
the wasteland. In Season 10, PUBG Mobile is bringing in even more items, modes, and content to help players survive in the harsh post-apocalyptic world. For those who need to expand their armory, look no further than the new MP5K, a SMG that replaces the Vector in Vinkendi after the update. It can be equipped with all attachments, including stocks, foregrips, mags, and scopes, and supports single shot, burst, and full auto firing modes. This weapon is very versatile and is suitable for short and mid-range combat. It is a must-have for assaults and street firefights. Another update is the addition of SEMA, which replaces the armored UAC in Vinkendi. It is probably the most robust vehicle in Vinkendi, suitable for rocky and snowy slopes, and extremely durable. In addition, everyone's favorite TDM mode has been updated with a new Ruins map, which is a lot bigger and calls for a larger variety of tactics. Players will need to work closely together and have a reasonable selection of weapons to win. Royale Pass Season 10 will also be updated with apocalypse-themed outfits to make players look more intimidating. As usual, player tiers are adjusted at the beginning of the season, so team up with your friends and explore the new content as soon as possible, and aim for the top of the charts.
What prevents you from becoming the real deal? Fast downloading. They always get into the field quicker than you. Falling behind? No, not gonna happen. Stay calm and be cool. Nothing will stand in your way. A true hero must step up to defeat the enemies when there's no one to count on. Vivo Multi-Turbo, a real strong core makes you a real professional player.
I feel like a piece of chicken meat on a grill under the blazing sun. Everyone hates desert because they get lost here. But there are some interesting people here, like that hip-hop kid. You know, the one on top of the car? He always has the strangest stickers. Supposedly, they're trophies he got from other players. You know how it is, kids and their toys. Oh, and that guy standing by the wall has a really good aim and is supposedly an assassin. Why is he dressed like that in this frackin' desert, though? As for that lady over there, she values her gun more than her own life. That's about the only thing you can trust around here. Me? Who am I? Ha! Everyone knows the Lava Barret. Shh! I think we have guests.
Hey everyone, welcome back to PMCO Falls पे टीम इंटरव्यूज और इस इंटरव्यू में 4 चांद लगाने हमारे साथ नेशन फेवरेट टीम फनाटिक. थैंक यू सो मच गाइस.
Thank you so much.
और खुश लग रहे हो. Finally I can see some breathe. So start करते हैं इंट्रोडक्शन के साथ.
Yep, I'm Ujjwal. My in-game name is In Your Dream, and I'm playing for Team Fnatic, and I'm from Mumbai.
My name is Tanmay Singh, aka Scout. I play from Team Fnatic, and I'm from Gujarat.
My name is Harpreet Singh Zanjwa. I play from Team Fnatic, and I'm from Mumbai.
My name is Mohammad OS Lakhani. My in-game name is Fnatic OS, and I'm from Mumbai.
तुम करते क्या हो टीम?
I'm a support assaulter, so like second entry flagger.
I'm an IGL and supporter for the team.
I am a sniper of the team.
Assaulter.
So let's start this beautiful conversation. तो अभी सबको पता है कि इस टीम में हर एक प्लेयर अभी जैसे फिफ्थ पारितोष है, ये स्टार लाइनअप है और स्टार लाइनअप कभी भी काम नहीं करते, आपको भी पता है. तो लगता है कि फनाटिक इसको वर्कआउट करके दिखाएगी.
ये तो नहीं बोल सकते कि स्टार लाइनअप है. हम लोग का रोल सबका इक्विवेलेंट है टीम में. सब लोग एक बराबर है. अब बोलते हैं ना कि 5 उंगली एक समान नहीं होती है, तो वैसे हम सब एक साथ हैं, एक साथ हम लोग स्ट्रांग है. इफ वी आर अपार्ट वी आर वीक.
तो ये मतलब मैं बोल सकता हूँ, आप लोग तो अभी चालू करा आपने, Fnatic का प्रेशर है, Fnatic जैसा ब्रांड जुड़ा आपके साथ.
ऑब्वियसली बात है, इतना बड़ा नेम हमारे पीछे है, तो बोलते हैं कि बड़े नाम के साथ बड़े चीजें पीछे जुड़ते हैं. तो ऑब्वियसली वी नो दैट Fnatic इज वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस आउट देयर. दे हैव अ ह्यूज नेम. और अगर हम लोग अभी खेल रहे हैं उनके नाम के बेस पे, तो ऑब्वियसली बात है हम लोग के पीछे एक बहुत बड़ा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है जो Fnatic है. Fnatic itself is a big responsibility for us.
और मिस्टर रौनक, आपके क्या वर्ड्स?
प्रेशर तो है, मेन प्रेशर तो हमारे बाजू वाले प्लेयर का है. वैसे कुछ नहीं, हैंडल हो जाता सिचुएशन, पर ठीक है, थोड़ा संभालना पड़ता है इसको.
अभी सब में सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग नाम है ये इन योर ड्रीम्स. क्या, कहाँ से आया नाम?
मैं जब गेमिंग करता था तो सब ऐसा चिढ़ाते थे, तो किसी को कुछ बोला तो बोलता तू सपने में मारेगा साले, ऐसा वैसा. तो फिर देन आई केम अप टू अ नेम जस्ट ड्रीम. फिर मैंने बाद में सोचा कि क्या करूँ. देन आई थॉट ऑफ इन योर ड्रीम, कि मतलब कोई भी मुझे मारे तो वो उसके सपने में मारे. सो देन आई केम अप. स्टिल नाउ इन PUBG if someone knocks me out, it's like you just knocked out in your dream and you were just killed by in your dream. So it suits
परफेक्टली है, एक नंबर. सोच के मुझे पता नहीं था इतनी डीप स्टडी करी है.
अरे वो हो गया फ्लो में बस.
सो अब मुझे जर्नी के बारे में जानना है, बिकॉज़ इससे पहले आप सब 2 प्लेयर एक लाइनअप से आते हैं, एक प्लेयर अलग, एक प्लेयर अलग. और पारितोष ने बिल्कुल फ्रॉम इन्फ्लुएंसर टू अचानक से ई-स्पोर्ट पे जंप किया. तो कैसे चल रहा है सब कुछ?
अभी टीम में ऐसा है कि ऑब्वियसली न्यू टीम फॉर्म हुई थी. स्टार्टिंग में हम लोग को अप्स एंड डाउन्स थे, बट देन धीरे धीरे सिनर्जी क्रिएट हो रही है, तो हम वर्कआउट कर रहे हैं उसके ऊपर. हम देखते हैं, और 2-3 दिन बचे हैं, थोड़ा और प्रैक्टिस कर लेंगे ना सर.
So Scout, this one is for you, bro. कि no, everyone knows तेरा play style बहुत aggressive है. Screw play style. ये hair style का क्या सीन है भाई? मतलब कल तक तो काले थे, ये क्या किया तूने?
अभी बस सीन ऐसा है ना कि लाइक माय पास्ट हैज बीन इन एथलीट. तो उस टाइम पे क्या एक शौक रहता है ना कि भाई हाँ, हम जिसको इंस्पिरेशन मानते हैं उनके हेयर स्टाइल अलग हो रही है, तो हम भी करेंगे. तो एक था कि कभी फुटबॉल में बड़े लेवल पे खेलेंगे तो बाल कलर करवाएंगे. तो फुटबॉल में तो हो नहीं पाया, तब गेमिंग में एक चांस मिला है बड़े स्टेज पे खेलने का, तब सोचा कि चलो कर लेते, एक बार ट्राई कर लेते.
मिस्टर लखानी, दिस वन इज फॉर यू.
हाँ बोलो.
अब आपके साथ बाकी 23 टीमें और हैं इस टूर्नामेंट. अकॉर्डिंग टू यू कौन सी वो टॉप 3 टीमें हैं, टेक 3 नेम्स, टीम जो Fnatic को टक्कर दे सकती है?
पहली तो ऑरेंज ई-स्पोर्ट है, ठीक है, और फिर अपना MX है. फिर ये जो नेपाल की 2-3 टीम है वो भी अच्छा खेल रही है, जैसे ब्लाइंड है वो. फिर अपना सॉल्टी है, सॉल्टी बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म की थी लास्ट डे पे, 4th पे ऑल ओवर ग्रुप स्टेज में, वो भी है. तो ये 3-4 टीम है जिनसे.
ऑरेंज ड्रॉप में कोई प्लेयर का नाम लेना चाहेंगे जो आपके थ्रेट है?
हाँ है ना, मावी.
ऐसा क्या करते हैं?
बहुत दिमाग है उसमें.
ऑल ओवर इंडिया से सब टीम्स अगर सिलेक्ट होके यहाँ पे आई है, लैंड खेल रही, तो ऑब्वियसली वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम्स है उधर.
अब आप दोनों टीम से आए हैं, ठीक है, आप पहले भी टारगेट होते रहे होंगे टूर्नामेंट्स में कि भाई टीम हमेशा आप पे फोकस करती होगी. अब ऐसे प्लेयर्स के साथ खेलने में थोड़ा प्रेशर आपको फील होता है?
प्रेशर तो होता है, बट लाइक व्हेन आई मतलब जब मैं मिस्टेक करता हूँ तो ये लोग समझा देते हैं कुछ. देन आई ट्राई टू इम्प्रोवाइज.
अपने फैंस के लिए एक प्यारा सा मैसेज.
क्या ही बोलूं है, सपोर्ट करते रहो, मचाते रहेंगे बस.
Well, you heard Scout. He said, keep supporting us and we'll deliver. And they started to do so today here on the last map of Miramar. Now, can they continue to do so over the course of the rest of the day? They already said, we have to do well today or we're going to be out of the entire thing. But let's see. As we move on to our next map, it's going to be Erangel. I'm still joined by 2 lovely gentlemen. Both of them extremely lovely today. One of them having a fantastic mustache. I have to say, Illustrato, you are growing in perfectly here. Mustache Dave, need a little bit of work.
Yeah, I think I need to learn from Mustache Dave. He has to teach me exactly how to grow that kind of mustache.
I mean, you saw in the interview, the shirts were blurred out. It said Mustache Dave _ on it. That's why it was blurred out. But just in case you weren't there, now you know.
I thought it said actually blank _Cass.
Who's that?
So, that's one of our commentators, actually. But anyways, obviously looking at Fnatic and looking at how this is going to go. Erangel, we had Elementrix win the first time on this map we saw today. We still have 2 more to go, but let's take a deeper dive into one team in particular, the boys in orange. It's going to be Fnatic, and we're going to take a look more importantly at how the first 3 matches went yesterday and compare them how the first 3 matches of today have gone for them and see what kind of improvement has come through. And you can already tell there, massive improvement for this team.
They nearly doubled everything, actually.
except for headshots, which they quadrupled. Healing's still about the same, but they nearly doubled all the things that really count here. 16 kills instead of 9, 4,200 damage over 2,000. Seems like a whole different team, actually.
Yeah, and it's important that every day we have the same map rotation, right? So definitely a huge improvement from the squad here today. The interview, Scout was a little hard on themselves. I feel like a little disappointed. Said it was miscommunication that kind of made them crumble there at the end. Hopefully on the break they sorted that one out. But all in all, I mean, they are definitely on an upward trend.
I do have to say, I think the pressure is getting to them a tiny, tiny bit. Despite the fact that they did well in terms of that game, they still weren't really happy with it. I mean, to be honest, sure, it was Scout going off the wall, but at the same time, they should be happy and use that momentum to progress them a lot further. But it seems like they're actually taking that in stride.
I think there is one stat missing, though, on that graphic. And the stat should be the amount of times they had 4 players alive after the first circle, because it should be a 0 to a 3 so far. Finally, they've been able to come together, not lose players early on. And you can tell just from the distance travel, the damage they've done, the kills, that it's been successful.
Yeah, so last Aaron Gold match that they did play here today, they dropped military base. They're probably going to drop there once again. They're actually able to successfully scout out the West Bridge. No one was there. They rotated through the roads near Primorsk, wrapped their way all the way through that beach end, and that's how they were managing to have 4 alive, because they were scouting. They would scout the locations, not scout the player, but they're scouting and then moving. Scouting, then moving, like leapfrogging instead of just sending it.
It was much better, though, but I have to admit that the last time I saw them drop in military base, I think the only reason why they actually got through the West Bridge is because IND decided to leave early, and they usually like to camp West Bridge. So we'll see if they decide to do that today. I honestly think Fnatic should try a different drop location. I do think so, because if they get unlucky with IND camping them, because they have gotten...
What if they get lucky and the circle goes to military base?
That's completely something else, though.
Well, you heard him say before, he wants to be within 10 to 15 points of Entity at the end of the day. And to be honest, that's a lot of work they still have to put in today to be able to close that gap, to close that distance, and put themselves through into the prelims or potentially the global finals. We'll head over to our commentators, John, Allen, and Blank, as they take you through the match.
Ready and waiting to go. Game number 4 today. Of course, game number 10. We're into the double digits now. We are over halfway through, and it marks the turning point for some of these teams. My name's John Allen. With me is Blank, and we're going to be excited to jump into Erenco.
I'm here to break down all the action, and John is going to call the action too. He's going to make sure it's exciting as possible. But already we have our flight path going down from Georgia Pole all the way down to Novo, so a very southern flight path, which kind of isolates over on Yasnaya, Lipovka, Milta. Obviously, we know Nepali HO NI. They love to drop around Milta. They might have to find something different, or at least find some vehicles early on. But potentially, they'll get split off by a couple of teams who drop early.
See where they do end up going. The dice are rolled, and the die is cast. Send it on over. Should be a nice, easy drop. We were talking about what was happening with Fnatic over on the desk. Obviously, they're just going to be able to get a very easy drop into military, but they might get some company with a plane path like this.
This is true, John. Very, very true. You might have teams put that very clear. Usually it's IND who is controlling the western bridge, and you have Godlike as well as ETG.Brawlers who hover around farm and Milta proper, stopping that rotation coming out from the right-hand side. So now, like you say, there's a lot more people to cover the ground around this area. Potentially make things very, very difficult for Fnatic coming out. We know Fnatic don't do so well when they have 4 players come into the last circle. However, John, that last game, we saw things get a little bit heated for Fnatic in the boost. I think one thing they have to remember is that there's a lot of pressure on this team, not only because they have been picked up by a large Western org, but also because there are a lot of veteran players on this team who are not only they are trying to perform in this really prestigious tournament, but they're expected to perform. We get our first circle on the screen, off to the east. Now, as we said, the circle provided a lot of options off to the west, and now teams, they're going to have to flood on over towards Lipovka and Milta Power. Looks like Nepali HO NI have dropped really, really late here to go over to Milta. But you can imagine the Godlike won't be far away in the wings.
Speaking of people who are a little bit far away, Oasis just dropping bit out to the east on the military island, grabbing a vehicle so they can rotate a little bit faster. Very standard affair for most teams, but check out North George. Got a little bit of a change up there.
Spicy up there. A little bit spicy indeed. Now, Seoul, a really interesting team when it comes to our angle. I don't think we've seen them drop in the same place once.
They're still in the air.
They're still in the air, so they're coming down. They'll probably make it as far as possible over to the eastern side of the map. Try and loot around mansion and prison area whilst there's no one here, and then wait with welcome arms for the rest of the team to move on across, marching into the circle itself. IND, INS, SynerGE, all close together. We know these teams can perform. We saw INS just in the top 3 from last game before being taken down by Scout in an amazing display of gun skill.
The circle not super kind for the plane path as we do move on forwards. Obviously, cutting down that southwest side, it's kind of rotated to the other side of the map, but it shouldn't really pose too much threat. What you're going to have is the problem of rotating around north of Pachinki, around that sort of area. It's going to be very tricky to move through there. Currently 3 teams in that sort of vicinity, in that funnel.
I think the most classic rotation we are going to see here, John, is probably you hit beneath Pachinki, go beneath Potato Hill, try and cut off as many sightlines as possible from these northern teams that you just mentioned there, and then move through Farm into Milter. The issue is that just north of Milter is what a lot of teams they'll try and camp up there, but that means you're on a hillside. It's also really rocky terrain up there by the Lumber Hill. And coming down from there in a vehicle, you're almost certainly going to alert any team around you of your position just with the sound itself, and you're slow getting down that hill, so you're more than likely going to get taken out in the vehicle early. Like you said, though, John, Seoul is a team that has moved over. They were still in the plane path. We're seeing where their rotation is going to take them, where their home will be, and it looks like just off to the east of apartments and school. Should be interesting to see what they want to do. Actually, looks like they're going up to Yesnaya.
It's fair enough. Of course, they know that no one's really going to be dropping there at the moment. Getting out as far as they can, they will have spotted all the parachutes hit the floor. They know no one's sending it that way. What I'm interested in as well is which bridge are Fnatic going to choose? Are they going to go for the deadly western bridge, or are they going to go for a new attempt at that eastern side? I don't think we've seen them try and exit from Military Island on the eastern bridge yet.
No, I mean, they've moved over there. TrustDProcess has given them a little bit of difficulty, and then they've moved back. We've seen them, obviously, time and time again, where Paratosh and Oasis have moved up the hill, only for TrustDProcess to kind of force them back there. So it's very difficult. Now, like we were talking about before, IND Kratos, one of the leader for this team on IND, knows the rotations that Fnatic want to take. They hold that western bridge. And also now, you've got INS hovering over there. This is what I was talking about. You've got 2 teams holding that. And then, obviously, ETG.Brawlers, who split Loop Farm, as well as Godlike, who are in Milter.
A couple of different conflicts going on through. Of course, on your screen, you've got a little bit of a scout coming out from Mayhem. Might meet the scout from 0 Degree. I think they might have figured out just a little bit of what's going on and trying to back off. Vehicle collected for Surya. Razzes it back on over. Relatively slow start. No teams really getting into any scraps just yet. Seoul have made their way all the way into Yasnaya now, as teams do figure out their rotational paths. TrustDProcess moving a little bit further east over on the military island as well.
Pretty smart from that team. But we are back over to 0 Degree. Got a couple of their stats on board. No chicken dinners as of yet, but this has been a surprisingly effective team. And a lot of it comes down to kills, because look at that damage number. 11,810, 59 whopping kills on the board. Very well played to them.
Only
really,
2 behind Entity.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. And this team, I like their position here from Rozhok. They're going to take Rozhok Hill, try and control this area. It's going to give them a lot of power going forward. But speaking of power, speaking of control, looking back at Seoul right now, Yasnaya is a great position for them. They know that most teams are going to try and rotate over the top side of the map here, come down over the bridge into Yasnaya. No one's going to really want to rotate on the southern side. They know everyone's going to be hovering down there with the plane path. So this is a good position going forward. The question is, can they receive all these teams? Can they receive all the firepower coming their way? And with Regaltos showing up, with KlutchGod playing a little bit better, you expect that maybe they can here.
Maybe they'll be able to get that chicken dinner number up to 1 to start it off. Of course, 42 kills, 8,050 damage. Decent showings coming out from this squad. As we were saying before, right, the story really has been that it's Seoul and to an extent Fnatic as well that have been really ramping up their pressure, their movement forwards and becoming more dangerous as squads. And that's exactly what you need to see in an extended section of the tournament. 18 games is a lot to play against the same 16 squads.
It is, yeah. You definitely going to know all the rotations. And I think Seoul have a little bit of an advantage there for that. If we look down onto the southern side of the map, obviously Seoul on the screen. We can see TrustDProcess, as well as Ronak over here. But Paratosh, all the way on the western side of Sosnovka military base, he still needs to make his way on over.
Don't think he's alone either. He's got a teammate with him, at least one. I think Ronak might be just alone. Yeah, everyone else is loaded up in the vehicles over towards the side. But Ronak is there, just scouting out.
It's really smart, actually, from Ronak. We've seen this before from Fnatic, where they'll make that rotation up the hill. This time, they're holding back. They're watching TrustDProcess. And scarily, IND, they're getting in position to maybe rotate underneath Sosnovka and insert themselves into Farmer Milta. I'm not sure Fnatic are going to be ready for this. Usually, they're only fighting against TrustDProcess. It's a smart move from IND here. They understand that, look, Fnatic's not coming across here, so you know what? We're going to go across the free bridge, and we're going to go to them.
In we go. This time around, Fnatic make the breach. They know exactly where they are, so they could send on full. Goes for the rattle off, trade off the damage. Not quite getting the knock just yet, and a waste goes down. There's the first knock, but they have got control of the area. I don't think they managed to take anyone back either, and Scout's taking damage. TrustDProcess with a really nice start to the whole Doku getting the heal off as well. Ronak still on the hillside. They are just going for the res. They're just biding their time. Ronak providing them all that information. The rest of TrustDProcess moving around on the south side. You can see just on the minimap there, they're mounted up on the ridge line. They're moving across. It's going to put a countdown on Fnatic.
Sexlayo going to come in for the backstab very shortly. Doku hiding out on the roof, getting a bit of fresh air versus the cloistering squad of Fnatic below. It's a little bit scary, but they need to get rid of Doku soon, because this is just taking away valuable time that Fnatic, they really don't have. They need to make this cross soon.
Absolutely. There's no one actually around that eastern side, and it's going to become a little bit more difficult. The circle has just shifted down south. Fnatic need to win out this fight. They need to try and push in, but in comes TrustDProcess, and Paratosh hits the deck. Only down at the moment, and they trade it back. Oasis there. He gets one, he gets two, and he holds them off. They're off, and they are not going to be able to hold it out just yet. But Doku from up on high comes down, looks to protect the rest of his team, but in comes Fnatic. They're up the stairs, and Doku goes down. Oasis on fire. 3 knocks so far, 1 more to find, and there's only 1 player up for TrustDProcess.
Sarge over the other side in the gas station, wants to refuel for his team, but yeah, looking pretty empty so far, John. Excellent job from Oasis, redeeming himself from last game where he maybe made a little bit of an overzealous push over to Mayhem, but looks like they're trying to bring it back in a big way.
Fantastic stuff. The next circle coming in is going to push people southwards. It's going to push them towards the other side of the bridge. This fight needs to conclude, and it needs to conclude now.
Exactly. With this southern shift of the circle, you can expect all these teams to come down towards the eastern bridge, which it has to be the push for Fnatic right now. They know they need to get rid of Sarge. They lose any more players. Moving into this circle with just 2 members is going to be hellish going forward.
Very, very difficult stuff. IND still relatively near that western bridge. Have to make that rotation through. They should be okay to do so. Seoul on the northern side as well, and Yasnaya still yet to push on in, but central areas really being contested into this next circle, Blank.
Now let's look at RIP official. This team is so good at predicting and moving into circles. They'll take a really strong compound very, very early, hold that down excellently, and no team is usually able to touch them until maybe the top 3, the top 4.
TrustDProcess really don't want to take this fight, but it seems like they might have spotted him out. We'll see if Sarge is able to stay alive. They do go for the nades. Yeah, they spotted him. They know where he is. He hits the deck, and I don't think Fnatic are going to give this one over. They are wasting a little bit of time. The eastern bridge still clear on the top. Then they go, in they go for the push. They spotted him out, and down he goes. Ronak claims it, and Fnatic get the white 4 points on board, but at the cost of Paratosh and plenty of time.
Perfect pincer from this team. It's exactly what you want to see from them. You see these moments where some team will get a crazy 1v3 off, but Fnatic, they don't let it happen. They take their time, they set it up perfectly, and they still have plenty of time to play with to move into the circle here.
A lot of central compounds now being contested. Mayhem with Rift RIP official on the hillsides near them, rattling them down. They've taken 1 knock already. They're trying to send it on back, but RIP looking to crash. 2 of them up and in the grill. Tempest on the backline. They've got the flank out as well. A nice setup for this crash. Vampire getting all of this information, feeding it back to his team.
Pretty well played here. Just going to hold steady. The AKM can do some serious work as well. He leaps in.
Okay.
A poor decision, maybe.
Maybe not, though, as the rest of the team is going to try and pour on through. He is going to get knocked, and no trades going in for RIP. Mayhem trying to hold it up, and 3 of them go down. They're going to get eliminated now. It's unfortunate, and they're down. 15th place for Mayhem. RIP stands strong.
What a wonderful play from Naruto there. Excellent headshots. This is what I'm talking about, the AKM. That thing will shred you to pieces almost immediately.
Wow. Fnatic need to cross. They've spent so much time there. I don't know what has held them up, but they need to get across now.
Just biding their time a little bit, but maybe bided for too long, John, like you say. That's very unfortunate for RIP official, though. A great crash. This is what we see from them. Not only can they hold a compound, they can infiltrate one too. But they've infiltrated one a little bit too late, and the circle has rushed away from them too quickly. Sure, they get a little bit of loot from this, though. This will feel good going forward. But 0 Degree, they're already on the move. They're looking for a position within the circle and potentially gatekeep both IND and RIP when they move away into the circle itself.
Although IND are right behind them. They're right behind 0 Degree on this rotation on the southern side. Fnatic finally making the cross into the bridge, and just in time. They are actually employing the strategy that we've seen before, the strategy that I talked about before. You can see Scout currently just staying out of his vehicle on the bridge, having a little bit of a base fire line to check out those angles, and they've sent them forwards. Now they know there's no one there. They can push in.
This is what we were talking about earlier, John, is the IND, 0 Degree. These are all teams that are going to be blasting their way into the circle. Fnatic, by the skin of their teeth, just about make it in onto the bridge side, and they needed that to happen very quickly. Going to play around the coast for a little bit. Here we get the map on the screen. You can see Elementrix moving down from the north. SynerGE also there, a terrifying team to come up against.
Very, very difficult to deal with. Difficult to handle. Currently sat in 5th place as well. They've been having a great start to these finals. Currently in a qualification spot where they need to try and hold on to it.
This is what I was talking about with 0 Degree. They're just not quite able to land the shots onto RIP official. And this time it's RIP who make their way in. Now it's ETG.Brawlers sending shots their way.
We know how strong the Brawlers can be over on Erangel. They seem to be trying to channel that. If they get a good position, they can set up in brutal fashion. Seems like they are starting to ramp up that pressure now. It's RIP take control of a Harry Potter Tower just south of Shelter.
This is a really good Harry Potter Tower to take control of. You've got great vision up the hill as well as down. It's the kind of a spot you need, especially on this eastern side, to really control it from the north. I'm really happy with that. RIP have just got great knowledge of the map right now, know exactly where they need to be at the right time. Seoul, though, they're still going strong. They are moving into the circle. This is where they start to struggle towards phase 3 and phase 4. We'll see if they can make it in, but they are going about Megastars right now.
Yeah, Seoul taking the trades back and forth. Who's going to be able to come out on top, as well as the central positions being vied for. You can see on your screens the ETG.Brawlers and Orb official both trying to just contest out on this western side. Everyone, though, seems to have settled down just a little bit. No one really too close except for Entity and IND down on that southwestern side. They're probably the most likely to crash in the next circle as it does pop in. Comes a little bit further south.
This
just
time,
to the north of Milta.
Lands right on top of RIP. They're happy with this one. INS, though, they're also in the circle, and they're guarding this speed bump in the form of the road that cuts right down the middle of the circle. A very strong position, to be sure, going forward. Behind them, they do have the hill, though, so they have to be worried about that, but they've got a nice little compound at the bottom. ETG.Brawlers, though, they're the ones to make the cross, and it's ORB who are looking for them a little bit. It's Mad Dog. He's just chasing those cars.
Oh, yeah. What would he do with them if he caught it? I've no idea. I don't think he has any idea either. He needs to catch one first to figure it out. Sangwon just slowly cruising on out, cruising away. I think one of the tyres is out there on the back left. And oh, okay, Nepal HO NI with a little bit of an entry, and he finally spins out. Okay, Mad Dog, now you got to hit a shot. Okay, finally. But it's not him. It's actually INS. They're starting to come on through, and they have to do the job for him. Looks like he might be able to claim the kill, though, nonetheless. Do all the work, or do none of the work, and get all of the points for himself. Picks up the kill.
Joker was just feeling a little bit sorry for Mad Dog on the other side. He was like, I guess I'll do it for you.
He's putting the dog out of his misery.
Yeah, basically.
In comes Soul. They go for a crash over to SynerGE and RIP official over on the top side as well. 2 teams to contend with. One gets flushed out, and Soul hold the ground floor now. They know someone's up top. They're going to have to deal with it. Legend trying to hunker down now. Nade over in. And Clutch God finds everything he's looking for. Beautiful stuff. But RIP, they want to avenge their fallen comrade. Not too sure they're going to be able to do so, as he is going to get rattled down. Clutch God rightly claims the kill.
Today, Soul need a chicken dinner desperately, or at least a high-scoring game to keep themselves within contention when we come into tomorrow, and we will crown the grand champion of the South Asia Regional Finals.
Ooh,
SynerGE are down, but not out quite yet. Still 2 players alive, but the nades are coming through from Soul.
They have control. They don't want to push out just yet. They're into the next circle as well, so they have a lot of time to play with. They're just busting out RIP's potential rotation ability. They know exactly where Naruto is.
RIP looking up the hill. Again, this is the position I was talking about before. It gives you great sight lines. Unfortunately, Tempest has to stay low and down.
Oh, speaking of going down, Orb official taking the fight with the ETG.Brawlers. Trying to vie for it. Not having the best of luck. It's both of these teams just clashing head on, and Orb come out on top as the Brawlers go down.
Again, center of the circle not claimed as of yet by any team. You'd imagine RIP would usually go for this around about now. It's their play, but so many players down, they don't really have the manpower to claim any strong position within the circle. They just don't have the angles to do it. We're looking at ORB on the screen. It's only Mad Dog down, but they are directly next to INS.
They did take the fight earlier, of course, with the ETG.Brawlers getting a wipe on as well. 3 points for them. They're all four players strong. INS just going to be poking back and forth, not looking to move just yet. The next circle just about to come in. That will really decide how the pacing of this one wants to go. Fnatic, by the way, still surviving down on the south. Oh, okay. They're not going to have to move anymore anyway. A heavy northwestern shift.
This is probably this is a hard shift indeed, as you can see on your screen. Entity, though, they're going to be really happy with that one. Before, they potentially were forced to move down to the southern side of the circle. Now they can just slip in and hold the roadside. Gatak, moving forward, this guy has been a real boom for this team in terms of an IGL, making them very lethal. Obviously, Gatak in Hindi literally meaning lethal.
That's pretty intimidating. Don't want to run into him in a dark alley or on a rotation in any capacity. Fnatic making a counterclockwise rotation. Mortal going for the snipes. Naruto, though, slivers on past.
Just saw his head for a second there, but looks like Soul is looking to favor a stronger position with the circle. Rotations now. This is key. A big crash coming from Entity, though, John.
Straight into the compound that INS are currently holding. Orb have oversight as well, and it is chaos reigning supreme right now as INS, oh, they're going to hold it down, and Entity just fall flat on their face. They run on in, and there's so many teams looking their way.
Entity knew they had to make a play. They had to get towards the center where INS are currently holding. The crash comes through very, very fast, but just as speedily, INS will put them down.
Everyone now looking for this next zone. It was a pretty tricky rotation going so heavily northwest, but it looks like the majority of the early rotators are getting it. Soul are in. At the moment, the Megastars are starting to move through.
Fnatic here versus Soul, Clutch God. The rivalry is in. Players from both teams have flipped and flopped around.
Mortal gets the nade over onto Ronak. Gonna get the first knock. And Scout goes down as well to Godlike, to the third party. Oace, last left standing. Scout is down. Needs to prove himself now.
More than ever, John. Oace lobbing out the smokes, desperately trying to provide some cover for his teammate. Potentially, if they get Scout up, they can move a little bit far forward, but they're surrounded on all fronts. Viper now taking shots onto Major Alpha, but Major Alpha claps back in a big way.
Oh, he's going to get rattled down, but the knock is in nonetheless. Nepali HO NI now under pressure as Soul stay alive. And on the eastern side, it's very dangerous for everyone involved. Scout eliminated, so down to one. It's just Oace.
0 Degree controlling the western side of the circle. We're seeing it on the screen right now. Pon Singh is currently down. one of the major assaulters for this team, but Soul still going strong. ClutchGod gets the shot onto RIP, finishes him with 2.
And they're continuing to keep the pressure up. 4 kills for Soul. They're looking for it. Oh, a nice shot comes through, and Mortal is doing so much damage now. So much work on this M24. The barrel is deadly. He's got himself the scope to boot, and he's kitted out level 3s across the board. Oasis waiting in the wings, has spotted them out, but he doesn't want to go for the fight. The next circle is in, and it's going to head south. He might just let them slip past and use them as his bodyguards.
He's preparing for it. We do move away very quickly. Looking at Mortal once again. This is the man that Oasis got his sights upon. Godlike, though, taking many, many shots.
He sees the leg, hits the leg, does the damage, does them dirty. He spots the healer in the tower, but he's not going to be able to land the shots. Okay, so still 4 strong, though. Needs to be able to hit this one this time around. Will get it. It looks like it didn't manage to get the knock, unfortunately for them. They're going to go for this rotation. Away still waiting in the wings over on that western side, eastern side.
IND don't have very far to go, but Fnatic awaits. He's right in the precipice of the circle, starts to shimmy his way in.
He's learnt his lesson from last time. They don't want to go for the fight. And they are just going to allow Soul to get away. Somehow, he's been able to crawl on through. The Megastars going very, very low. It's a crunch time circle, Blank, and they are all coming together. As Viper does get knocked as well, Mortal has to go for the res. Low HP and will be spotted across the zone. Not too sure he's going to be able to hold it down.
We have Regaltos just there on a string, taking shots. Is the man that everyone has their eyes upon. Viper goes down. Look how low Mortal is, though.
They're all so low, so close as well. Godlike really camping it out, and Oasis just playing down and dirty right on the floor, trying to stay away from anyone and everyone. Soul looking for the push over onto the Godlike Harry Potter tower. The smokes come out. Viper being eliminated brings them down to 3. IND are on the far side, and everybody from the north is starting to push in. INS into Orb. The Soul look for it.
Regaltos still alive, but Mortal drops to his knees, drops to the dirt. Fnatic Oasis goes out. That is Fnatic out in 9th. Very, very unfortunate. It's still Regaltos. We've seen what this man can do on his own. We'll see if he can do it again here. Godlike currently with 2 members down.
He has a lot to work against at the moment. Goes to the heel. ClutchGod eliminated. Mortal just peeks out from behind the tree. I think they might be able to spot that one. Goes very low, gets eliminated. So it is just down to Regaltos. 5 teams left standing. 4 players alive for Orb right now. 8 kills on board.
Godlike, and we got the God view from up and above, seeing how this fight might pan out in the future. Elementrix, they've managed to make their way in, and ORB currently taking heavy casualties. 2 players go down to INS Joker. This man is on fire.
Able to get the res off as well onto his teammate. Bishma will be there. Oh, but he's going to go for the push on the sidelines, and Yash is the third party to come on through. Smokey cannot make the run. He might have to sideswipe onto Joker as well as they start to go on through. He's the only player left for ORB right now, but he seems to be making it work. INS really struggling to finish off those kills.
Elementrix currently have a compound made out of vehicles. ORB official, though, with 8 kills on board is excellent. Massive shots coming from Elementrix. Takes down 3. A huge pickup for Orange there. 3 kills go over to Elementrix, bumping them up to 6 points. This is great.
Regaltos now surrounded on every side by Godlike. He rolls up, they roll in, and he will get rolled over. Regaltos down in 5th. 4 teams remain, Blank.
5th place finish there. Great for Soul. They're happy with this one. And Godlike, despite all the shots that have rained down on their way, they're still in this one to fight for another day going forward. INS just cheekily stood on that hillside over there, but it's Elementrix who currently have a great position, but they've got a long way to go to head into this circle.
They have to make the push, and it looks like they're going to do it now. Elementrix completely bare, going for the fight. Joker looking to try and plink away with the VSS. First player for Yash goes down, by the way, which is Orb completely out now in 4th place. Decent showing for them, however. Elementrix actually winning out a couple of these fights, but with 2 teams looking their way, they really don't have too much of a hope. With no smokes out as well, I think it's just Poo Man left alive.
Godlike was such a strong position in the beginning of the game there. They made it work despite all the eyes on them. Now they're going to move over to INS, realize this is the next target. These are the people who are most likely to pose a threat to them. You can see them just running over the hillside.
Godlike looking to try and claim victory here. Currently sat at the bottom of the tables. A much needed pickup for them. This would be 9 kills already on board. They're having a corker of a game, Blank.
Mr. Hyozu, Pupuman still alive, but just barely within the circle. They're going to have to make the mad dash inwards. The smoke's providing a lot of cover for them. Hits the deck, just crawls forward slowly. Now it's Smokey and Joker looking to move on forward. Two veteran players from India.
Oh, they go for the nades over the top. INS's combat with Godlike has allowed Pupuman to just sequester himself right on the edge of the circle. The smokes are in, but he gets eliminated.
Huge
Godlike
nade.
finally check left, and the nades start to come in as well. As Smokey finds one knock onto Godlike. They look to go for the push now, potentially looking to pick it up, but they're only two against so many of the Godlike players. They're going for the knock, and he's not going to take any damage in return. Joker goes very, very hard right now. Gets the confirm on the kill. And they try to get it back, but over the top, there's two players from Godlike.
Let us reset here, John. This is a 2v4 currently. Smokey goes down. It's just Joker now. He's on the hillside versus 3 players.
Versus 1. He's going to go in. Mafia over the top. Looks for the shot. They will take it home. Godlike finally able to claim the chicken dinner. Much needed in their hour of need. Godlike claim victory on the hillsides of Erangel.
Great plays overall. Just playing from that Wizard Tower, which was just so contested that entire time. To stay steadfast all the way to the end there is very, very impressive indeed. Not the game that Fnatic was looking for, but definitely a game that Seoul were looking for. They're starting to climb up those rankings slowly but surely. They're not immediately dying in those ladder circles even now. They're staying very much together. Interesting drop-ins too. Goes up to Yesnaya, makes their way down from the northern side. Some difficult rotations there as well. There were so many teams coming over the northern side, past shooting range, past Taverny. You really love to see it. The fans love to see it. You heard them crying out in the crowd. SynerGE, 0 Degree though, as well as IND, these teams that we look at for big performances right now, going out quite early. IND just not quite able to hold down the southern side. 0 Degree, unfortunately, they got quite unlucky. They were trapped on the western side of the circle. The road there just creating a bit of a bump for them, really, because you walk out to that, you're about as visible. You're about as visible as a lollipop man, basically.
Yeah, very, very high viz there.
Yeah.
Definitely sticking out. But this was a game at the bottom of the tables, I think. Godlike doing very well, of course, taking that chicken dinner. You've got Orb, who again, very much towards the bottom of the tables, lasting a long, long time. The Nepali HO NI in a similar situation to try and push themselves up. So they've had quite a good showing. We'll see if that's going to even things out just a little bit, give us even more volatility, because if there's one thing that we can be certain of over the course of the play-ins and the finals so far, it is this tooth and nail. It's all so close.
Yeah, like you're saying there, John, Godlike, they're right at the bottom of the table right now. In play-ins, they didn't do so badly. They were putting up some really good scores. Now, it's not mathematically impossible for them to get to the top right now. What it is a gargantuan climb going forward. We can probably call this towards tomorrow, where the teams are almost definitely not making it to the top 5. But right now, there's still a little bit of flexibility, especially with Entity claiming 40+ points over the second place at the top of the standings right now. That's a lot of points which have been removed from a lot of these other teams. So again, like I said, a bit of an Acrobats leaderboard, very flexible going forward.
I like that one. Acrobats leaderboard. Fantastic. But yeah, no, absolutely. I think that, you know, we've only just passed the halfway mark. We've got 8 more games to play. And remember, that's the total number of games that we had in play-ins. So absolutely anything can happen. I mean, we could see the entire table flip topsy-turvy, flip on its head.
Yeah, for sure.
Anything can change. And these players have a lot more to go. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Consistency. What's at stake?
Again, though, you spoke about how Godlike is not mathematically impossible for them. But some of these teams towards the top of the stands can actually be pretty happy that Godlike took that win, because that means that no one's getting super far ahead right now.
Yeah.
There is still room for teams to move upwards. It just means that one game is removed from you. Potential 25, 26 point, 30 point wins is no longer there for you in one game. Going forward, there's still a lot of wiggle room. So it's very interesting. But it's nice to see these players are looking calm and composed. I've got some of the highlights on our screen, John.
You want to be looking for somewhere around the 11 to 12 point average to put you into those top 5 positions. At the moment, we're seeing something similar to that before this game. On 9 games, we were looking at 93 points in 5th place, which of course is a 9 and third, I believe. It's 10 and a third. 10 and a third points on average per game, so you want to be trying to leapfrog on up. So getting more than that, fantastic. Getting less than that, you need to do better next time. Well, this is the end of this game. We've got plenty more to come, but we're going to head back over to the desk to break it down.
I always love hearing you guys try to do math live on air. It never works out for anyone, to be honest. But anyways, we do have Godlike taking their first chicken dinner of the finals. More importantly, taking a second chicken dinner overall, including the prelims that they did win a map on Sandhawk. But guys, Godlike able to pull out strong, able to get the victory. But I do want to point out a great thing they mentioned there while casting was it's good for other teams that Godlike took this chicken dinner because it keeps the gap not too big, not too unreachable and for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about Godlike Gaming, they've been a team that we looked at earlier on in the tournament. They had a couple of good performances. Finally, now in game number 4, the first day near the final, they've actually chimed in, allowing other teams to be able to get some points of their own. Now, INS, they did well as well. They got second place in that last match. I should expect them to jump up in the standings as well from around 8th. Probably you'll see them somewhere around the 5th spot.
Yeah, I mean, Godlike definitely fighting for that chicken dinner this game. They were in some cover fires multiple times, especially around the circle 5, circle 6. Towards the end, though, doing a great job at utilizing smokes to kind of push into the zone and get the revives, because the end zone right here that we're looking at right now, not very forgivable. I mean, all we have is a couple defilades, but mainly skinny trees to deal with. So it all came down to these smokes when it came to Godlike's side. They were able to have that cover where they can kind of clean out those angles that they could spot. Here's Mafia with a nice overlooking position from the Harry Potter. See, they got knocked so many times.
Yeah.
Did the meds that game that they had to use probably around 500.
Yeah, something like that. I do also want to point out the couple of teams that did well, but not that great. Seoul and Fnatic, respectively. They both exited around, I'd say, 5th or 6th or 7th, somewhere around there. They did well, getting caught off, though, by that Harry Potter tower. So unfortunate that they all got picked off.
Yeah.
It was just this situation where a million teams were just trapped in the middle of nowhere, and all the compounds were already taken by other teams.
Yeah, INS, I mean, second place there. They also had a pretty good, game looking back at it. One thing that really stuck out to me is when Entity made the pull up on the INS compound, all right? Orb was overlooking the INS compound, so Entity, they couldn't even make it into the INS compound. They were taken down. They didn't even make it through the front door.
By the time they got to the front door, and I think they did make it a little bit in, they were
Like
already
their
like
foot.
half HP. Yeah, exactly. And then it was just easy pickings from INS right there. And speaking of failed breaches, though, there was a really good idea for TDP to take that compound earlier on against Fnatic, but then for some reason, Utsarga stayed all the way back, watching all of his teammates die without getting any help, which is a little weird.
Yeah, and then we saw Joker there getting a ton of knocks, but not able to get the flushes, unfortunate. Not reflecting on the scoreboard, so.
Yeah, but you see what? Seoul in 5th, Fnatic in 6th. Yeah, currently within the top 8. Nice to see INS to get a good performance. You wanted to see that on Miramar, but here on Wrangle, they're able to do you proud, Illustrato.
Yeah, they did a little bit better earlier on in Miramar as well, so I'm seeing a lot of consistency from them. Not something that I'm used to seeing from INS, actually. I said that they're an explosive team, but now they seem to be a little bit more like a smoldering team.
Yeah, and one thing to note, Godlike not only again the chicken dinner, but to go with it, a bunch of kills. I mean, 13 kills. I mean, we talked about it. They're at the bottom of the leaderboard. Some of these teams that were kind of hovering at the top, not having the best of games, that kind of opened things up here. I feel bad for Entity coming into this game. Spoke to him on the break. I was like, guys, what's happening? What's going on with the squad? And they said, rotations, Mustache Dave. We cannot get in the circle. We're not getting any luck here today when it comes to being blessed. And we see that on leaderboards, 14 places lacking only 1 point.
One team that's also been struggling is IMD. That was a team that we were really, really looking at, especially coming into yesterday. But so far, they haven't had much of a good impact, aside from that first game I think happened yesterday. And they've been sitting quietly around the 8th place, 7th place, even finding a lot of 12 plus. the first day and the second day.
Okay, so Fnatic, you know, they did end on the previous page. O-Wise, the solo member right there, triggered discipline. Could have taken a couple shots on Soul, choosing not to, choosing to go for those placement points. I believe out surviving at least one team there, so I gave it to them.
Yeah, but he could have taken out a lot of members of Soul though. Anyway, let's talk about the rest of the members here. Entity Gaming, that's the biggest question mark. Entity and ETG, both teams that were looking strong rather, now have fallen flat here on Erangel. Then again, neither of these teams seem to be really good Erangel teams.
Can we talk about Mayhem a little bit? Because if you cast your mind back to about, what, 45 minutes ago, Mayhem got their own chicken dinner on the last map, and yet they fell short when it came to the map after. Similar to what Elementrix did, as they took a chicken dinner early on, and then when they came into the next map, they placed in the bottom 9 through 16.
Actually, that happened to SynerGE as well, so it seems like when you get a chicken dinner, prepare to drop out on like 15, 16 in the next game. Really unfortunate.
Yeah, I believe Mayhem actually squared off against RIP the last game, getting taken down and out. We've seen this multiple times here where these teams that are at the bottom, they get a chicken dinner, and we like to think that that is kind of the right direction, the boost that they need, that confidence. A lot of players talk about confidence. One chicken dinner is all you need, and then it steamrolls from there. It just sucks to go out 16th right after. I mean, it just has to be such a deflator to your morale. One team that is in desperate need of some points here today, the Brawlers. I mean, compared to the play-ins.
Yeah,
I don't know what's going on.
What can you say about that, really? Brawlers just not finding the lock. They've tried everything, it seems. They've tried to play inner circle. Actually, in the last game, they've been playing outer circle for a while now. They still haven't been able to get the results that they want. And I think it might be because of the fact that they are starting to think about their rotations a little too much.
Yeah, just lost that confidence. You can tell.
Well, you know what, there was something we wanted to take a look at, actually. It was within the very first couple of minutes of the game, and it was Fnatic crashing in onto TrustDProcess, and likewise, TrustDProcess doing the same just a few moments later.
Yeah, this is the very confusing entry by TDP. They did get a good knockdown onto Paratosh, and that should have really signaled for, I think, one of the members, I forgot who, Otsanaga, I think, he should have been able to come in, but yet he was all the way the other side of the gas station, just waiting for nothing.
Well, before this even happened, it was interesting because Fnatic, they dropped military base. They sent Ronak over there to scout the east bridge, and then the other three members went to the west. Ronak said, hey, guys, it's clear. Not only that, we have a couple members from the squad over here. Ronak gave that information to their team members. We saw the pull-up from Fnatic. Fnatic, you know, taking a little too much time right there, and we saw the counter pull-up from TrustDProcess, which I felt was the right play, you know, trying to make the comeback. Didn't work out for them. Then they had the solo member over there just doing their best to survive. But at that point, Fnatic, they already had their sight lines. They already smelled the blood in the water, just like sharks, going for that nice point.
And I feel kind of bad because we were talking about Fnatic and how they transitioned from yesterday to today, keeping their members alive outside that first circle, having all four sticking together. And we have to unfortunately reset that counter once again, as they did not have everyone alive pushing through off the bridge. It's kind of an unfortunate part because that's where we saw Fnatic have success.
Well, to be fair, you should see it coming because of the fact that every single time they drop in military base, there's always TDP somewhere around the corner or INT on the west side of the bridge. It's bound to happen that they lose somebody. So again, I said this earlier in the game.
Yeah.
They should, if they want to start being a complete team, they need to start thinking about dropping somewhere else.
I just know if they drop somewhere else, the military circle is going to come into play. I mean, we got one more Aaron goal coming today. I think still drop there. That's what they're comfortable with. What I would like to see, though, they always take a bridge. It's either the left bridge or the right bridge. They never swim across. They never utilize both. So maybe use that as a backup plan. Here are the circles. One thing to note, though, after they did beat TrustDProcess, they used the bridge and they rotated through Milta, which was pretty smart. They were kind of camping out for some time. The circle is not too harsh on that location, but they just weren't able to complete it.
And one team that normally does excel in a situation like this is INT. They're able to clear out, they basically make a warpath every time they get on these kind of situations. Unfortunately, they got knocked out, pincered between two teams, and that's not something that IND is really used to doing. So, unfortunate for IND there, even though they had a good position at the south side of the circle toward the end.
Yeah.
And one big thing I think we've noticed, and maybe we can come to agree or disagree, it's fine, I'm up for it, is that comparing day 1 to day 2, it seems like more teams are playing the outskirts of the circles than playing the center.
I'd say today it's a little bit more balanced. Yesterday, everybody was in the circle, totally, like 80-90%. Now I think it's starting to be a little bit more balanced, and like teams are starting to form a line inside actually as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's always those mind games, right? Because teams, after the end of the days, they do the VOD reviews, and they're like, hey, 80% like the Brawlers, 80% are going center. Tomorrow, let's just play edge. But all the other squads are thinking the same thing, like center is just too jam-packed. We're going to play edge. And then the next day, all the teams are on the edge. There's like 2 teams in the center. Tomorrow, all the teams are going to be in the center. You just got to play your own game. Don't worry about the other squads. Fix your individual mistakes here. Continue on with what got you here in the first place, and I think things should work out.
Well, you know, let's take a look at our top fragger from the last match, our MVP, and it's going to be Elementrix range, as he has 320 damage and 5 kills to boot.
Well, I'll be honest, it's not a great stat. I mean, he has 5 kills. They're very important kills.
Yeah.
But he has 320 damage, which means one thing. He picked up a lot of kills from other players. So,
hey, it's the kills that count. It's
and
the
he
kills
traveled,
that count.
10
5
kilometers.
points right there. Didn't go very far to
Yeah, he
get
just
those kills.
probably went around and found some people to shoot.
Had a pretty good location, I guess, for multiple circles. Lots of third-party action. Elementrix trying to make the come up over here. Coming into, I guess we'll see in the overall in just a second. But
well, you know what it is time for?
Leaderboards!
All right, let's take a look where all the teams are currently standing. I'm assuming Entity's
There you
still
go.
going to be in
Okay.
first, but that gap is closing. And Elementrix, we were just talking about, sitting pretty at number 4.
It's not a lot. It's not a lot that separates 0 Degree. You see SynerGE very much dropping. They're at 5th now. They were at 2nd earlier. A lot of chance for them to drop through out of that 5th spot, which they desperately want here. It's like, what? 3 points that separate them from RIP official, who are clawing themselves up. Same thing with Fnatic. Now they're at 96. And Seoul, 102. What did I say? They have a good chance. Everybody here has a good chance to qualify.
yeah, I mean, especially if you're here on the first page, Fnatic gets a chicken dinner. They're going to shoot right up. I would even say down there at 9th, 10th, and 11th, definitely still a fighting chance when it comes to top 5 for all the squads. I mean, back-to-back chicken dinners can shoot you up so far. So at the end of today, we'll have to find out exactly who's in the best spot.
If Fnatic get a 1 good chicken dinner, they are actually in a good position to take 2nd. Chicken dinner and some kills. Yeah.
I mean, you look at those, right? And you just add 20 points to anyone that's not in first place, or I guess maybe not 0 Degree either, not the top 2, and you basically shoot up in a top 5.
Yeah.
Like, that's how close it is between these teams at the moment, and top 5 will get you to the prelims for the Global Finals, but again, 1 and 2 will get you actually straight through and do not have to play another tournament.
I will say, though, Entity, they're padding. They have a pretty significant padding. That's falling. That's like diminishing with every single game, especially after the last one. They're getting decent performances, 8, 9, 10. It's nothing great, but they need to reclaim that top spot.
Speaking of chicken dinners and 20 points, look at that, 9th and 10th place.
That's surprising to me. They've been doing okay, honestly. They've gotten 1 chicken dinner, and it's a little bit of a surprise that they are in 9th place. The difference between them and Fnatic is like minuscule, though, however.
I mean, you're talking about chicken dinners. We're talking about chicken. Mayhem, chicken. TrustDProcess, chicken. 15 and 16 on the leaderboard. So you got to think, 20 of those points when it comes to placements was from 1 game.
And also 21 from kills. So you really got to wonder here.
Yeah, what's going on?
What's going on?
What are you actually doing?
Chickens don't matter now, apparently.
Well, I mean,
not that much.
Not if you're in 15 and 16.
Yeah,
exactly. Well, you know what? That's enough from us on the desk. We're going to head to a short break, but for now, we're going to go over to the stage to talk to the winners from the last game. It's Godlike with Xerxes.
I'm here with Godlike, your very first chicken dinner in the final rounds. Guys, and 33 points. If I'm not mistaken, in the previous 9 games, you got about 30-something points. And then you made like a little more than that, in fact, in just 1 match. How does it feel?
So main thing is that we never played our own game. So the game which we played in semis or the game which we played now, it's entirely different. So what happened in semis is that if we mark some plays, we used to directly go there. But here, I don't know what happened to the team. So we are pressurized. So later what happened is that before last match, so we made some changes and so it's going good. So let's see what happens.
And I was observing through the circles. In the beginning, you guys were a little passive. You were chilling. By the time you were coming to the final circle, the whole team had survived, but you had like 4 or 5 kills. By the end of the game, you had 13 kills, which is what gave you such a big jump even in the points, right? What happened there? Was it a conscious strategy that, you know what, we're going to be observing for a while or stay away from the action and then go all in?
So thing is, every match we used to give late rotation. So due to that, each and every team are already inside the zone. So we were not able to go inside the zone. So last match what happened is that we gave early rotations in every match. So our damage was around 3,000 so for the entire team. So we got only 13 kills. It means that around 17 kills has been stolen.
And towards the very end, it was a very close match for the final chicken dinner. Did you guys have to improvise a lot at that point of time? Or were you afraid that, okay, we are kind of like in trouble here?
So thing is, if all four would have been gone through the same path, we'd have been dead. So what we thought is that 2 people to the left, 2 people to the right. Even we didn't have the zone. So when enemies start attacking those two, we too will cover from this side. So that is what we are doing, and we got the dinner final.
And from the last spot, you've moved somewhere higher up on the table, which basically means the game is not over. We're like 10 games down. We have so much more to go. Hang in there. We're going to go into a break. See you later.
Welcome to the fury of the wasteland. In Season 10, PUBG Mobile is bringing in even more items, modes, and content to help players survive in the harsh post-apocalyptic world. For those who need to expand their armory, look no further than the new MP5K, a SMG that replaces the Vector in Vinkendi after the update. It can be equipped with all attachments, including stocks, foregrips, mags, and scopes, and supports single shot, burst, and full auto firing modes. This weapon is very versatile and is suitable for short and mid-range combat. It is a must-have for assaults and street firefights. Another update is the addition of SEMA, which replaces the armored UAC in Vinkendi. It is probably the most robust vehicle in Vinkendi, suitable for rocky and snowy slopes, and extremely durable. In addition, everyone's favorite TDM mode has been updated with a new Ruins map, which is a lot bigger and calls for a larger variety of tactics. Players will need to work closely together and have a reasonable selection of weapons to win. Royale Pass Season 10 will also be updated with Apocalypse-themed outfits to make players look more intimidating. As usual, player tiers are adjusted at the beginning of the season, so team up with your friends and explore the new content as soon as possible, and aim for the top of the charts.
What prevents you from becoming the real deal? Fast downloading. They always get into the field quicker than you. Falling behind? No, not gonna happen. Stay calm and be cool. Nothing will stand in your way. A true hero must step up to defeat the enemies when there's no one to count on. Vivo Multi-Turbo, a real strong core makes you a real professional player.
I feel like a piece of chicken meat on a grill under the blazing sun. Everyone hates desert because they get lost here. But there are some interesting people here, like that hip-hop kid. You know, the one on top of the car? He always has the strangest stickers. Supposedly, they're trophies he got from other players. You know how it is, kids and their toys. Oh, and that guy standing by the wall has a really good aim and is supposedly an assassin. Why is he dressed like that in this frackin' desert, though? As for that lady over there, she values her gun more than her own life. That's about the only thing you can trust around here. Me? Who am I? Ha. Everyone knows the Lava Barret. Shh. I think we have guests.
सब गेमर्स, आई होप आप लोग ऑडियंस पे बैठ के काफी एंजॉय कर रहे हैं बिकॉज इंटेंस पबजी के बीच में लाइट मोमेंट्स क्राट ला रहा है आपके लिए। और अभी के लिए हमारे पास इंडिया की टॉप ई-स्पोर्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की टीम है यहाँ पे, टीम एंटिटी गेमिंग। थैंक यू सो मच गाइस, आप आए घातक एंड को। सो इंट्रोडक्शन स्टार्ट करते हैं।
My name is Jonathan Ambral. My in-game name is Entity Jonathan. I play for Entity Gaming and I live in Mumbai.
मेरा नाम एंटिटी घातक है, मेरा रियल नेम अभिजीत अंधारे है। मैं एंटिटी गेमिंग के लिए खेलता हूँ। मेरा रोल IGL का है, इन गेम लीडर का है और मैं पुणे से हूँ।
My name is Suraj Majumdar and my in-game name is Entity Neo. I play for Entity Clan. My role is Assaulter and I'm from Mumbai.
मेरा नाम है वीरेन गौर, मेरा इन गेम नेम है एंटिटी वीरू। आई प्ले फॉर एंटिटी गेमिंग। मेरा इन गेम रोल है असॉल्टर एंड आई लिव इन औरंगाबाद।
नाइस टू नोइंग यू गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच, आपने टाइम निकाला। मुझे जानना है, मेरी ऑडियंस को जानना है कि एंटिटी के जो प्लेयर्स है, टॉप प्लेयर्स, इनका आइडल जो आपका लोड आउट होता है वो कैसा होता है?
In the game, I use M416 and 6x spray, and the secondary gun I prefer Car 98.
क्यों Car 98? Like you sniper?
Yeah, पट्टे से।
ये लाइन तो चलती है।
और मैं M762 M4 लेता हूँ और बहुत सारा मतलब लाइक स्मोक्स यूटिलिटीज ज्यादा लेता हूँ, मतलब लाइक
सपोर्ट प्लेयर।
हाँ सपोर्ट। IGL मेरा काम है IGL और मेरे बंदों को बचा के मुझे लास्ट जोन तक लेके जाना है, ये मेरा काम है। तो बाकी मतलब ज्यादा करके सपोर्ट की चीजें मैं लेता हूँ।
नहीं हो
मेरा तो M416 और DP वरना M416 और M16, क्योंकि एंड जोन में DP और M16 से तो बहुत किल एकदम इजीली मतलब मिल जाते हैं। M416 स्प्रे के लिए, M16 ऐसा किल अगर चाहिए वन टैप करके तो इजीली मिल जाते हैं, और DP भी इजीली स्प्रे होता है, इसके लिए DP भी प्रेफर करता मैं।
वीरू आप?
मेरा मिनी है क्योंकि फॉर लॉन्ग वो DMR है तो फिर वन टैप्स के लिए उसका सही है, और फिर क्लोज रेंज के लिए AKM।
So you are the master. आप एक decent range
मिनी से किल भी स्टिल अच्छे से होता है। एंड जोन में मिनी से बहुत अच्छा।
या किल्स अब बहुत जरूरी है क्योंकि पहले था सर्वाइवल,
अभी किल पॉइंट्स या
किल डिपार्टमेंट अच्छा होना चाहिए।
यस, हमारी टीम किल के लिए फेमस है, मतलब लाइक जितने आप टूर्नामेंट देख लो सबसे अच्छे हमारे होते हैं।
हाँ मतलब
और यही टारगेट है हमारे यहाँ पे भी।
बिकॉज मानो ना मानो इस टीम में अकेला घातक और नियो है जो पुराने लाइनअप से हैं, दो नए प्लेयर आए हैं। तो
जॉनी के साथ तो मैं पहले से खेलता था, जॉनी मेरा बहुत पुराना दोस्त है, मतलब लाइक हम लोग सीजन 3 से रैंक पुश एक साथ करते थे। जॉनी में एक मैंने इंप्रूवमेंट देखी वो टाइम पे, मतलब जब ORB से हम लोग खेलते थे PMCO, तो मैंने वो टाइम पे मैंने स्टडी किया कि कौन सा ऐसा बंदा है कि मुझे आने वाले टाइम में मतलब मुझे टीम में लेना चाहिए। तो मैंने बहुत सारी टीम्स का देखा, स्टडी किया, तब जॉनथन का मैंने देखा था कि ये बंदा टीम को बहुत अच्छा खासा रैंक दिला रहा है अकेला जिंदा रह के भी। तो इसको मैंने लाइक वो टाइम पे अप्रोच किया और ये टीम में आ गया था वो टाइम पे मेरे।
So it was fantastic talking to you guys. So जाने से पहले एक छोटा सा मैसेज सब एक-एक करके फैंस को।
Keep supporting and yeah, everyone will perform as you expect.
Yes, कुछ भी हो जाए टूर्नामेंट के एंड में आपको एंटिटी का नाम ही दिखेगा किल फीड में, और जो किल पॉइंट्स रहेंगे सबसे ज्यादा एंटिटी के किल्स रखेंगे उसमें।
हाँ सेम, किल पॉइंट्स तो ये टाइम एंटिटी के ज्यादा रहेंगे और मलेशिया तो पक्का क्वालिफाई करेंगे। ये टाइम लेट डाउन नहीं करेंगे कोई भी फैंस को हम लोग।
एग्रेशन तो रहेगा टीम में, और इस बार ट्राई करेंगे कि इंडिया मतलब अपनी कंट्री कुछ बड़ा करे, तो उसके लिए हम पूरी जान लगा देंगे कंट्री को बड़ा करने के लिए।
थैंक यू सो मच गाइस, टाइम निकाला। back. This is PMCO Fall Split Team Interviews. And this time, मेरे साथ है Team SynerGE. Thank you so much आपने time निकाला. And welcome. कैसे आप?
बढ़िया.
थोड़ा energy low लग रही है.
एक फ्लाइट थी लॉन्ग इसलिए.
Jet lag तो नहीं हो गया तुझे?
नहीं उतना कुछ नहीं.
ये conversation मजेदार होने वाली है.
हाँ of course.
Depends आप कितना interest से आंसर देते हैं. So let's start with introduction.
मेरा रियल नेम है सब्यसाची मंडल. मेरा इन गेम नेम है मेजर अल्फा. मैं SynerGE का हूँ एंड मैं कोलकाता से हूँ एंड मेरा इन गेम रोल है फ्लोटर एंड फ्लैंकर.
Myself Naresh Sirvi. My IGN is SGE Sirvi. I belong to the team SynerGE and my role is IGL and Sniper. And I'm from Chennai.
Myself Sujay Das. My in-game name is SGE Austin X. My role is Entry Fagger and I'm from Assam.
My name is Shubham Singh Rawat. My in-game name is SGE Strider. I play from SynerGE. My in-game role is of support and second assaulter. I am from Uttarakhand, but I live in Gurgaon as of now.
So let's begin the conversation. एक सबसे basic सवाल बहुत इंटरव्यूज में टीम से पूछा जाता है, तो आपसे पूछना बनता है. टीम बनी कब?
टीम बनी थी जून में. जस्ट बिफोर रिहर्सल हम लोग सब साथ में खेला करते थे, तो हमने सोचा कि साथ में मिलके एक टीम बनाते हैं. And from that time we were like grinding ourselves.
Performance तो अच्छी हुई?
Yeah. Like पहला ESL में हमने टेबल टॉप कर दिया था और अनफॉर्चुनेटली फाइनल्स में क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए, बट हमें वो कॉन्फिडेंस मिल गया था, तो हमें बाकी ESL मंथ्स में भी ट्राई किया और अच्छा गया. आफ्टर वी keep on improving ourselves and presented in PMIT in Pune finals and now we are currently in PMC semi-finals.
So how was the journey? PMCO के लिए काफी मेहनत की आप लोगों ने.
ग्रुप स्टेज की जर्नी एक्चुअली स्टार्टिंग बहुत रफ था लिटरली. लाइक एक्चुअली मतलब हमारा परफॉर्मेंस इतना खराब जा रहा था कॉन्स्टेंटली. इतने मैचेस मतलब क्लोज जाके भी इतना मतलब खराब परफॉर्मेंस कर रहे थे, बट लास्ट मैच निकाल लिया, जबकि मतलब आफ्टर 12 मैचेस हमारा पोजीशन था 20th.
You are in the final 24. अब क्या प्लान्स है भाई?
Yeah, we made a lot of changes in our gameplay and बहुत एक्सपीरियंस अब कर चुके हैं कस्टम स्केल के. एंड PMIT was my first LAN tournament, but my other teammates have been playing LAN. So अब LAN का experience भी हो गया है. And this time we will for sure try that we'll be in the top 5. Most probably top 2.
वशु ने काफी impactful plays दिखाए आपको. अब वशु की जगह ऑस्टिन आया है, तो क्या लगता है वशु का एक अच्छा ट्रेड अप हुआ है वशु जाकर ऑस्टिन का?
ऑस्टिन उसकी लाइनअप का मेन असॉल्टर था एंड वशु हमारी लाइनअप का मेन असॉल्टर था. तो और जितना हमने इनके ऑस्टिन के साथ ग्राइंड किया है, तो हमें उतना वो डिफरेंस नहीं लगा कि दोनों लाइक ऑस्टिन ने कम्प्लीटली उसकी जगह ले ली. वो जो जगह हमको लग रहा था कि हमारे लिए प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, वो ऑस्टिन ने हमें फील होने नहीं दिया.
बट एक चीज़ है बोलना चाहूँगा कि मेरा पेयर वाशु था. लाइक मतलब डिपेंड रहता था मैं. लाइक इफ वाशु इज अलाइव देन लाइक मैं बच जाऊँगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है मुझे. तो लाइक उसको मिस करूँगा एज ए पेयर.
अभी आपके एक्सपेक्टेशंस क्या है PMCO फॉल स्प्लिट?
जितना हमने अभी तक प्रैक्टिस किया है और जितना अपने एक्सपीरियंस से कॉन्फिडेंट है कि हम टॉप 5 तो करेंगे.
अभी टीम के क्या सपने और आगे? अभी ये लाइनअप परफेक्ट है, नो चेंजेस, क्या प्लान?
नो चेंजेस. हम एक दूसरे के साथ इतना टाइम से खेल रहे हैं, तो हम एक दूसरे को अच्छे से जानने लग गए. हमारा SynerGE ऐसा है कि ये टीम हमारी रहेगी.
आप लोग इतने अच्छे लेवल पे खेलते हैं, आपका कोई इंस्पिरेशन है?
स्काउट.
आपका सर?
अथीना.
तो जाने से पहले एक छोटा सा मैसेज अपने फैंस, फैमिली और जो ढेर सारी कोई गर्लफ्रेंड समथिंग.
We'll try our best. Like I also want to prove that there is a possibility that we can get something from this. Like it's a passion, it's a thing that we love to do, and we are kind of enjoying right now.
मेरा फैमिली मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट कर रहा है अभी तक, so I wanna just make them proud only.
Keep supporting me and I'll give much better results.
मेरे फैमिली को मतलब थैंक यू. लाइक उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया लाइक उसके लिए.
Thank you so much guys. Have a time. Cheers.
Always great to hear from the guys from SGE. But you know, it's also important, the fact that the Battle Royale Season 10 Pass has come out. There's obviously a lot of new items for you to get, a lot of new things for you to take for yourself and obviously get for your teammates. You can help and actually push through the rankings as well. And also a new TDM map to boot. Fury of the Wasteland. Make sure you guys check that out. I know all three of us, when we get back to the hotel, are going to be picking that up and are going to be playing definitely on the 1v1 team deathmatch server.
Yeah, I want to slide all day long and I want to unlock those skins, man. They're pretty dope.
I mean, I already got the booty shorts, so
I know. I've
I just
been
need the
staring
other
at them.
ones, like that jacket with all the stickers on it.
I like the red necktie one. That one's pretty cool.
Thank you, thank you.
I hope you show up tomorrow in the booty shorts, actually. I think that'd be quite a feat. And actually, if you want to see him in the booty shorts, you can come down to JHADAV Indoor Hall. It's free admission. Just swing by and watch your favorite players live here in the audience. But anyways, moving past that, I think we can kind of understand that the players are getting hungry for some chicken dinners because one of them actually came into the green room and took one of our subs here. Not going to call who it is, but I'm watching you.
I heard
All
there's
of you out
negative
there. Whoever
points.
took that sub, I'm coming for you after the show. Because you know what? Daddy Kaplan's happy. But anyways, moving now into Vikendi, our penultimate match of the day, of day 2. This is going to be interesting for these teams, but before we get to that, Foley, let's look at SynerGE and Fnatic and the head-to-head between the two teams.
You know, if you told me like a couple days ago that it's a SynerGE Fnatic heads-up that we'd be looking at as one of the closest heads-up, I'd probably scratch my head and be like, are you serious? But that's what we're looking at today, 41-41 for the kills. They're basically tied up.
Yeah, they're tied for kills, but SGE, they're in 5th place, and Fnatic, they're in 8th place. So kind of goes to show you what the play styles are from the different squads here. Just did some quick numbers, right, backstage, if you guys don't mind. 2nd through 8th place, only a 23-point spread.
Wow. 23?
23.
Of all of them?
From 2nd to 8th place.
That's actually insane. So that means like anybody from like 9th, 10th could just swing in. Get a couple of chicken dinners.
And then, you know, we heard on the interview, SG, Schreider, definitely one of the key players from the squad, in my opinion. If they do want to kind of maintain their 5th place position, though, not trying to be salty, but we need the other 3 guys to step it up.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you completely. I do want to point out something real quick that we saw on the heads up, Fnatic versus SGE. It seems to me that despite the fact that there was a lot less damage done by the side of SGE, they have the same amount of kills and a better placement, which just means one thing. SGE have been more efficient as a team on the whole.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? We're coming into Vikendi here. The last time we saw it yesterday, it was Entity to take the victory. Do you think they can do it again? I think with the current form, that's a questionable thing to ask.
No, I don't think so. I think another team's going to step up. It's probably going to be somebody. We have no idea who it is.
We know he's going to step up from sitting down. It's going to be your commentators. It's going to be John Allen and Blank to bring you through all the action that Vikendi's going to have to offer.
Well, things are getting pretty hot here in the arena, but we're about to cool it on down with Vikendi. My name's John Allen. With me is Blank, and we are going to be getting underway with match number 11. It's legs 11. We're about to get a run on.
Absolutely. And Jason, I'll have you know that I never sit. I always stand. That's all I do.
That is true. It's quite perturbing most of the time. And in fact, that's why we have to stand now. It's for continuity.
Yeah.
He just refuses to
Can't
sit
do
down.
it. Yeah.
He's like a naughty dog, is our Blank.
What are you saying?
Sit. No.
No. We'll not be doing that.
That's you, that is.
Don't be saying that.
Anyway,
That's just me.
a lot on the line for these players now. Coming towards the end of day number 2. Into the skies we go, into the plane. Match 11 over the top. Looks to be going a little bit further, cutting off to the south just a little bit, isolating maybe places like Dobra Mesto is going to be pretty tricky to get to, but with the timing on the circles, probably quite achievable for some of these teams.
For sure, John, yeah. Western side, I think most people can make it over to 6x6 map total, so not our smallest map, but it's not our largest map either. But the standard stuff. RIP. They found their position in Trevor.
Okay.
Come on. Vikendi has been so cruel.
Like, I'll tell you one thing though.
What?
What's in the circle? Dino Park!
Dino
Let's go!
Park.
Let's go to Dino Park. That's what I want to see every single time the die is cast. And I'm hoping against hope that we're going to end up in the maze, in the volcano, or on the roller coaster.
I've thrown my die for Dino Park. Let's go. Mavatra still in here. We want to go down for a little bit south for Dino Park, but I don't know. I think I'm going to say 30% of water still in this circle, and it seems to be
a running theme on Vikendi so far that you've
Tomato
got
hat.
so much water in there. And with the water in there, obviously, the tomato's going to feel quite nice. It's going to grow nice and strong.
That is how tomatoes work.
It is.
And in fact, a lot of these teams on the northern side, they're all going to be crunching down, right? The rotations for them might be quite difficult here, Blank.
Yeah, again, we had this pathway. It's over to the eastern side, coming to the south. And now all these teams are going to have to move over to the west. So these teams being pulled one way and the other all the time on Vikendi. Feels pretty bad, but Elementrix, obviously they usually drop in Dobromesto. A little bit difficult with that playing path, but already 0 degree. They're getting on with Megastars.
All right, okay. Last time we saw Vikendi, we saw 2 teams wiped out very early on. Seems like we're in for a similar treat here. 0 degree against the Megastars. 3 are knocked. Mike Ruzi round the corner, goes for the shots, but can't make it happen. A sliver of health. And the Megastars not quite able to wipe. Final boss over the hill and through the woods. I think he might just send off and head over to Grandma's house.
I'm gonna very much say that God was on 1 HP. And again, he's on 1 HP after taking down, I believe that was Vex there. Took a few shots from Megastar's final boss and RV over the way. We're just spinning around a little bit. Just a bit of a party in the sky.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of a disco. Can bust a move here, Blank? Do you reckon?
I've busted many moves in my time.
All right, just bust a move. That's a song. That's a popular song with the children.
Yes.
With the kids these days.
Culture reference. Very
Absolutely
nice.
fantastic. Disconnect, though. Might be a little bit disconnected from culture in a minute if he runs into a few of those entity players circling.
He will be dead. That's usually
It's pretty tricky to keep up to date. So you can't check your Instagram timeline or the stories or anything like that. I think he is just going to be having to go offline for a little bit.
Gatak coming in. Entity, like Illustrator said, might have the best time here on Vikendi. Obviously, they did finish off Amman. This seemed to be his map of choice. Obviously, had that magnificent run that he had yesterday on Vikendi towards the end. A bold move, taking down Ronak and then moving forward and removing the rest of Elementrix from the equation to get the chicken dinner at the end. We're going to get this map on our screen. Saw a pretty easy rotation on the southern side into the circle, straight past the Abbey into Dino Park areas. But look at this northern rotation all these teams have to make. Nepali HO NI, Entity, ORB, TrustDProcess, all moving their way down. Going to get a little bit clustered in a little bit.
See just how they cope with that clustering. Of course, central compounds are the name of the game in Vikendi. Every time we drop into this map, I'm going to say it because it's so important. You'll see everyone try and get that central position and vie for a spot there. The less you have to rotate on Vikendi, the better in every single circumstance.
With Vikendi as well, like, with compounds being so close together, as you say, John, what we get is teams being very close together.
Okay, Paratosh going to be able to get the knock. It's 1-for-1 currently. As the rest of Mayhem trying to mount up, Paratosh finishes off Reds. And they isolate just a little bit. Ronak is still down. They've spotted out Vampire. Oasis there on the sidelines. Scout is on the big flank as well. They know where he is. 2 players from Mayhem maybe looking to come on in and help just a little bit. Vampire hiding in the attic at the moment, but Fnatic need to be careful. They spot them coming over the hill. Oasis there. There's the Microzi. It's the side swipe. It's the sidewinder, but Scout has to do the work now. Has the UMP. 6 bullets only. Will it be enough to get the job done? No, it won't. Ronak has to save the day. He's looking to get it done. I think he managed to save their life. Oh dear. Cloak hits the deck, just hiding behind that wall, and they lose 2. So devastating as Ronak was there, but Fnatic down to 1.
A disappointing start to this game. And you hate to say it, but Ronak, at this point, it's undeniable. This man goes down so very, very often at the beginning, puts the rest of his team in a difficult scenario, an awkward scenario going forward. And it's just not been the best for them at all. There seems to be a disconnect between the players at the moment. We'll check back in with Ronak later. Currently we have 0 degree on the screen. It's Lake underneath. Has Pansing spotted him? It looks like he has.
Oh, maybe not. Oh, yeah, there he goes. He's going to be knocked on out, taken down. 0 degree, pick it up, another kill. All of those teams on the north still yet to move.
Hardly anyone in the circle. SynerGE, a big player moving forward, has just moved past Tovar. They're looking for a central compound within this circle. And Elementrix, once again, this is a team who's going to chill out. They're going to chill out over in Mavacha. They're very happy over there. Last time we had Vikendi, they pretty much did nothing for the whole time. They just pulled out their phones and played some more PUBG Mobile within the game.
just have another go. Just go on going solo. But no, we see we're on board with Godlike. Going to be crossing the river near Vilnova, have to make their way through, past Abbey, past that south side, and maybe run into some of Seoul, who are currently taking occupation there. A pretty easy rotation, to be honest. No one really in their way at the moment.
It's because everyone dropped out so early on the playing path, John, here, because at the top of the map, you can see all these players. And I think a lot of them were assuming that we get that northwestern shift again, right?
Yeah.
So they drop, because it has happened twice. So they drop out early, prepare for the rotations through Cosmodrome, over the top, past Krichas. But this time we go south. A lot of teams are not prepared for this now, and a lot of them are forced to make this northern rotation over the top to provide them as much cover as possible with Mount Kresnik at their backs. But they all have to move together parallel, which creates this motion of just a stampede of players rushing past each other, trying to make their way into the circle, and it's just chaotic.
Speaking of northern rotation, Seoul have pushed up into town. Vihar being occupied now by two teams, Elementrix and Seoul. Of course, you've got a squad on the outer flanks. It's SynerGE, who have a compound just out to the east. The northern team's making their southern push now. Ronak's still alive there in the center. The hope for Fnatic to try and move on forwards. As you can see, Seoul currently in town, just heading towards that coastline and staking their claim.
Yeah, they will run to Elementrix very soon, like I say, but it looks like Elementrix are mounting up, going a little bit forward. We got ORB Max Cash, looking for max damage onto Megastars.
It's going to get a knock. Kisley goes down. A lot of damage found as well, as you say, Blank. Goes to the floor. RV might get rolled up as Mazik goes really hell for leather. Takes a little bit of damage, but RV goes down to Max Cash. And Mazik picks it up. Nicely done by Orb. Megastar's not going to be happy with that. There's still a few players left alive for them, though. They still have a little bit of strength moving on forwards.
Look at all these teams congregating by Seoul, Elementrix. You've got ETG.Brawlers down there as well as Godlike. I think Mayhem's also in the mix. There's a real big crunch going on there. You could see some action coming through very quickly. But as we've said before, there's so many compounds and so much awkward terrain is available on Vikendi. You can be pretty much next to a team, pretty much holding hands with them and never even speak to them the whole time.
Mr. Yozu picking up an MK14 and the reload on the armor as well. Nice little addition on Vikendi. DMRs hit pretty hard. They can certainly slap when they need to. All these rotations now starting to come on through. A little bit of a line forming, relatively central as expected. Might break the northern pushes as well. So the southern side going to be a little bit more open. It's going to allow Godlike to push on in, as well as IND moving from a similar direction.
Yeah, now we've got the circle corralling all these teams in, so they're forced to make a move now, right? Sure, the first circle's not going to hurt too much, but the longer they wait, the less compounds are going to be available towards the end. Mavatra here obviously can hold many, many teams. A nice little bit of change in elevation as you move through the city, so some teams will have the better of it than others. Entity looks like they have made their way in. All four players still alive. Again, this is one of the teams that we expect to do kind of well on this match, try and recreate that performance from yesterday, but so far today, it's not been looking too good for them, despite still remaining at the top of the leaderboard. Remember that 130, 140 points hasn't really moved too much this entire time.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky to surmount, but it seems like teams are starting to close it in. We'll see how much further they can go. At the moment, a relatively open rotation again. It's from the north. Everyone's made their way in now. Of course, still all 16 teams with an entry into this game. Everyone's still alive. A few players taking casualties, a few teams as well.
Very uncharacteristic of RIP official here, coming in quite late into the circle. Obviously, they dropped out quite early here, but this is a team that likes to take compound quickly, and they like to take it fast. Next circle just about to pop. We will see where that one goes and how it will affect a lot of these teams going forward. If it goes to the south, these northern teams, they're going to be feeling a little bit tired, but it is kind directly towards the middle. And all these teams now, they've got a little bit of a weight ahead of them. But Seoul taking a few shots, and you wonder who across two. It looks like Elementrix right next door to them.
Yeah, a little bit of peppering going on towards the convoy that they see. It's pretty much a no-shift circle, this one, which just extends this current phase. Nothing dramatic almost at all, so should be quite easy to spot on out. Entity, they're still going. On to TrustDProcess. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to make it away there, I'm afraid, my friend. There's actually Orb take that one away. Oh, Entity get one. Okay, Orb are taking the rest of TrustDProcess down. Mazik getting the blow up as well. Seeing if they can get a few more. 2 players up and standing for TrustDProcess now. It's Doku Doku and Sugar.
Yeah, talking of Entity, though, let's go back to the beginning of the day. Started off with 121 points. They've only been able to increase that by 143, so 22 points total. Not a lot at all. ETG.Brawlers going against 0 Degree right now, though. It looks like 0 Degree firing back and forth. It's very, very even so far.
They're going in, they're going around the sides. 1 player now standing for 0 Degree, but ETG.Brawlers are feeling the pain as well. It's only 2 for them. He goes out wide, they go for the crossfire, and it's the Brawlers to come out on top. 0 Degree first to go down. 48 players, though. A lot of teams suffering heavily in these fights so far.
0 Degree not going to be too happy about that one. They were leading in second for quite a while, 116 points. They wanted to increase that lead on Vikendi, and now they're unable to. And ETG.Brawlers, they're looking to try and get back into this game, and with that aggressive leader at their front in Sangwan, let's see if they can do it on Vikendi. SynerGE, Mayhem, INS, Elementrix on that nice little line. We're looking back over to ETG.Brawlers, who are currently being third-partied by ORB, who are currently desperate need of points towards the bottom of the table right now.
They had a decent showing last time around, but they need to try and continue that push. A lot of damage being thrown their way. They are not alone. You've got Entity in the wings as well. Ronak as the wild card, the solo player for Fnatic coming on in. They all have oversight onto this fight. It's going to be very, very difficult, but Yash goes down as ETG.Brawlers try and hold this compound.
See if they can hold on to it. It'd be a great thing if they could. It's just north of the center, but depending where the next circle goes, it could be a really good place to dig the heels in.
2 down for the assaulting squad of Orb. 1 down for ETG.Brawlers right now. Dark controlling the windows, controlling those sight lines. Goes for the push, goes around the side. He's got Sangwan to back him up. They know that they're in the building now. They know they're in the side room. They're trying to set up the crossfire, but he goes in, he goes out, goes to the window, looks for the spray, will get 1 knock. Trying to look for the other as well onto the back. He's shooting at the heels. He's nipping it down and looking for the shots. A lot of damage being poured both ways. And it looks like they're not going to be able to quite finish it off. Both players going down as Dark is just going to be able to claim that point. Orb still going though with Yash as he finds 1 outside. Gets the knock. Everyone very, very low. It's still all to play for here, Blank.
Yash tends to be the one that lasts alive a lot of times for ORB. Currently just going for the res here. Knows that ETG have to do the same, have to heal up. And more angles means more chances of success here. Has to go for the repeat, going for the revive again. That's unfortunate. Nice little play from ETG there.
Oh, they're so low as well. They know where they are. They can look for the nade. That might just do it. Yash, gonna get knocked. But they are still up. Both of them are there. They're playing around the corner. Max Cash ticking away.
Behind the door, mate.
He's behind the door. I don't think they spotted it. Yash goes down, but he's managed to get the heal off. And now Mazik can try and play spoiler here. He knows exactly where they are. Sneaky beaky. Oh, Mazik. He's hiding himself away. He's sequestered in a corner, and in come Entity. Another third party coming in. If he could just hide, if he could stay alive, he might just get away with this.
Oh, Mazik, you cheeky blighter here behind the door.
Nade's
Entity
in.
now in, frozen the nade. Mazik very close to it.
Oh, they're out.
ETG who goes down. ORB, they ladder up, but now he has to stay safe. Out comes the smoke. How does he escape from this one? He has to be a Houdini, has to break away from the chains.
Needs to disappear, become ethereal, or is he just going to try and hunker down? He's relatively camouflaged there. Just needs to stay away from anyone else. Entity scanning, Entity looking, but they won't be able to spot it. The smoke guarding him for now. He's staying as quiet as a mouse.
He knows he has to leave, but at some point, Entity knows there's another team here. Aman just spraying, wondering why there is a smoke here. Incredible stuff. Just as a little bit of context, we've got TrustDProcess, Ronak, Nepali HO NI, just waiting on the sidelines. Megastars also starting to come in. Obviously, this was a team that we saw earlier lose quite a few players.
There's another smoke coming out. I might figure it out then. Yeah, that was a death sentence, Mazik, I'm afraid. Done better to just sit that one out and try and wait it. The smoke really not paying off. You're not going to ladder up all the way to 10th just by sitting there and popping another smoke, are you? Just going to give the game away. And it's exactly what he does. They go down. Unfortunate, but it's the way the cookie crumbles.
It is indeed. We get the map on the screen. RIP are just ping-ponging about at the moment. Not sure where they want to hold on to. Now they move through a sea of players. Let's see if they can't drown underneath the pressure that will apply to them.
IND have the high ground. But will Anakin strike out in the form of Soul? Just posturing at the moment. The circle, again, just really not pushing anyone too much. This is the power of having a central compound. We've got about 6, 7 teams essentially just settled moving forwards. Not really going to have too much to do. Entity, TrustDProcess, Nepal HO NI, and the 2 solo entries from Fnatic and Megastars as well. They're going to have to push down a little bit from the north, but Entity really the main force that's going to be coming down, backing up with TrustDProcess.
Yeah, this team is constantly aggressive. They've got this gung-ho play style ahead of them. Very, very strong. Attack going forward, scouting out. And to be honest with you, it doesn't really matter if Gatak goes down. This team has said before that, you know, we play better without Gatak. Gatak, obviously, that IGL, but he works better as like this puppet master from behind the wings. It's kind of funny in a way. We'll see what happens. Obviously, they do like to have 4 players alive. You would like that in any game. But it's not a major issue if Gatak goes out early for them.
Entity now moving down. The next circle comes in. A little bit of a northern shift, but most people are still in it. By the way, guess what else is still in it? It's Dino Park. Oh, yes. Big fan, big fan. We'll see if we're going to end up there with a little bit of a southeasterly shift, but the entire thing is still in. Whoever takes there is officially my MVP. I imagine Godlike might be actually looking that way. Looks like they're going to send it on through and scout it out, certainly.
Indeed. Godlike razzing it in. It's Anto. We know this guy can hold his own. Coming in from the southern side, providing a little bit of intel to his team. Goes over to Dino Park. Bit of a roller coaster on the way there, and a roller coaster within Dino Park itself. Naruto currently taking shots from Soul Mortal. Mortal is a absolute godsend with the sniper on this team at the moment.
Anto, of course, the official John Allen MVP of this game for going to Dino Park first. And the rest of Godlike, obviously the MVT, the most valuable team. Big fans. But Soul mounting up at the moment. They're going to try and move a little bit more central. They've got a few teams ahead of them. You can see Mayhem just in front to the left of their rotational path. They've claimed themselves a building. They're a little bit more central, and they're happy with that. RIP trying to crash into Dino Park, but you know what Godlike are like. They're going to be able to hold it down, of course, as the MVT, the official John Allen MVTs. They're going to be backing themselves up with a mighty roar of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tempest cowers behind the booth.
Dax looking forward for Tempest, right? Currently Tempest holding inside the booth, like you say. He's not going to be picking up any tickets, but he might be picking up a couple of bullets.
Ooh, I think he just gave it away. He does have the suppressor on, so hopefully they manage to locate those bullets. He's just inside there. The vehicle right next to it should be a dead giveaway. Don't think they know where it is, though.
Getting a fight between Soul as well as Mayhem,
They don't know where it is. They have no idea. Oh, there it goes.
Molotov, yeah. Looking at Soul now on our screen. Mayhem taking shots over to them. Now Mortal with a Kar 98K, a deadly weapons in the hand of a deadly player.
Absolutely. INS actually stole that kill away into the booth. Joker able to get it with the VSS. Seems to be favouring that weapon quite a lot.
Yeah, a lot of players do in PUBG Mobile just because it's very, very easy to control the recoil on that thing. When you whack that thing on burst fire, it is terrifying to look at. And it comes preloaded, don't need any attachments for it. So if you're lacking on loot and you don't have quite the time to build up to all the attachments that make that M4 so strong, you can just whack a VSS. Now we do get the next circle popping in. Entity very happy with this one. Now the interesting thing for me, John, is the fact that Entity, SynerGE, INS are all within the circles. I'd say that these guys are the big dogs within this game at the moment. We lost RIP Official, but we hold on to these heavy hitters. Now, all these teams on the southern side, they've got to go up against them just to get into the circle. It's terrifying going forward, almost like a horror movie.
I'm sad and I'm happy, Blank. I'll tell you why I'm sad. First of all, we moved away from Dino Park. That's obviously a great travesty, but I'm happy because it means Ronak right next to the circle for Fnatic on the northern side. They really need to get this win in. Well, not necessarily the win. They need to get some pressure in.
Soul again, I don't understand this from them. They just split up do crazy things like this. Why is Regaltos running into Elementrix? They knew where this team was. Clutch God, though, trying to bring it back for the team, but it's Junior who will knock him down. Now they're down to 2 players. What was this move?
Oh, well, looks like they're not going to back it up as well. Mortal thinks better of it. Viper, the co-captain of this decision right now, and they're leaving them to their own devices. Regaltos, crawling, but really, what are you going towards? There's no one there to help you, I'm afraid, buddy. Maybe a little bit of info is all you're going to get. Teams move on northwards towards this circle. Everyone's allowed in as well. SynerGE not able to guard against Godlike. Assault go for a huge rotation around to the side. You can see them just skirting Dino Park as Megastars, final boss, is going to be eliminated.
They're on board IND. Elementrix making the rotation up to the north, past IND themselves. IND, I believe, have heard this. Pooperman just about scrapes by, but wow, long for.
IND able to get the knock, hits the deck, and they should be able to confirm this one as well. IND now up to 2 kills, all 4 players alive. At the moment, though, Entity very, very central and looking real strong.
Soul moved to the eastern side of the circle and actually managed to insert. But why couldn't they have done that with 4 players? There was just no reason for that play. Very frustrating to watch, especially for the fans at home. But now watching SynerGE, this is a team that can definitely put in the work, put in the numbers. Sevi will confirm Dax. Currently, this team is only on the 1 kill, though. They want to start to rack those points up.
Godlike right in the way in the circle, goes straight to Entity yet again. They're going to be real happy with this one. IND over on the west, INS on the south, and SynerGE on the southwest. Those are really the main threats for them right now.
Exactly, John, because at this moment in time, people know that Entity haven't quite gone out yet. And it's a little bit scary because all these Raptors trying to make their way in, they have to deal with the Tyrannosaurus Rex directly in the middle of this park. It's going to be stressful for all of these teams. We'll watch and see how they can do it. Currently, like you say, though, John, Entity have a wonderful position. But let's not count Soul out just yet.
Count Elementrix out, though. They'll go down to the burn. As Mayhem trying to take the fight with SynerGE on the back, trying to spoil their rotation. They're going to be pushed in by the blue zone in not too long at all. But they're taking heavy casualties. So are Godlike as well in the way. Mayhem may be looking to play spoiler to both of these teams on the back and push on through. Of course, they're only on 2 players, but they've already got 4 kills. They're out for blood.
Austin actually runs through the fire. There's a little bit of damage to him. And Vampire and Cloak now getting ever closer, using fire and smoke to their advantage, John.
Playing with the elements right now. Playing with my heartstrings at the moment. Big fans of how they've managed to start to pick this one up. SynerGE, though, are doing similarly well. And this push does need to come in relatively soon. They have no time before the blue starts to move. And they will get pressured out. Mayhem just a little bit more. They seem to be using their smokes pretty intelligently right now.
10 teams, limited players though, 25 still alive. You can see on the side of your screen there, Mayhem with 2, Soul with 2, Nepali HO NI with 2, TrustDProcess with 2, Godlike and Fnatic in the end there with just 1 player hanging on. We're back on with Sevi. He's looking to help out his team as Mayhem continue to push on over.
They've taken down one of them. At the moment, he's healing. He's out in the blue just a little bit. And has to try and push on out. Major Alpha will go down. Mayhem looking to push in from the back. Austin X as well, just ahead of them. Hits the deck just a little bit, but the side swipe is in. Huge shots coming out from Sevi. Saving his teammate and Cloak's out in the blue. This might be the end of Mayhem as they make their push. It's going to be very, very tricky for them as they do get eliminated down and out. And now SynerGE can start to push through, but they've got so much to work through. INS to their right. They've got Entity ahead of them and so much work.
Sevi taking heavy shots too. Mortal now on the floor, hands on the ice. Waiting for Viper to bring him back up again. Jonathan over here too. Here's HB. Great shots coming through from Nepali HO NI to keep the Nepal team in. Just that 1 player remaining.
Speaking of teams that are still in, Fnatic still going strong. Ronak on the northeastern side.
They're going to be happy with this guy. He just really needs to ladder up to a top 5 position to keep them in reaching distance. It'll be clapping all round for him if he can make it, and he's got the tree line all ahead of him. Just has to be careful of HB and the Soul players as he makes his way in.
Entity again playing on the edge of the circle. They've been so lucky with these shifts, and you can see they're racking up the kills to boot. INS taking some punishment. They try and push through. It's a very difficult route to make. Soul moving up north as well. Entity looking to hold this edge compound. They've got Anto to deal with. Of course, the John Allen MVP so far, but he's got his work cut out for him, I'll tell you that. Last player alive for Godlike. Sirvi in a very similar position for his team, and Anto goes down. Godlike down in 8th.
This is a really stressful push for a lot of these teams because Entity controls such a strong position within the circle, and breaking out from the tree line almost certainly puts you in the firing range.
Oh, Draga doesn't get rattled off by Mortal just yet. The peak's not quite there, not just yet. Ronak biding his time. Will he be able to stay hidden from Soul, from Viper and Mortal?
Ooh, I wonder if Mortal has spotted him.
I think it was just behind the hill line there.
Yeah, an old rivalry between Viper and Mortal. Ronak, obviously a former teammate. Both these players.
Oh dear, INS really suffering pretty heavily. IND, 4 players alive as well. And they are into the zone, taking control of the northern throws. They might play spoiler to all of these solo players.
HP so close. Did Dalji spot him? He was just peeking out from behind the tree. In comes a crash from INS. This is a strong position they need to hold. There's Aman there, the champion from the last Vikendi game. Can he hold them off?
Pushing it on in around the wall. Bishman not getting the knock, but staying alive in the process. Smokey hits the deck, looks for the reload, waits for it to come through. Aman around the side as another player pops out the window, and they have to run for the hills. Gatak over the wall. Aggression, speed, brutality, not quite at their back, unfortunately, as Bishma sees them off, rebuffs them yet again. He gets the second knock as well, but he's really struggling at this stage. Confirms the kill, and INS still in it. 1 player alive for them. He's on a sliver of HP, goes for the heal, but out wide he comes. Entity looking to try and close it down, and they shut him out. INS eliminated with 4 teams in, and Fnatic are still going blank.
This is perfect. Ronak, the hero for the team, the one they needed in this dire moment. Neo cannot afford to get Jonathan back up now, and that powerhouse in the middle of the circle is down to just 1 player now. Soul, though, they remain within the circle with 2 players. It's looking like we have a 2v2 with IND with all 4 players remaining.
It's going to be a real tricky spot for everybody else. IND looking to clean up here. 6 kills already. They've got 4 more on the map potentially coming their way. See what they're able to grab. Ronak, again, just trying to stay alive as long as possible.
A number 3 position is what he's looking for here. That 10 points will be vital in keeping them in this one. Obviously, they've only got 2 points, so going down 4th just really isn't enough here to make this game worth it. He's praying for Soul to go down first, but he's in the firing line of IND, and he's got the furthest to travel to. Still has a tree line to make it happen, though. He has stealth on his side.
But IND push in as well, and Ronak now can try and slip in the side. We'll see what he's able to do. It's going to be Neo holding off. Looks for the frag, looks for the fight. But he isn't going to be able to get the knock, first of all. Soul pushing in, and around they go. IND looking to sweep them up. Everybody in the zone now, except for Ronak on the outer edge.
Still pushing in, but look, we have Neo right ahead, and IND, I think they know he's in there. Going to try and flush him out with the Molotov to begin with, and it's Dalji who's watching down on Soul.
I don't think they're checking the outside. Oh, Ronak going to get spotted. Mortal, he knows where he is.
The circle will finish him.
Oh, he certainly will. He steps up, but the reload is coming through. He is going to spot it. Ronak looking for some kills, but he finally goes down. 4th place. Not too shabby, my friend, for a solo performance. Nicely done for Ronak, and now Soul are trying to hold it down against the encroaching forces of IND. 1 player as well for Entity. Behemoths of this circle duking it out now.
Mortal, a behemoth in his own right. Goes quite low now. IND circling. The Sharks can smell blood in the water, and they're using fire on this cold map. A story of fire and ice indeed.
Oh no, he's running around. He's trying to put it out, but just about survives. Gets away with it. He's going to stay up, and there's 2 players alive for Soul. IND. They don't want to jump the gun. They don't want to waste this opportunity to pick up the chicken dinner. But my, they got some difficult players to play against.
Mortal drops a smoke, looking to find an advantageous position just on the right-hand side of this barricade. Just peeks out for a moment. Neo, though, he's on the precipice of the circle. And at phase 9, we're just already immediately into the circle, closing until it finishes in the center. The entire map is covered in a blanket of blue.
IND currently occupy the center. The play zone shifts, and with it, the field of play shrinks. Entity out in the blue, trying to heal on out. Will pop the first aid, looks for a second one. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it in time, but Mortal goes down in the meantime.
They
Neo
ladder up,
falls,
though.
Soul get up, and they get in, and that's going to be enough. IND claim victory, but what a performance from everybody in that last circle, doing so much work. The chicken dinner, however, going IND's way.
Massive credit to the solid snake in the wings. It was Ronak making his way down through the tree line. Incredible stealth. This man might as well have had a dagger in his hands the entire time to make it so far to that 4th place for what looked like a really bad start to the game for them. Sure, Ronak might have gone down first, but he definitely wasn't the last to fall. Excellent job.
Beautiful stuff. Everybody there in that final circle. Commendable plays. IND with the sheer numbers advantage, managing to get it done. See their Mortal just giving advice to his team, being the sage source of wisdom that he is known to be.
A great guy indeed. I think it's nice to see this team calm and collected as well. Even so far through this tournament, it's really well done to them. I'm very happy with Soul. They have just got better and better as the finals go on. But remember, John, now we're coming off from game 12. Is it too late to start bringing it up? Entity, however, this was the score they were looking for.
Yeah.
They got some points on board. Neo managed to survive for that 3rd spot in that 10 points on board alongside all the kills that he was able to claim in that last circle.
Yeah, 18 total.
Yeah, really what they needed going forward. What an aggressive game. Look, that's 28 points total for them.
18 total points.
18 total points. Very well done to them. This will push their lead a little bit forward. You can feel like they still got that buffer again.
Especially with 0 Degree going down pretty early. They're going to be able to extend that. That's what they're looking for. The players looking a little bit road weary now. As I said before, it's a marathon, not a sprint. You need consistency, you need endurance, and most of all, you need your team.
This is what we like to see. We like to see Scout happy. We've seen this team get very flustered, and it looks like they've calmed down a bit now. Just more happy with their performance going forward. And I think a lot of that comes down to that interview we saw as well. We've seen Scout time and time again, in interview after interview, say they're pushing for that #1 spot. But now that they've swallowed their pride, they know that number 2, it might not be first, but it is good enough. It will take them to Kuala Lumpur.
Might be worth 30 grand, that difference, but at the end of the day, it is the glory that you're looking for. That's what the long-term goals, especially of an organization like Fnatic. They're not in it for the money. They're in it for the passion of the fans, of the community, of the players as well. Fnatic, the roster, such a passionate set.
A little bit of analysis on the side of IND. It's very interesting. Finally, this patience and passive playstyle is coming back to provide success for them. We know they like to get that last circle with 4 players remaining. It's something they put a lot of value in. They play together a lot of the time. 4 players was just suffocating for the Soul players as well as the Entity player remaining. And they're able to just surround that compound and slowly but surely, surgically remove those players from the standing and take #1 spot in that 9th phase.
Should try and push them just a little bit further up towards the top of the tables. The standings again in flux. It's been so close for so long. You know, all the way from 2nd down to 9th is really this open playing field. So if you can get that chicken dinner, if you can get those kills on board with the high scoring games, you're going to be looking to open up the gap. But we're going to open it up to the desk to give us some analysis of that previous game. Vikendi always delivers. Jason, over to you.
It delivered in more ways than one, we have to say, as we saw so many crazy plays throughout the entirety of that match. And guys, let's just start off by talking about IND, pulling it out strong, a team we've been looking at since prelims, able to come up and show some life here in day 2 of the finals.
It's taken them quite a while, honestly, to show up. We're pretty late. It's like the 5th game of the 2nd day here in the finals, but finally they have arrived. And what a way to do it. They had a couple close calls with victory earlier on, but nothing as definitive as this one.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this game, they were not even in the top 8 when it comes to the overall leaderboards. I do have to give it to them, though, playing super passive around circle number 7. They had 4 alive. They heard and saw all that mayhem erupting in the south. Not choosing to push it, but choosing just to hang back, relax, and use their numbers to their advantage in the final zone.
It was a game for me of individual plays. I wanted to point out all day long, all game long, we saw crazy individual plays, just like a few that we saw. One earlier from Mazik becoming one with the door, one with Sangwon getting a double spray down flank. Entity actually did get a double kill on the nade to take out ETG. Survey with an insane game as well, taking down peoples left and right from multiple teams. And finally with Bhishma with a beautiful clutch, almost taking home the game for his team.
So you're talking about one with the door.
One with the door, wow.
The smoke, though,
Gives
giving it away. I feel like Entity had no idea that there was actually a player there because they had just finished cleaning up the Brawlers right after that fight. I mean, I got to give it to Mazak, though, outliving the Brawlers, so getting some more placement points, or at least attempting to.
There was one play that I also liked. I think it was Oasis or so, I'm not sure. It was the very final one where he could have survived trying to heal. I think this was Ronak, sorry. At the very, very end, having that one medkit up, didn't get just in time, but if he did, he would have gotten, I think, 2nd place in this one.
Well, you know what? It was basically a game of survival, it felt like, for a lot of teams, but also a bloodbath across the board. Let's talk about Ronak. He lost out on his 3 teammates very, very early on in the game, but still held on to last into, if it was Circle 8, he was still alive and kicking.
Yeah,
I don't know how.
I mean, it was kind of a sloppy fight with Fnatic. They were fighting Mayhem. It was circle number 2. We actually saw Scout OP take a jump shot onto one of the members who hit the dirt, got him taken down and out. Ronak able to save the day but not get the revives. Here's Ronak trying to just breach on into the circle. Mortal will be spotting Ronak. I mean, definitely getting placement points, 4th place. Yep. Something that will at least keep them afloat here. Here's Neo healing off as well. Missing the time by just a second.
I thought he had that, actually. That was one I thought, yeah, it was actually Neo, not Ronak, who I was talking about. He actually had like 0.2 seconds before he got that heal off, something like that. That would have actually given him 2nd place, but, oh, wait. They did get 2nd place in the end.
Yeah, in points overall. They didn't get knocked out second, but they got 2nd place overall.
Soul got second.
There we
Soul
go.
was the
Thank
team
you.
who was the
14
last
points.
team remaining. But you can see there, I mean, still Entity, like we've been kind of questioning, is that gap, is that lead they've been able to build up from day 1 start to slip? But you can see here getting 2nd place, able to help keep that position.
Yeah, Entity, they had circle 5, they had circle 6, they actually had circle 4 before that as well. And then circle number 7 happened. They were right on the edge. They had the compounds to work with, making some very big questionable plays in my opinion. It was INS, they started to crash their compound, and then we saw Entity jumping over the wall 1 by 1, getting taken down and out. I mean, yes, they won the fight at the end of the day, but they only had 1 member to survive. I feel like they could have just held back, defended the compound, instead of pushing out into the open on INS.
Perfect example of what we call a Pyrrhic victory. You won the battle, but at what cost? Everybody.
Yeah,
it was like
3 members.
3 members. Absolutely insane, though. I do have to give it to Entity Gaming hanging on for very, very
They're
long.
making a Thanos reference there.
No. What do they cost?
Everything. Well, let's take a look at the second half of the scoreboard so we can see what teams came through 9th and 16th. And, oh, unfortunately, RIP official, dead last.
That's going to hurt them for sure. We know, and you said this, Dave, earlier on, how close, like 2nd to 9th it was. This is definitely going to hurt their chances going out first. We know they were barely hanging on to 5th spot a little bit earlier on.
6th place, actually.
6th
So
place,
even lower than that, yeah.
That's not qualification. 6 is not.
Nope,
and especially after this, I'm expecting them to drag down all the way maybe to 8th.
Yeah, I mean, between 5th place and 7th place where Seoul was, that's 4 points. So after this game, we're going to have to wait till the overall, but I'm pretty sure, depending on the kill count, of course, I'm pretty sure Seoul finally breached that top 5.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Seoul is that they haven't really made any crazy plays. They have had a few, but they haven't had any crazy games, meaning no chicken dinners with like so many kills. It's just been a slow, steady grind. If
Consistent
anything,
though, on that slow, steady grind.
Yeah, that's what's impressive about Seoul. They have a few great plays showing the individual skills of their members, and then suddenly out of nowhere, they're climbing up the scoreboards.
Well, speaking of scoreboards, you know what time it is?
Leaderboard!
No, it's actually the circle package time. We're going to take a look at how the circles progressed throughout that last match. You guys jumped the gun a little bit there.
You baited us there.
I
mean,
did.
Let's be real. So checking everything out here. Elementrix, they're right on the coast, the first team on the coast. The coast never really works out in my opinion because the circles always tend to shift away from water. John Allen almost getting their Dino Park finish. Definitely something else. I mean, you baited us on the leaderboards, the circle baiting John on the Dino Park ending.
He almost had it though. He was so close. As you can see, it's already right there. But no Dino Park. We know that John wanted to see it, but not today.
Well, John and Blank both wanted it, but you know what? You can't have what you want at all times. Maybe tomorrow, since we still have one Vikendi match to come up. But obviously, good job by IND to finish that one out with. And it was a very interesting game too, because I felt like a lot more teams were more willing to go straight center circle quicker than sit on the outskirts.
And teams that were a lot more decisive in general as well, whether it comes to sieging compounds or just pushing teams in general. I see a lot more decisiveness from teams, a lot cleaner, and I feel like the level of play here is getting that much better.
On that note, Dave, do you think teams are starting to do that more often now because maybe they're towards the bottom of the scoreboard and they need to make a big play happen?
Get more aggressive?
Yeah.
Definitely. We saw it this previous game with the Brawlers. They came in hot. They had a hot pull-up on 0 degree. They started the engagement. The Brawlers got a knock by running over a member of 0 degree, and they actually took them out within 30 seconds, and then that's when we saw Orb hearing the shots, running over to their compound, trying to get the third party on that as well. Almost successful, and then, you know, we saw the Magic, you know, the door, whole situation. I mean,
we're going to see that again in a little bit of time. Don't worry, I'm not going to rush it just yet.
I'm just getting nervous. I mean, if you're the Brawlers, they're not here right now. They're probably eating a Subway sandwich, but
they better not be. That was mine, man.
I'm just saying, you got one more game to go, right? One more game to go. You're not doing so hot.
You wanted to see it. Mazik.
The Brawlers get a chicken dinner? Yeah.
No, well, I mean, everyone wants to see that, I'm assuming. But Mazik, we talked about him getting stuck behind the door, trying to fight for his team's chance, trying to push through a little bit further. And I think when we were watching, you know, in the back in the green room, we were talking about, like, he threw a second smoke, which gave away his position to eventually be taken down.
He should have just waited, to be honest.
No one knew they were there.
He was there. Exactly. He was one with the door. He just basically did that thing where he was dressed to the destroyer. All he had to do is not move.
Because Entity had no reason whatsoever to peek behind this door. So Magic actually threw a smoke
he threw
right
smoke,
after that.
right after that when Entity came in, right?
So it looked like it was the Brawlers smoke.
Yep.
Right? So then Entity, they got the finish. They saw the kill feed. Okay, we took out the Brawlers. Then they were just, I believe, going for loot. Magic throws another smoke. If you're Entity, you're like, where did that come from?
Did you guys throw that?
Did you guys throw a smoke?
I didn't throw a smoke.
And then after that, it was just process of elimination. Are they prone in the bathtub? Are they in a bush? No, behind the door.
Well, he was one with the door no longer after that. Unfortunate for him. If he waited a little bit longer, I felt like they would have just left, honestly, and took their loot and be on their merry way.
One thing Magic could have done with that smoke, used it to evacuate the area instead of hide right there.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the game plan, but then they heard footsteps coming through that door. They weren't quick enough.
Maybe. Okay, gentlemen. Now do you know what time it is?
Leaderboards!
I said it with a question mark.
Replays.
It was leaderboard, actually. Let's take a look at the overall standings. So now you don't trust me anymore. I feel bad now.
I'm sorry,
I feel like
you
I
ruined this for us now.
I did, but you know what hasn't been ruined? Entity's lead in first place at 161 points, and Seoul, they've been able to secure themselves a fourth position now.
Wow, that is a pretty decent lead. They've actually started to build it a little bit more. 39 points. And are you laughing because I pulled out my calculator?
You get your calculator out to do it every time.
Did you take your calculator out to get 1 point?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm Asian. I can do math, all right? This is
I
not
mean,
a discussion.
looking at the leaderboard, though, I mean...
Second, third, and fourth.
I mean,
1
even
point
sixth place.
each.
Wait, 17, it goes 117, 118, 120, 121, 122. Top 8 right now, super close. Hopefully Fnatic can rack up some more points in their final game here tonight, just so that tomorrow they'll have a little more cushion. Entity, though, very important game. I mean, they haven't really been gaining too much traction. They came in today with a mega gap, and slowly but surely that's been closing, but with this previous third place, that kind of separated them once again from the rest of the pack.
So from second place to seventh, there's only like 10 points difference. That's like literally nothing, considering the fact that you literally get 1 point just to play. So if we were to do the math, if you were to get as seventh place, 1 game and just a few kills, you could be in second place. That's like it.
Yeah, you don't have your calculator, so you couldn't figure it out.
I don't.
After the break, we'll have it.
We'll have it.
I didn't mean to call
We'll
you
have
out.
the prod
I didn't
people
mean to
help
call
us
you
out with the math, because that's not.
Well, don't worry. We're going to head over to the second page to see our 9 through 16 teams at the overall standings and see the point discrepancy between them. Even 105 for RIP official, they're still very well in it.
Yeah, I mean 108, if I'm not mistaken, was on Fnatic. I have short-term memory. But ETG.Brawlers, now they're starting to find their form a little bit, but not by that much. It's still a significant gap from 9 to 10. They will have to go hard on all the games like later and tomorrow to be able to climb all the way up.
Hard in the paint, son. That's what we are saying over here. Trust the process. Mayhem, they got the chicken dinners, kind of the outliers when it comes to leaderboard and the chicken dinner count. Megastars right ahead of them. Orb official. They're getting aggressive. I mean, every single game, they're always in a fight, but the fight is always in circle 1. It's always right out the gate.
In team number 15 and 16, that's Mayhem, TrustDProcess. They've been getting what I like to call low-quality chicken dinners, man. It's like microwave chicken dinners, you know what I mean? You get them, but they don't really satisfy you because you only get a few points from them, not a lot of kills. And because of that, they're at 15 and 16th because of the fact that despite the fact that they had chicken dinners.
The microwave chicken dinners.
The microwave chicken.
We want the oven baked or the slow roasted
stuffing
chicken
inside.
See, mashed potatoes.
Why can't it be fried?
Deep fried. It could be. I mean, it's all right.
We're
watching.
American.
We're watching
we
our
should
weight.
know all
though.
about deep frying
We're watching
things.
our weight. We're watching our weight.
Yeah. All right. Well, you know what? Let's actually take a look at our number 3 and number 4 team and do a direct comparison between the two. It's going to be IND and Seoul to see how their stats have played out so far over the entirety of the finals. And look at that, 50 kills to 35. That is a massive difference.
Yeah, it is. It's like 15 kills over for Seoul, and the damage actually is pretty significant, almost hitting 10,000. The funny thing is, Seoul has traveled much less than IND, which just goes to show that they are being more efficient.
Yeah, and IND...
It's been weird for Seoul, though, right? We were actually looking at the rotations. They're doing some like odd things sometimes, sending players in like different directions.
Usually when they have 3, right? Usually when they have 3, and it tends to be around circle 3 or 4, they just start sending it in every direction. I feel like they send it out there kind of like feelers to kind of see which area is safe.
And they die.
9 out of 10 times they all end up dying. But the one time it does work, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
one
time it
though,
works,
like,
they get second place.
It doesn't make it worth it to do it.
I think so, because they're only 1 point behind.
Fair enough.
IND. 1 point behind. They got a ton of more kills. So if they can just get a couple more placement points, IND should be fairly far back. Imagine if Seoul gets a chicken dinner, how crazy that would be.
See, I feel like that's what's holding them back.
Chicken?
Yeah, I mean, they're sending out random people to random places. I mean, if they were able to stick together and take map control definitively, then we'd start to see them place a little better and maybe go higher into the standings instead of getting a lot of kills and not getting those placement points that they've been needing.
I mean, at the end of the day, what, they're in 4th right now? If we were to end it, they would be going to prelims. Yeah. Not somewhere that a team wants to really see themselves. They want the direct invite. But looking at all the teams that are not even going there, definitely miles ahead. So I like that they're slowly making progress here. I think it's time for them to get a chicken, though, if I'm being honest. Like you said, I agree.
Well, you know what? We've been talking about the number 3 and the number 4 team, but how about we talk about the number 1 team at the moment? It's Entity Gaming on the stage with Xerxes.
Entity Gaming, you guys missed out on the chicken dinner, but still, this was much better than what the entire day has been. Like, you had some beautiful chicken dinners yesterday, but today you're still missing out. Does this feel a little better at least?
No. Actually, बहुत सारे प्लान करके आया था आज के दिन के लिए, बट सारी की सारी टीम ने आज अच्छा परफॉर्म किया है. तो अभी जो कंपटीशन लेवल है अभी बढ़ गया, मतलब लाइक फर्स्ट डे से ज़्यादा अभी कंपटीशन लेवल बहुत ज़्यादा हार्ड हो गया. तो अभी थोड़ा सा और चेंजेस करेंगे. अभी जो लास्ट मैच है उसमें ट्राई करेंगे चिकन लेने का, और अगर लाइक कल के दिन के लिए बहुत सारे चेंजेस करने पड़ेंगे, क्योंकि अभी सारी टीम सिमिलर खेलने का ट्राई कर रही है. लाइक एज ऑफ द जोन खेलने के बाद में थोड़ा थोड़ा मूव इन करके यही चल रहा है सब सारी टीम्स के दिमाग में अभी. तो थोड़ा चेंजेस करेंगे.
So you're saying a lot of strategies that you'd made, which worked yesterday, didn't work today because most of the teams have started playing on the edge the way you used to play, and now slowly you need to make some changes. You're going to try them out in the next game that's going to come up. Hopefully win a dinner because that's definitely what you guys need. But your lead's gone up a little bit, so that works out very well. Congratulations on that. And hopefully you get the next chicken dinner. We are going to go into a short break right now.
Welcome to the fury of the wasteland. In Season 10, PUBG Mobile is bringing in even more items, modes, and content to help players survive in the harsh post-apocalyptic world. For those who need to expand their armory, look no further than the new MP5K, a SMG that replaces the Vector in Vinkendi after the update. It can be equipped with all attachments, including stocks, foregrips, mags, and scopes, and supports single shot, burst, and full auto firing modes. This weapon is very versatile and is suitable for short and mid-range combat. It is a must-have for assaults and street firefights. Another update is the addition of SEMA, which replaces the armored UAZ in Vinkendi. It is probably the most robust vehicle in Vinkendi, suitable for rocky and snowy slopes, and extremely durable. In addition, everyone's favorite TDM mode has been updated with a new Ruins map, which is a lot bigger and calls for a larger variety of tactics. Players will need to work closely together and have a reasonable selection of weapons to win. Royale Pass Season 10 will also be updated with apocalypse-themed outfits to make players look more intimidating. As usual, player tiers are adjusted at the beginning of the season, so team up with your friends and explore the new content as soon as possible, and aim for the top of the charts.
What prevents you from becoming the real deal? Fast downloading. They always get into the field quicker than you. Falling behind? No, not gonna happen. Stay calm and be cool. Nothing will stand in your way. A true hero must step up to defeat the enemies when there's no one to count on. Vivo Multi-Turbo, a real strong core makes you a real professional player.
I feel like a piece of chicken meat on a grill under the blazing sun. Everyone hates desert because they get lost here. But there are some interesting people here, like that hip-hop kid. You know, the one on top of the car? He always has the strangest stickers. Supposedly, they're trophies he got from other players. You know how it is. Kids and their toys. Oh, and that guy standing by the wall has a really good aim and is supposedly an assassin. Why is he dressed like that in this frackin' desert, though? As for that lady over there, she values her gun more than her own life. That's about the only thing you can trust around here. Me? Who am I? Ha! Everyone knows the Lava Barret. Shh! I think we have guests.
Welcome back to the PMCO South Asia Regional Finals. But you know what? When it's time for, let's take a look at not only the top 5 players from the last match, but the top 5 players overall so far within the finals. And you can see Entity Gaming still having 3 players in the top 5.
Well, not really surprised considering how well they've been working as a unit here, especially Jonathan and Amon. It's worth pointing out here, they have been just lighting up the server every single time they step into it.
Yeah, Entity are in first place, got 3 of the top fraggers up there. INS in second place with 1 of the top fraggers, and then 0 Degree with a fragger. They're in 6th place. So interesting stats over here, 19, 19, 19, 24, 24. So at the end of the day, tomorrow, if we have first and second tied for 24, we need like a TDM on Ruins to kind of
settle it.
See who is the best fragger in the lobby.
I think so.
I think that's the call.
Are you putting up money for that?
Oh, I'd put up money for that.
Okay.
All day, son.
Instagram money at @MustacheDave_ probably.
Thanks.
But obviously, Estrado, you want to get in there?
Yeah, I'd put in a sub but you don't have one, so.
Oh, so maybe tomorrow you can participate. Maybe.
You know what? You have to ride back with me to the hotel, so be careful what you say.
Aren't you guys bunk bed mates?
No.
Oh.
No.
That was
We actually
someone
are in the same bed.
Okay.
Like
Whoa. So, quick. So,
anyways,
talk about
moving
the game.
into
Talk
now
about the
our
game.
next game. It's our final game of the day, but this is also the point of the day where we look at it as this is the 12th match. You have 6 left to go tomorrow, so 7 in total. And if you're behind at the end of the day, you have to pull something off miraculous tomorrow if you want to have a chance to make it into the top 5. And that's what all these teams are aiming for. Not only the prize money was at 60,000 for first place, 30,000 for second, but you want to be a team to represent this region in the global final.
I think that's actually the big prize here. I mean, sure, 60,000, 30,000, that's great and all. But representing your home country, fighting the rest of the players in the world, representing your flag, that's a big deal. That's pride right there.
Definitely. And talking about that, looking at the teams currently standing, I want to keep you guys updated, all right? That's just what I'm going to keep doing.
Appreciate it.
Especially tomorrow.
Update day.
Especially tomorrow. 2nd through 9th place, 17-point gap.
Wow.
So that's not much. And then, let's see, 2nd to 10th place, that's where Brawlers is, 40-point gap. So if Brawlers, you know, in theory, get the next 2 chicken dinners, they can find themselves in 2nd place if they outperform everybody else. But besides that, Entity in 1st place, INS in 2nd place, that's a 39-point gap. So those are the numbers.
I think it's for Entity. You think about the fact that they have quite a lead.
Yeah.
It's not as significant as we think because you can get those amount of points in like one game, and we've seen 40-point games. So I want to say that it's possible that they lose their top spot.
Yeah, INS hot on their trail.
Hell yeah.
You know, we haven't had a back-to-back order today. We haven't had a team take 2 chicken dinners today as well. It was Entity yesterday to take 2. We're going to move into our final match of the day. It's on a angle. Let's hear some noise and throw it over to our commentators, John Allen and Blake. Whew.
Dudes, 12. We're ready for the old 1-2 punch for this game. We're going to take to the skies. You were unsure about that intro, weren't you?
Languages?
I only do English. Well, I don't speak English, but I am an Englishman, and my name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we're going to be getting into match number 12. Erangel is the arena once again. A great place to go, and well, we've just seen the plane path, and it is quite spicy.
It's pretty spicy. Very, very off to the southern side of the map from Mill to Power off Primorsk. Fnatic going to be pretty happy with this one because they go over to Sosnovka, but also could be quite unhappy too, as everyone else decides maybe we go military base this time around rather than trying to force our way up to Georgia Pole. There is some vehicles you can pick up on the way, on the roadside. That's Katka, that's Pachinki. Damn, you're a long rotation that way. Nepali HO NI, they can take Milta, but they can have a couple of friends with them. Perhaps a couple of teams go up to Lipovka quite early on, but this is not a kind playing path whatsoever. So I'm expecting kind of a central circle to come out, and if it doesn't, call me wrong in the chat, just hit me up, just send me so many messages, I'll receive them. I'll be like, my bad.
Send them on blank_casts on Instagram.
Absolutely.
Send them there. Absolutely, we'll read that. Or you can send them to me on John Allen _.
Could do.
Yeah, could do that. All right, fair enough. But it looks like on the southerly path, still only Fnatic at the moment, heading to military C block. And still only TrustDProcess going Nova, so no one actually making a new entry here.
Seems very scared of Ronak, the great performance he made on Vikendi.
Scary.
Don't want to challenge him out in his home turf, down in Sosnovka. As the other teams make their way on up, you see the line of teams and the parachutes all coming out to make their way on over to their preferred locations. And a pretty central circle, to be fair, over onto the western side of the map. A little bit off kilter.
Let's find out where Seoul land this time around, and they are going to change it up.
It's a nice little game, isn't it?
This time they might actually go to a place they've been to before. It looks like they're going to head to the roads out on the west and send on up to George City.
Do you know what I'm really excited for? I'm excited for Clutch God and Regaltos just to, go completely in the opposite direction of the circle and just go die to another team.
Big fan of that.
Big fan of that one. Let's see if they don't do this game, because Mortal and Viper did an excellent job making their way up. Aman flips the vehicle, and it's Pan Singh and Surya. A bit of road warfare.
He's going to get the barrel out, swaps the guns.
This is
but
a great
Aman
angle.
just cannot be hit. This guy's got his bullet repellent on today. Swaps, or maybe tries to swap to the back seat, but out goes Pan Singh.
out!
Okay, yeah, he gives up the ghost. Look at him. Just takes the shot. Actually lose the buggy wheel, so they can't pick that up. Unfortunate, but they do get a kill, and it's a great start. They've taken out a strong player from Entity, 0 Degree as well, looking to try and rack up those points.
You know, 0 Degree, they're well happy about Season 10 coming out. Fury of the Wasteland already. A bit of Mad Max battling going on the field. I really like the way they rammed the vehicle, stopped him from moving anywhere.
Witness me.
Witness me. Gets the spray can in. In comes Kisley. And it's God about to take a pan to the face.
Oh, he's got the pan, but it's against the Deagle, which is better. The teammates are there. Oh, no! Singh! Okay, from the sidelines, pops the Deagle out as well. Looks for it. Final boss going for it. The reload is in. Looks for the sidelines, and he's down. Pan Singh comes in to save the day. This guy is on fire.
It's like when you're watching a bit of a movie, and suddenly from off screen, Pan Singh comes in, and he's done. God is so low, peeks his little head out before Vex can send the crossbow on his way. He's back in.
Speak about Deus Ex Machina. God, receiving the God from the machine this time around. And now Megastars have their player behind the tree. Not going to be too happy with their spot either. Losing 2 players, Avi and Vex as well. The last remaining. They're very low on the weapon.
Oh, is he going again?
Oh, no, don't do it to him. Don't do it to him again. Oh, you got to hop out. Go for the shots, but the reload is in. The damage is there. Is the backup? No, it's not. He goes around. He's going left. He's going right. He's duking about.
Punch him,
he's going to go in. Finally gets it done, and it's the headshot coming in with the Deagle.
From afar, God. This time they won't bring it the real for Pan Singh. He's only got bandages on him. It's finally coming in to finish the job.
Fantastic stuff. And so 0 Degree taking a player out of Entity, taking out the majority of the Megastars as well. They've managed to get 4 kills already, and we're only 4.5 minutes into the game.
1 player remains from Megastars. Let his way out as soon as possible. RV, you saw the horrors of the vehicle, the road rage. He was not going 30, let's put it that way. And RV decided, I'm not about that. I would like to leave. Thank you.
I shall not abide by people not obeying the road laws.
I mean, RV definitely isn't. Look how fast he's leaving. I mean, you would as well. You'd be like, I'm going to crank this one. I'm getting out of here.
Absolutely. Just sends it straight on away. RIP official. You can see them in South George crates at the moment. Seoul out to their west in South George City. The circle really quite kind to both of these teams, so they should be just about fine. What I'm really interested in as well is, are Fnatic going to escape? Are they going to leave that military island? Or will IND play spoiler to them once again? The circle does allow them to actually do that, so should be quite interesting to see how they're going to stack up. Have they learnt their lesson this time around? TrustDProcess as well. Look at her try and get away. Godlike over the bridge in Milta. ETG.Brawlers on the other side.
ETG.Brawlers, a team that has been doing okay so far under the leadership of Sangwan, but they're not quite able to make it to those final circles like they did in the play-ins. They had that back-to-back-to-back chicken dinner on the first day. They kind of petered off from there, sadly. But 0 Degree, they've got a lot of wind behind them right now, and the sails are a-billowing as they move up top towards Mayhem.
Orb at the moment, just holding down Pachinki, no one really challenging. Fnatic are sending over the bridge as we speak, and they're trying to mount up. They've got Ronak out as the scout. IND do have position, so we'll see what they're able to do. God actually taking a knock from Mayhem, so earlier on, that wasn't great. Okay, this is what I wanted to see. Ronak taking a forward spot, and he's changing his mind, potentially? No? Okay, we'll see what he's going to go to do. He's sending it out wide, sending it out to the side. Huh? Not too sure you can squeeze under there, I'm afraid, Ronak. Oh no, he's wedged it.
That's very odd. I think in previous iterations you could actually send it through there.
I think that might be a change.
Yeah, and it counted as.
Come on, guys. Come on. With IND looking down your way, you've got to be very, very careful.
We bottled it. We bottled it.
Oh no, 0 Degree actually getting run over by Mayhem in the process. Oh, look at all the cars. What is going on? It is Fury Road today. Ride heavy in the wastelands, my friends.
How about it?
Couple of witnesses coming on through. Ronak, though, mounting up first, and he's got him. Oh, this time he does get off the side.
Yeah, I think I know what this is, though. This is confusion tactics. IND, so surprised by what they've witnessed, they're like, oh, what are they doing?
What are they doing?
Oh, I can't figure it out. We've got to leave.
Oh, this
Let's
is so
get out of
disturbing.
here.
Run for the hills. And they do actually. They do actually run away.
Yeah.
So, Fnatic.
What is this strange play? We've never seen it before.
With what is possibly the weirdest, most kerfuffly push over this bridge, have made it unscathed. Actually, I take that back. Paratosh has taken some damage. Just a little bit. Just a tad.
Tiny bit.
Just a hint of damage, a sprinkling of damage.
Not a huge deal, just a seasoning. Anto here. I actually really like this positioning. Third person perspective gets him sight all the way down the bridge, but no one can see him. Laid atop of the bonnet. Nice job.
IND have spotted out Fnatic now, but they're over on the mainland. And we saw last time around when they were able to get away on this western side of the map as well, they had a really, really strong game. It was the game they came second. They got a load of points on board, so we'll see if they're able to have a repeat performance. Godlike still holding on that eastern bridge.
And they must know IND are waiting up here. It's the only obvious position for them. Can see here with Shagar on the bridge side.
I don't know if he's
Can
been spotted.
Anto see him? Shagar's currently got the Car 98K, so can unleash an absolute ton of damage onto Anto should he rear his head.
Oh, he's going to know now. The buggy mounted up a little bit far away from the rest of his squad, but he moves up to the next stronghold. Anto biding his time.
This is the first time Godlike have gone for such an aggressive push, and now they will have to leave this if they want to get a good central position with the circle.
They're not going to leave yet. Anto might just try and go for it. No, he lets him pass. Waits for the rest of the team to receive the kill. Maybe they're going to be able to do it, but if Shagar can just send... Okay, they're going to let him through. He will not go unchallenged, but the other two, they just send off the bottom of the cliff. Oh, no! They're a shooting gallery. They're fishing the barrel for Anto. They still have one player on the other side, so they do need to be careful. They need to be wary. Oh, well, Godlike going to be able to figure out where they are. Shagar there over the lip of the hill is going to take a little bit of damage from Kronten. Goes for the weapon swap, picks up the Scar instead, but he will not win out the fight. And the off angle now is owned by Godlike.
This is the thing with Godlike. Trash looting farm. They're not going to have great loot. Look on side. They've got a military best level 1. TDP coming down from Novo. They're going to be nice and stacked. The M4 for Shagar. All the meds that he could ever want. Look at Anto. He's got nothing but bandages.
But the thing they have managed to achieve is the stoppage on this rotation from TrustDProcess. They've initiated this conflict, and they might just be the ones to shut it down if TrustDProcess don't have their wits about them. A couple of the players have managed to skirt all the way around to the other side. They continue to go through. Over in Rozhok in the meantime, 0 Degree losing another player. It looks like Vampire might be able to spot out Blazy. Going up the ridge, and that's 0 Degree getting eliminated in 15th place, because we did lose the Megastars earlier on.
Unfortunate for 0 Degree. Been slowly slipping away from the top of that leaderboard. Be too happy with that one, but now Shagar. Pretty much all on his send here, looking to make something happen.
Mafia goes in, will not be able to get the knock, not just yet, but they trade it 1 for 1. TrustDProcess sending across the way now. Trying to cover this distance, but there's just so much in the way. Might be wiser to just mount up and give up the ghost here.
Sarge tries to come out and help Private Shagar, but does not make it happen, sadly.
Pistols to tanks, I'm afraid, this situation. As they go very, very low, I don't think he's going to be able to survive this one yet again. Kronten pushing out wide. Should be able to get the vision on relatively soon, but in comes Doku on the sidelines. The AKM rattles off 1, hits the deck, has the ridgeline to protect. You've got the revenge potentially coming on in, spots yet another one, will get another knock, turns it on to Anto, finds a third, and Doku starting to turn up the heat, looks for the final one, and Mafia under pressure, has to hit the deck, he's so low, will he be able to do it? Doku, the blue's going to push him in.
I think he can go for the res on Shagar here. The circle does not hurt that much, you need to go for it now though, buddy.
Might look for it. The bandage is there. Shagar goes down. Doku going to be looking to loot that one up. TrustDProcess. They're down to 2. They have got another player on the off angle. The guy who was holding behind the hay bale, but Mafia has to push in as well. Fully stimmed up now. Only has bandages. Needs to make the play. It's very tricky, and unfortunately, Godlike might have their number up.
Saxlayer will just be waiting for them here. Finishes off Anto. He can see Kiki too. It's just Doku and Saxleo who remain right now. They'll be very happy if they can get away with this one, with a bit of loot going forward. Try and propel themselves towards the top of those standings in this map. Ooh. But it gets even harder. As you see the circle hard shift up to the northern side towards School and Apps. Entity, however, they're nice and secured on the northeast side. Now they need to make a decision. Pushing in towards the central compound, but already Mayhem, they've made the quick move.
Godlike forced the fight, but they're not going to be the ones to come out on top. 2 players alive for TrustDProcess. Mafia running along the coastline now, trying to send it on in, trying to disengage. A northward shift on the circle, going to send anyone up towards the fields north of Pachinki, towards Potato Hill, towards School, and seeing what sort of ground they can get.
Indeed. Mafia wants to make his way in now. It's kind of a sad time, but getting the boat nice and early is pretty good. Can probably take his way past Sharkfin. Try and insert himself on the coastal side, but here's Yash, takes down to a HE.
Sky able to lob it on through the window, gets the pressure on board. As RIP push up the stairs. Mazik is there. We've seen how sneaky this guy can be, but how much of an impact can he have? They will have checked out the outside, and he is going to be sneaky again. Yash essentially giving up at this stage. They will spot him out. They will check it. I think he's on the roof. They know where Yash is. That's a pickup on the kill. But they've got 2 players stationed outside, waiting in the wings to back Mazik up.
RIP, this is the team that likes to take a early position in compounds, and they're damn good at removing players from it. But like I said before, Mazik, this guy is sneakier than anything.
Nade in the window.
Make it happen.
Not going to be able to do too much just yet. The off angles are there. Mazik doesn't want to push in, but he can't push away. That's the problem. They need to try and cover the retreat. The smoke's coming out. Might give them a little bit of pressure.
Now looking for it. Mazik just behind the door as per usual. Makes his move. RIP are not watching. It looks like he just about makes it to the second smoke, and over the wall he goes. Reunited with the rest of his team.
Saving Private Mazik gets away with it. Looks like they want to send on away, give up the compound, give up the garage. And nicely done too, just in time. Everyone else trying to send on in. TrustDProcess just about to enter the zone. IND just in front of them as well. There's this southwestern side of the circle being contested, but Orb doing very well to stay alive in that.
Very much so. It's patient game from them. Great understanding of the compound around them. Now we see the previous chicken dinner winners in the form of IND holding down the hillside. Just past Potato Hill here. They're looking down onto ETG.Brawlers. ETG.Brawlers caught in a bad spot right now. This is not good for them. Both doors have been kicked down by IND on the hillside.
Not too sure why he's exposing himself so much there, but he's going to get away with it. The circle zones up north again. Elementrix are going to be pretty happy with that one, as it is just on the south side of Rozhok. Some nice hills around here. School still in the circle. Everyone looking for that push. That was Godlike getting eliminated. TrustDProcess finally finishing out that fight. That extended battle. That was not to be. INS very close to Fnatic right now. You can see on the western side, but it's just Ronak there. The rest of the squad nowhere to be seen.
Phase 4 comes in. Elementrix, time and time again, we see them control the edge of the circle. Currently, they have pretty much all the northern side to themselves, but a lot of times we see this team fumble with the power and the control that they have at the beginning of the game, not able to push it towards the end and clean up those kills. We are watching as all these players make the great migration from the southern side. Entity did a really smart job not to move too early, and now they're actually in a position to take the northern side of the circle. Really smart from them, but it's SynerGE who are moving directly towards the center.
ORB looking to try and poke on through Max Cash, trying to slip through the Lion's Den, and might come out unscathed to regroup with Mazik. He was sent on a little bit further forwards. INS and ETG.Brawler taking opposing hillsides right now. You got Soul in there as well, and Mad Dog just slips on through the net once more, and Orb somehow managed to cross the Headshot Valley.
That's terrifying for most teams, but ORB, they make it happen. Let's see if RIP can be as lucky with their rotation. Bishma, an extremely strong player from INS. He's one of the better assaulters on this team.
Naruto being the sacrificial lamb there to secure the rotation moving on forwards. So they're down to 3. They're a little bit more central, and they can continue to fight with ORB, and Max Cash are just going to start to take it to them. Look at that. They trade it back, though, onto Mazik as the ETG.Brawlers start to chime into the fight. RIP and Orb will not let each other go.
Yeah, rolling terrain here, providing a lot of cover for these teams. Good positions to use that third perspective to look over the top. Perspective.
There we go.
I need to find a new perspective on words, it would seem.
The perspective. And third-person peek coming out from Iconic onto IND. Remember, Fnatic are actually at their back, and it looks like they're going to be sending counterclockwise into the backside of the small compound that IND currently occupy. So they're trying to contest for that sort of building. This is such an open area, Blank. This is so brutal for anyone who needs to make these rotations. The amount of open ground, this is why I call it Headshot Valley.
Absolutely is. You pop out for a moment's notice, you don't know if it's going to be your head taken off or the enemy player on yonder. We'll see what happens. ETG currently control a very strong spot, guarding towards the south, but we are quickly leading towards the next circle being popped. Every single team playing it safe, knowing that movement within this circle almost certainly will mean death.
Very difficult to orchestrate. Still 13 teams alive, as you say. Nepal HO NI currently occupying School and Challenged, so they have got a brilliant vantage point. Next circle about to come in. Ooh, and it is going to head out to the west, straight towards Seoul. Straight out to them. ETG.Brawlers and INS will have to push on through, but the hillsides do not extend that far.
What an awful position for many of these teams. Seoul going to be very happy with this, but they've got to contend with INS, who are now making the clockwise rotation. But the main thing I want to talk about is the fact that there are a lot of teams banking on this ending in Rozhok. Now they have to leave the city. It's going to be so obvious to so many teams when they leave. They've also got to be worried about the teams behind them, which is why you will see immediately Entity Gaming quickly mounting up, leaving as fast as possible.
They know what's up. They're going to crash straight into Legend, however, with their scout. So might not be the best situation as Jonathan gets knocked. Neo, the closest player for Entity, but they are just going to give him up and allow themselves to lose one. But they're sending Neo straight into Orb. It's disastrous rotations coming in for them at the moment. Jonathan gets confirmed. IND now trying to break away from the compound. As you can see on your screens, the ETG.Brawlers, they're getting peppered with nades, but the bullets are peppered back. And Iconic looks for the knock, but will not be able to find it over the top. Just missing that spray. Gets the reload, and Nepal HO NI come into the backside. Iconic goes down, they hit the deck. They're looking for the res, but they have so many teams bearing down on them now as ETG.Brawlers scramble to try and hold on to what they have. IND now looking to push over the top of the ridge. Nepal HO NI on the sidelines as everybody now under the cosh.
Fnatic also blowing up Mayhem in the movement. It's Alex looking over the top side. IND, all 4 players. It's Slayer that goes down. Kratos drops to the floor. Great smokes from his team so far, providing them all the cover that they need to move in. Lake finishes IND. Slayer with that nade. He will still be on the floor after that, but Alex now down 2. This is a bloody field, a bloody fight going forwards.
IND going very low, 2 of them down. Similar story for Fnatic, 2 of them down on that massive rotation up towards the north. They lose one as well, and IND and ETG.Brawlers now duking it out as Nepal HO NI no longer a factor in this fight. Up the push goes, Dark comes down, and he will get one, looks for the second as well. Trance trying to hold the ridgeline, and over he goes, Nova for the final kill as IND get wiped.
ETG swiveling on a dime to deal with 2 teams at once. Hold my beer whilst I make this one happen. Now ETG, they have the whole of the north side to walk in. This is the ETG we saw from the play-ins. INS will go down. Mortal on the high ground, commanding perfectly.
They got a huge vantage point here. And my, so many angles for them to just rattle off the shots. A beautiful spot for them. The next circle gonna come in. Not going to favor them as heavily this time, and it is such an open circle.
Everyone has to move from the eastern side. So they continue to claim the circle on the west. Legend on his own some over on the northern side of the circle, but he has to cross through the road. Scout goes down.
Unfortunately, they've been spotted out by SynerGE. Smokes bloom around the trunk of the tree, and Entity are over the hill. A nade in from Strider.
Looks
They're
good.
looking for a little bit more. They might just be able to find it. Will he be able to get it done? More nades
Oh,
gonna
no,
go
that's
in.
through.
Fnatic just surviving by the hairs on their chinny chin chin. And they get away with it.
Entities behind them, though. That's what they've really got to worry about right now. You're seeing Gatak in the distance. Fnatic players staying still as possible. Awais just about making it, but Strider spots him out, shoots through the bush, will take him down. Strider takes a few shots from behind, though, John.
Scout moving up as well, trying to take the challenge. Looks up the hill, looks for that ridge line. Has level 3s on board. The barrel as well. Very dangerous in close range. You have to look in, you have to look to the left. Goes for one, but gets knocked. He won't be able to find anything. Fnatic on the last legs now. They're so low. Just looking for Paratosh to climb it out, but Awais is downed, and Fnatic down to 2 players as SynerGE ramp it up.
It's ETG from behind, all 4 players starting to send the fire on the way to SynerGE. Soul still in this one and is giving precious time for Paratosh to bring Awais back up into the fight. 2 players remain. Soul with 4 still in this one. This is exactly what they needed. This is what I wanted to see. 4 players making it into the final circle. Let's see if they can close this one out. John, Legend goes down. That is RIP out.
5 teams now remaining. It's down to the wire as Entity only have 1 remaining player as well. It's Neo. He's looking for the send. Crashes into the buggy line, but has to go a little bit further as well. Nades over the top towards the ETG.Brawlers. They were able to do it on their ridgeline previously. They have the south side again, and SynerGE have to hunker down in their divot.
Great little ditch to play around from. They can deny so many sightlines, but SynerGE still with 4 players remaining, as is ETG. Soul as well, so an extremely packed last circle. Fnatic barely holding on with 2 players, but they've got this whole round with.
They go for the spray. Mortal looking to eliminate Neo. They know where he is. It's so close. The nade over the top, and Neo goes down. Clutch God picks up another team. 4 teams remain now as Awais crests the mound, but will get shut out. Paratosh needs to back him up. Strider out onto the left. Awais falls back, but he gets spotted out. The ETG.Brawlers come in, but Soul are going to come in, and Fnatic are on the ropes yet again. Paratosh goes for the trade and wins it out, but Mortal is still behind.
Double assault rifle in hand, so he doesn't have to go to reload, but Mortal looking to push over the top. Can he finish off Fnatic right now? That is the question. Yes, he can.
They get it done, and it's Mortal to save the day. 4 players still alive for Soul. They need to push in. They own the circle right now as the ETG.Brawlers are trying to push through and take control.
Soul continue to be the Reapers in this match, claiming more and more souls from all the other teams. ETG.Brawlers in the wings. Viper finding his footing, finding the energy that this team needs. A 2-2 split is perfectly strong here.
SynerGE cannot leave their position. The ETG.Brawlers know where they are. Soul have free reign over this hillside. As they do slow it a little bit down, but Clutch God pushes on through. Looks for SynerGE over the top, gets traded 1 for 1 over the back.
This is the problem with the 2-2 split, John. Now, Clutch God is almost out of reach for most of these players. He's going to have to crawl on over. ETG, they have the favor in terms of the tree line. Viper looking for Major Alpha here, just about finds him.
Blinks away, another goes over their way. SynerGE look to send it on. The Dacia trying to protect them as they go straight on through and into the sightlines of the ETG.Brawlers. Oh, you're not going to last long there, my friend, as the Brawlers pick that one up. Soul still controlling the majority of the ground, but Regaltos goes down. Mortal trying to play point here as Viper's at his back. Regaltos eliminated. Soul down to 2.
Mortal and Viper, the OG members from Soul, still in this one, trying to make it happen. There is many things that can go wrong here for them. ETG.Brawlers still holding out. A couple of these members have to go down to the SynerGE players, but look, as they start to snake it in over open ground, currently Soul have got a great lead in terms of power when it comes to Defilade. Now Iconic moving in, they spray through the smoke.
Oh, beautiful stuff from Viper! He strikes from behind the smoke, from the shadows. You aren't safe, no matter where you move, and the Brawlers, they're on the ropes again, as well as they've lost 2, but Mortal's down. SynerGE still in with a shout. CFE will not give up the ghost.
Nade coming through, lobs it over the top. He has to heal up right now. Mortal is in no position to come help him. SynerGE still in this one too. We cannot count SynerGE out just yet.
Viper looking for the hip fire, but Iconic goes very low. Will go down. Mortal trying to crawl in, trying to get the res. SynerGE will have oversight on this. But the next circle goes the way of the Brawlers, and Mortal and Viper will have to move over.
Hugely powerful position set up by Soul right now. Tactical prowess. They still have this vehicle on the other side, so they can change angle too within this circle. Really, really smart from them. And SynerGE continues to play spoiler.
Smokes on out. They want to make this push. SynerGE trying to stay alive as long as possible. That's the name of his game right now. Will they get spotted out? They're biding their time. Mortal continuing to open up those smoke lines. They have to leave hard cover, and they have to have confidence in their control of the battlefield from here on out. In comes the wall. You can see they're just chucking them everywhere.
See Sangwon here. No more meds other than bandages. Viper moving forward, trying to get a better position, using the smokes to his advantage. Drives straight in, runs over Sangwon.
Oh! That's two, maybe not. He just misses out on that one, but he's going to go for a round two. He's going to go for the knock, goes for the roll down, and he's spotted SynerGE out. Looks for the clip, but he's not going to be able to get it. Jumps out instead, but goes down. Now it's just Mortal alive for Soul in a 1 versus 1, but he cannot do it. SynerGE able to take it home against all odds. Look at that. Relief on the faces and a chicken dinner in their bellies.
Incredible plays coming out here today from SynerGE. They held a really tough position in the ditch, in the down, but they come out on top in the end. Extremely well played to them.
Really
and
beautiful.
Huge, huge applaud for SynerGE. What a magnificent player. Through the fire and the flames and the smoke, he makes it happen. A beautiful spray to end out a beautiful game.
Look at that one. That'll go down as probably one of the most exciting final circles of these finals right now, Blank. It was so open, it was so barren. And Soul could not hold on to that high ground. They weren't able to take those fights. It's so unfortunate. But they do come second. They get themselves plenty of kills as well. They had a huge game. Not only that, but we saw something from the ETG.Brawlers that we haven't seen since day one of the play-ins.
All these players raising their game. As we go into the final day of the finals tomorrow, we will find out exactly who is going to the prelims, exactly who is going to Kuala Lumpur, straight into the global finals itself.
Only 5 spots available, 2 of them direct qualifications, 3 of them into those play-ins, you say over in Malaysia. And it's really heating up here in Delhi. All of these teams, they want it, you can see it. Every single time they go for the play, everything's on the line.
There's only one downside for SynerGE right now. It's how are they going to put SynerGE to bed? This man has got so much adrenaline pumping through him. You doubt he's going to get 8 hours in for tomorrow.
It's going to be pretty tricky to say the least. Hopefully they'll have some, grab a cup of tea, calm themselves down, try and chill out. But it is nerve-wracking to say the least.
He had a tire this far from his face, literal millimeters. Viper could have made something happen that we haven't seen, literally, in all of PUBG Mobile Esports. It was just an incredible play. If he'd got the second knock with the vehicle, I probably would have leapt out of my seat into the air, headset would have come off.
Forget talking anymore, we're just screaming at that one. Unfortunately though, not able to pull it off. He's so close to hitting SynerGE twice. I'm pretty, as you say, like so close to those wheels.
He could smell the rubber.
I will be honest, I think it was the right play. I think it was.
It was.
But Mortal couldn't pick up the kills on the sidelines. The ETG.Brawlers obviously going down earlier. So he was able to zone it away, but just not able to clip on the end. So many vehicle kills on that final game.
Yeah. I mean, shout out to Season 10. Fear of the Wasteland already coming through in the final game of today. We just saw the trailer.
Oh yeah.
It seems very apt.
Well, no, that was the trailer, that last game.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Whack that in the showreel.
For sure. I think it was a total of about 5 vehicle kills. Maybe the desk will have some more stats on that when we.
I want that stat big
when
time.
we head on over, but it will be really nice to see just exactly how many come through. And of course, this is how we started it off. Pouncing on the back and sending it in towards Entity, and then they go in for the fight later on.
You can hear the crowd cheering, and that's exactly why we do it. That's why we have the LANs, the fans can all come along, cheer for their favorite teams, Seoul, and also have a great time here in New Delhi. We love to hear it. We love to see it.
Pouncing, giving it to him. But the Road Warriors have to take a rest now, and so do we. Back over to the desk. Jason, take it away.
I think you explained it perfectly, guys. How the hell are you going to sleep after a match like that, coming through as a sole survivor, dodging tires left and right? But still great things from all the final 3 teams that we saw. Seoul, SGE, and of course ETG.Brawlers. Honestly, I would have been happy with whoever won with how that game played out.
It started off feeling like an episode on Mad Max and ended up feeling like a game of Twisted Metal. People just burning rubber, getting run over left and right. I saw a lot of questionable car plays. It started off actually with Austin X taking a car himself, and then Iconic had a try at it, both of them failing, and then SynerGE was like, nah, let me show you how it's done, runs over one person, gets a beautiful drop kill onto another, and then it was just magic from there.
Yeah, we had so many vehicle runovers like you mentioned. I mean, I actually wrote SGE off there in 3rd place for a second, but they were able to maintain their positioning with that snake in the grass, dodging Viper's wheels by less than a foot 2 times. Not just 1 time, but 2 times in a row. We saw Viper just cruising along, driving donuts, running over people, racking up the points right there. Very phenomenal ending.
It felt like he was just like, all right, hold my beer. And then he just goes ham right there. And what an ending to the game. I couldn't have, everybody, all of us were losing our minds backstage. And what a way to end the second day here.
Not to mention Viper's clutch revive on Mortal.
Yeah, that was actually insane. The fact that Mortal was able to crawl all that way back to him, actually, that was amazing. The fact that he got that far.
This is kind of when the mayhem started to unfold. We had Seoul in the north. They wrapped around that hill right there that we saw Entity on. They took a couple shots at Entity. Fnatic, Paratosh trying to get the clutch, pushing up, actually taking down Clutch God, pushing up just a little too much right there for my taste, but Mortal coming in for the support, but the flush already came out.
You know why I think SGE really deserved this? I think time and time again, they actually got shot from the back, but those 180 flicks from all around, they turned around right just there. Like this one. So many, time and time again, getting them that advantage, and just a show of mechanical skill from SGE.
Yeah, but Viper, though, with the hard cover and the mini, took out so many members from the Brawlers right here. Not only that, they were just taking pot shots
right
in
here.
the smoke.
Right where Iconic comes out to him, Viper's like, what's up? Let me show you my gun.
There's the double right there.
Ridiculous.
This was another example of something that just went terribly awry.
It's like a Michael Bay movie right there.
Exactly. Everybody just vehicles blowing up left and right, smoke grenades. It's just nuts. And here's this one. That's what we've been waiting for. One, he almost gets the second
he
as well.
touched his foot. He touched his foot. He lost his shoe in that one.
Oh,
here comes the
shoe
second
came
time
off,
around.
And he actually goes up against SynerGE right here. Almost takes
the drop
it.
shot, taking down Viper, and then Mortal in the 1v1 over here. Both of them firing. I mean, it came down to about 3 bullets was the deciding factor.
My God, what was going through Viper's mind?
Look at that, though.
I want to know.
With the kills, they were able to overtake SGE and their chicken dinner by 1 point.
It was way too close to call. Honestly, Viper, though, he just had that moment where he just goes, it's time. It's time. And he just absolutely destroyed everybody.
Viper like a snake in the grass. What better snake than a Viper?
MVP right there. Viper is my MVP of the day.
For sure. Hands down, 100%. The confidence, I mean, just the amount of confidence you had to do to get in that car and take that clutch factor vehicle and then just wreak havoc on everybody.
Well, let's look at the ups here on the scoreboard. Seoul obviously taking a victory there in terms of placings on the points with 27, but also ETG.Brawlers starting to get up there. They've been quiet for the majority of today. They've been sneaking through in a top 8 a couple of times. Fnatic as well, getting a 4th place finish.
Did you see my face?
I did.
We're going to have to wait for the overall, but I think Seoul just got 2nd place off of that.
Wait, I think
we'll
you
have
should
to
say that
wait.
again. I think you should say that again, maybe.
Well, wait, maybe.
All right.
I don't think so. I think it's SynerGE.
They outplaced SNS and IND. Those two teams were ahead of them before this game by only 2 points. SGE, like you mentioned, they were 2 points behind Seoul.
Oh, okay.
So we'll
you're
have
right.
to see.
You might be right.
We'll have to see. I mean, my cast of math is quick. We actually got Seoul
I mean, they're like right behind us right now,
I mean,
and I'm gonna. Oh, they're looking for the overalls. You guys have to wait a little bit longer. I'm sorry. You can come up here.
They
with
come
us,
up on
though.
stage.
You
You might
can come
as well
up here
come
with
up
us
on
and
stage.
just chill while we talk about
relax,
you guys. But then you have NC Gaming, who was in first place. We talked about the lead they had at the start of the day. It's been dwindling down, and it might have yet again now.
I think so. They only got 9 points here. Everybody else shot up by like 20-something. I wouldn't be surprised to see Entity probably barely hanging on to that top spot.
they should be in first place by maybe 20 at the most points, but going into tomorrow, that padding is no longer there, in my opinion. Going down from here, Elementrix, I feel bad for them. They're the only squad in the north during Circle 4. They took up Rawshawk, and then we saw 5 other teams also occupy that area, and then we saw the hard shift down north, or down south that is, and all those squads just kind of got picked apart.
Yeah, a lot of other squads doing better as well. It's worth mentioning Fnatic coming in 5th. So they actually had a pretty good game, and they've been finding them more and more consistently, no longer consistently dropping at the end. Nowadays, they're finding more success. Still no chicken dinner for them just yet, but I look to see it tomorrow.
Yeah, so, back to that fight we saw in the replay. I mentioned IND. I like how they started that fight with the Brawlers. They tossed those smokes out. They tried to clear the gap. But when those two squads were fighting, INS and Nepal HO NI started to get that third-party action on both these teams. Brawlers, though, being the victors out of the whole southern edge of that fight. I mean, they just weren't able to get the win here, but definitely racking up some points. I think if we were to count up the points, that was their best game today.
I think so, too. There were a lot of points going
For
around.
Brawlers.
And this is a good game, especially for Seoul. I think they're definitely in the running now. They started off the tournament in probably the worst fashion, barely qualifying, and now we're looking to see them within the top 5 for sure.
Yeah, so let's see what else is going on. Megastars, Godlike, INS. Yeah, I mean, IND, INS, we're going to have to wait for the overall. I mean, what a amazing game here that we had. TrustDProcess, they crashed into water very early on versus Godlike. Some interesting plays. I mean, you brought up Fnatic. They had some new strategy going on with evacuating the bridge. So they crossed the bridge, but then they drove their vehicles off the bridge.
Yeah.
Kind of that next level IQ play for avoiding bridge camping, I guess.
The craziest thing for me about this game, by the way, is we had 14 people dead by the time we got to the third circle. That has to be a record so far today.
Definitely. I mean, it shows that people really want to go for those aggressive plays, really want to go for those kills and placements. And what better way to do that than by starting off hot? That was so exciting because of the fact that teams really started to show that they want it hard, want it bad.
Scoop. Drop it like it's hot. That's what Seoul did here. I mean, they were camping. I can't really say camping. They were chilling over there in Sunken City, just waiting it out, and they were just playing the edge from there.
And if I'm not mistaken,
Look at
Watertown,
that.
not a place that they're comfortable.
Not popular either.
Yeah, not popular either. Finally going somewhere really unique, and that really worked out in their favor.
I mean, a lot worked out in their favor in the end there. Again, Viper with the car. They've been progressively doing better as the day has gone by, and that's what we've been talking about, right? Day 2, that was D-Day for these teams. You need to start placing well. You need to work your way up the leaderboards, because when we get into the final day, the final 6 matches, it's going to be very difficult to move from there.
Yeah, and these final zones were kind of interesting as well, because we kind of had like 2 separate games going on at the same time, because we had that large hill kind of separating the final circle. So we had Fnatic fighting Entity for about a couple minutes, and then we had Seoul fighting SG, fighting the Brawlers. I mean, Fnatic, they tried to get out of a tight situation. We saw SG pop over, take a couple shots. Fnatic kind of got picked apart from there, and then Entity also. So the winners of that last circle definitely on the left side of the hill.
Yeah, I'm going to agree, especially SGE, finding time and time again those 180. I think there were 3 180 turns
from above.
Like pixel angles, which they
From the
somehow
left, from the
got
right,
right.
I mean.
Everybody was amazing. It was high-level PUBG Mobile all throughout.
Well, you know what? We talked about Fear of the Wastelands all day. We saw it in that match as well. Let's take a look towards the beginning of the game when we had Megastars up against Zero Decree in a little bit of a cart chase.
Pull up, pull up, pull up. We had crossbows. We had the D-Eagle. We had punch-outs. I mean, talk about a final game of the day. This
had everything.
Yeah.
This is the best. This is my favorite game. I don't care. Everything. You had everything in it. I thought when he had the crossbow as well, I thought we were going to see a crossbow kill for a second.
That would be the first and probably only here.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever see that again.
Yeah, this was Entity and 0 Degree, two teams that are up there at the top. Feel a little bad for Entity. I mean, I don't know if they were being, hot dropped in that situation or just unlucky for the squad. But once when 0 Degree caught a sniff of them, they didn't let go.
There were a lot of instances when teams were getting caught out in the open, especially with TDP earlier on. There were so many fights that were just in the middle of open fields that were so difficult to take.
I was sloppy too with Godlike. I did like Shigar from TrustDProcess. Jumped off the bridge, swam behind Godlike. So Shigar in the back, and then the rest of the squad kind of collapsing in on Godlike. They didn't know how to handle themselves.
Well, you know what? 0 Degree wasn't done just yet. They had a little bit of a pistol fight breakdown between them and Megastars. We're going to take a look into as well. These games throughout the day have just become, I don't want to say sloppier, but just so much more aggressive, and that leads me to really wonder what's going to happen tomorrow.
Pull up!
What is this?
Who brings a pan to a gunfight? That's what I want to know.
What is he doing?
That's what you get.
Who brings a car to a pan fight? That's my question.
I was thinking you've seen
car.
everything, and then this happens. You couldn't make this up, man.
And then what is it? One of the members from Mega back there with the crossbow trying to get a cheeky headshot on. There we go, aiming. Oh yeah.
I thought he had it too.
Did they get the tag onto God? God's pretty low right there.
I think he did. That's insane.
Don't peek it. Trying to go for the headshot right there. Yeah, I mean, what a long, drawn-out fight. Definitely entertaining, though. I like that they tried to use the D-Eagle. I mean, pretty powerful pistol, so if you did have a pistol early on, that's definitely the one that I would choose.
Yeah, it's really good early game, especially when you have these situations. The damage fall-off is also really good as well, so it's not terrible at this situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is the situation you would want to have it.
Exactly.
Right?
Well, maybe not with a car like chasing you there. That one, though, that's a little...
I mean, they tagged him right there once, took him down. Actually running out of ammo right here.
I've seen everything in the day.
Trying to connect that last shot and then, yeah.
I thought he got the punch in, actually.
Yeah, I'll punch him out, Using up my valuable time here. I'm just going to tap you once in the face. One tap, dirt nap, baby.
Don't need to use any more ammo. That's it. All you got.
Thing is, if there is one match you watch back throughout these 2 days, which I'm honestly asking you, why are you only watching one? It's got to be this one. It had absolutely everything in it. Car chases, car kills, pistols, some pans coming out versus a car. I think one day we could see a pan take a car out if you hit the player at the right moment. But of course, we had a couple of car kills. We want a couple more. Let's rewatch the last few seconds of that last match as we see Viper strolling around looking for some kills to add to his tally.
Jeez, man. This was just... SynerGE got really lucky he didn't get hit here as well.
I think he wasn't even looking to. That's the worst part. Like, you don't even see the car coming. That's
and you
the
hate it.
part.
The thing, Sangwon was doing so great in this map, and he just got yeeted off the last part of it. It's just so unfortunate.
And Viper almost able to take that 1v1 there.
That was a nice shot. Yeah, Viper, putting in the work here, definitely. Mortal also using the DP this game too, getting a couple knocks, getting a couple kills.
That's a big thing that we actually wanted to point out. Not just me, but some of the other analysts backstage. They were talking about how Mortal has been sitting at that sniper time and time again. But now he picked up the DP28. Still, it's working clearly. Maybe they'll stick to it.
I feel like they're trying out to find a secondary weapon here, trying to see what feels best.
So I've already asked you guys this a ton of times. I know Mortal, you can hear me, right? Are you ready? Are you ready to see the overall standings for today to see where you guys are currently sitting? Let's get them on the screen. Let's see where Soul lies. And there you go. Second place throughout the day.
Amazing. 3 points separating them between SynerGE. If SynerGE came out on top of that, who knows what would have been the result.
Yeah.
But Entity Gaming, as you said, as we said earlier, hanging on to the top spot, but not by a lot.
I think we're going to say the same thing.
3 points behind first place is what Soul is sitting at right now. Regardless, if Soul can maintain this moving into tomorrow, they're going straight to finals.
So let me say this, by the way. They started off the day, I know you can still hear me, Mortal. You guys were in 9th place with 47 points. You gained 100 points today alone to get up to 2nd place. That is fantastic. When Fnatic said 90 points they were looking for, I was like, what? That's ridiculous. But to get 100 in one day,
and guess
is
what?
Soul going to do it again?
No chicken dinners.
None at all.
That's it. You don't even need the chicken dinners.
Who
We're
needs
like,
chicken?
yeah, we'll just feast on everybody else. Who needs the chicken dinners? And which is interesting to see because the lower teams, the 14 and 15 teams, 16, they actually have the chicken dinners. We talked about this earlier, Godlike and Mayhem. But again, they were the microwave chicken dinners, not the high quality roasted ones.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Let's give some love to some other teams, obviously. SynerGE still holding on to a top 5 position in there. Let's take a look at the 9 through 16. RIP Official has slipped a little bit, but then again, the ETG.Brawlers have been able to lift themselves up and get a little bit closer to having that top 5 in their grasp.
TrustDProcess, though, at the very, very bottom. What a very far cry from what they've been in the play-ins to how their performance is today. Now sitting at 16th. We thought there was some spark for hope right there with that one chicken dinner, but they're sitting at 66.
Especially to have a chicken dinner to boot as well. So hopefully coming into tomorrow, they are going to feel confident. I mean, it's going to be the last day, so you might as well try something new. What you've been doing currently just isn't working. And I would kind of say that for all the teams that are at least in 11th on down, right? Whatever got you to this point, why ever, you know, whoever, you know, just come in tomorrow with a positive mindset, positive vibes, and have some fun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, technically, I don't think statistically they're out of the running for this. I
No.
mean, we did see ETG.Brawlers take 3 chicken dinners on day 1 of the prelims. It's very possible that some of these teams could do so, but there has to be a drastic change tonight. And tonight isn't that long for them.
We have seen a lot of drastic changes, whether it is teams all playing center, now everybody all playing outer. I think there should, at some point, be a balance that will be struck between both of these, and teams sort of finding their place as we go into the 3rd day. But as we said earlier at the start of the tournament, it's the more veteran teams that are starting to shine. Talk about teams like INS, teams like Seoul, teams like let's say Godlike, who actually have been performing, but not here actually. They will start to do better as the tournament progresses.
Well, you know what? I think after that last match of the day, we all had smiles on our faces, and I guarantee I know who's going to have a smile on their face. It's going to be Team Seoul, as they've gotten themselves into 2nd place at the end of day 2. Let's head over to Xerxes with an interview.
You can hear the madness. This is Seoul. You missed the chicken dinner, but you've gotten all the hearts and all the points that you needed. Viper, I'm going to start with you. That car chase in the end, what were you thinking? Why did you even get out? You shouldn't have gotten out.
Actually, Mortal said ki gaadi chalao, and I went into the mode and I just ran over a guy, and I saw the 2 guys, but I could not run them over. So
more car chases for you in the upcoming day?
Definitely.
I'm going to get to you, Mortal. You're the MVP. You got the maximum kills. Your team was at 9 yesterday. We are at number 2. So many big things happening today for you. How do you feel?
I feel good, but then the pressure remains because tomorrow anything can happen again.
And you guys, actually, Mortal, I want to ask you one more thing. The Esports documentary that was put up on the PUBG Esports channel, your fans get to know you a lot better. Now, clearly, you have a whole lot of fans. How do you feel about that?
I feel good, you know, if people come to know about me emotionally. So that's the best part. I'm connected to them emotionally. That's the, you know, best part. Yeah.
That's the beauty of it. And Clutch God, you're going to keep clutching all through day 3, I'm guessing. What are we expecting on day 3? Obviously, you can't give me your strategies, but you didn't see that, did you? Like number 9 to number 2, or were you already planned that like we're going to go slow and easy into this and just go all the way top?
We did not think, I mean, our target was top 5, but then we got number 2 today. So tomorrow is definitely going to be number 1.
Whoa, big words coming right here from Seoul. And all of you guys sitting at home watching this, why are you sitting at home and watching this? You can be right here. It's free entry at the JHADAV Hall, indoor hall at the Indira Gandhi Stadium. This is the PUBG Mobile Club Open Fall Split 2019 South Asia Regional Finals. Title sponsor Vivo. And I'm going to throw it back to the analyst desk for rounding up the day of today.
I mean, Xerxes can barely contain his excitement, as you saw there with how that match went down. The crowd loves it as well, all cheering for Seoul and all cheering for Mortal. But that means with us coming back to us, we do have to end the days of games. And it's obviously been a crazy set of matches over the course of today. I'm super curious, though, to see how tomorrow's going to break down, because we've already seen drastic changes in play styles from a lot of these teams.
We've seen drastic changes of play styles. We've seen drastic changes in game approaches, in formations, actually even in some lineups as well. So there's no telling what people and teams will come up with for us tomorrow. I say it's all up in the air at this moment.
23 points behind first place. You heard the man himself, Mortal, saying we're coming for that first place spot. Tomorrow is going to be one heck of a day.
Yeah. Well, we do have to wait for that. But of course, not only are we waiting for tomorrow, you obviously did see on the PUBG Mobile Twitter a new release coming through with the Season 10 Royale Pass in the Fury of the Wasteland. We got a little bit of a glimpse of it. early, I guess you could say, in the last match of the day, but you guys can go get that today, and I think that's what we're going to be doing after the show today. Head back to the hotel, play some PUBG Mobile ourselves, and hopefully be able to get some road kills like we just saw.
Yeah, after this, I'm just going to be spamming Buggy like all night long, just trying to get some road kills as well.
I'm going to take some plays from Viper's playbook, try to rack up some chicken dinners tonight, run you guys over once or twice maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be on your team though, right?
I don't know about that.
Well, we see obviously a little bit of a head-to-head between Soul and SynerGE over the course of the entirety of the finals, and Soul's still ahead by 11 kills, and the damage as well still continuing to keep that rising.
We actually had this head-to-head earlier, but it was a very different story, if I'm not mistaken. Earlier we saw SynerGE, but they were actually the ones ahead. Now it's Soul creeping up, 63 kills on them, 12,536 damage, and even less distance traveled at 275.
Yeah, so tomorrow, you know, Soul's got the mission to take that first place spot, but they're also going to have to defend their position. They're not too ahead of SGE right behind them than the other squads that are going to be gunning for them, especially after tonight's spot reviews. I can only assume what type of strategies will be coming into tomorrow. It's going to be a good one.
Speaking of coming into tomorrow, if you're in the New Delhi area, why are you not here? Why are you not down here live at the stadium to actually see the games happen live? And also to meet some of your favorite players. There'll be meet and greets as well after all the action. So make sure you head down. We'll be open. It's free. You can come say hi. You can maybe come say hi to Mustache Dave as well.
Yep, shake your hand.
Yeah.
I'll
to Illustrato if you
yep,
feel like
Illustrato
it.
if you want.
Hello.
All of us will be more than happy to see you guys. As
Except
course,
Jason.
the Hindi casters as well.
Yep.
And even the casters over in English. So make sure you guys stick around to do that. But guys, as we're getting close to ending the show, I already know what your highlight's going to be of the day. But just tell me once more.
Viper runover.
Viper runover.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
That's it. Like,
That's
there
it.
cannot be anything
What kind
else.
of question is that?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Jason,
so
come
who's
on.
the team then you're looking for? I'm going to put you on the spot a different way. Who's the team you're looking for to perform tomorrow?
Oh, wow, that's a tough one.
So he's going to say INS, probably.
Actually, I'm going to say ETG.
Oh, really?
They're coming back tomorrow, I feel like. That's my prediction.
Going with the crowd favorite, I think Seoul will at least get one chicken during yesterday, and that should maintain them in that top 2 position, sending them straight to the finals in Malaysia.
Okay, well, thank you very much all for coming into this one. We want to give a big shout out to Vivo for being the title sponsor of the PMCO South Asia Regional Finals. We'll be back again at 2 p.m. tomorrow, so make sure to tune in. Come on down to the stadium and enjoy some PUBG Mobile action with us. We'll see you then.
to the fury of the wasteland. In Season 10, PUBG Mobile is bringing in even more items, modes, and content to help players survive in the harsh post-apocalyptic world. For those who need to expand their armory, look no further than the new MP5K, a SMG that replaces the Vector in Vinkendi after the update. It can be equipped with all attachments, including stocks, foregrips, mags, and scopes, and supports single shot, burst, and full auto firing modes. This weapon is very versatile and is suitable for short and mid-range combat. It is a must-have for assaults and street firefights. Another update is the addition of SEMA, which replaces the armored UAZ in Vinkendi. It is probably the most robust vehicle in Vinkendi, suitable for rocky and snowy slopes, and extremely durable. In addition, everyone's favorite TDM mode has been updated with a new Ruins map, which is a lot bigger and calls for a larger variety of tactics. Players will need to work closely together and have a reasonable selection of weapons to win. Royale Pass Season 10 will also be updated with apocalypse-themed outfits to make players look more intimidating. As usual, player tiers are adjusted at the beginning of the season, so team up with your friends and explore the new content as soon as possible, and aim for the top of the charts.
What prevents you from becoming the real deal? Fast downloading. They always get into the field quicker than you. Falling behind? No, not gonna happen. Stay calm and be cool. Nothing will stand in your way. A true hero must step up to defeat the enemies when there's no one to count on. Vivo Multi-Turbo, a real strong core makes you a real professional player.
I feel like a piece of chicken meat on a grill under the blazing sun. Everyone hates desert because they get lost here. But there are some interesting people here, like that hip-hop kid. You know, the one on top of the car? He always has the strangest stickers. Supposedly, they're trophies he got from other players. You know how it is, kids and their toys. Oh, and that guy standing by the wall has a really good aim and is supposedly an assassin. Why is he dressed like that in this frackin' desert, though? As for that lady over there, she values her gun more than her own life. That's about the only thing you can trust around here. Me? Who am I? Ha! Everyone knows the Lava Barret. Shh! I think we have guests.
India has a lot of variety. The color, it's about the tradition, the religion. It's just the perspective that gonna matters a lot. They are right in their own sense. Might be wrong to someone, but might be right to someone. I'm just basically a typical boy trying to live up on his dreams, trying to do something on his own.
I can set an example for this. They love me playing for India. I felt really proud that I was representing India.
I'm an esports player. And every esports player has that hunger to win. For us, the main goal is to become the best, nothing else.
think it's the right time for esports to take off in India. PUBG Mobile has now come into India and taken over. The accessibility for mobile devices is so strong and so easily available to the general public. Once PUBG came out with their India by surprise.
Mobile, and I would always India to be at the
that was fantastic.
This short clip will help you.
It's gonna be your main man. It's gonna be Scout, and it has to be. Drop it down off bridge. The components.
To prove our followers, to prove our fans, and to keep that name high.
I love to walk on the rope.
Cold shower, that's true power. Let me catch my breath. Let me snatch what's next.
When you practice hard, when you give your best and you lose, that's okay. And everyone can see that, especially the coach can see that these guys gave it all and lost. But if they don't give it all and they lose and they come up with some stupid excuse, I can figure it out. That is my job. Yeah, these guys, they got a very big opportunity. There are so many people who are dying for this chance.
Every third person in India plays PUBG, I'm pretty sure about that. From a kid to an adult in an office, they play PUBG for sure.
The first PMCO that happened in India, 11,000 or 12,000 teams applied for that tournament. This is the trophy that every team tries for, getting the hands on the PMCO World Championship. It's really tough to survive that competition.
Being able to be called the champion in this is kind of like the milestone.
This year's PMCO, the points has been changed. So before it was like one team keeps winning, they get a huge lead, which is unbeatable. But now you can't get the huge lead if you don't have the kills. So if a team keeps on killing a lot of people, they're gonna get a huge lead. But if just a team wins with less kills and other teams starts killing more, the win doesn't matter because you need to have the skill to kill. If you don't have the skill, you cannot kill.
Viper tries to move out. Existence will just finish that one.
So from this new rule change, 3 to 4 teams are gonna benefit. One is Orange Rock Esports because they are damn aggressive.
Right now, the best team in India is OR, being one of the highest skill set players, and the amount of coordination and synergy they have among themselves.
The other one is Team X. They've got 2 or 3 of the best assaulters out there in their team.
They have one of the best players India has produced, Scout.
VCash just over the hill here, and Scout is looking for.
Plus always.
2 players behind the rocks, one goes down.
Then they have Ronak.
Comes in the corner.
Sees one, takes down one, there's just one left, sees him in the grass and will finish it!
Apart from that, there's another team which is Team 8-Bit because they go for kills.
14 kills for Team 8-Bit.
Mega
Here comes the massive push. There's absolutely no way he's getting away with that one.
MX.
Really bringing the swagger at the end of the game.
Entity.
These shots coming through from Entity. That will be the whole team wide.
These are the really big and good teams this year. They're like way too good at the game.
I'm Team Soul all the way. They're my guys. My money's on them. Let's see how they do.
Team Soul, 2 new players added into the team. Definitely they have Mortal, one of the most fan favorite guy.
Guess. Oh, Mortal just standing his ground right now.
And he got his back by Viper.
Viper gets the knock, and it's going to be Carnage who's having Carnage spread around. It's going to be open.
So we are going to work on being a much more aggressive team. We are still working on that actually.
After that also we were having pressure to win, but like the fan expectations, the family expectations, that like they wanted us to represent India at that level. We reached that level, but now the pressure is to win it. My dad's name is JHADAV. My dad never knew about PUBG. He had no idea what kind of a game it is, but every tournament I'm playing, every game I'm playing, he's watching me. That makes me really happy that even though I didn't say him anything, I didn't teach him anything about the game, he knows so much about the games. He was born in Uttar Pradesh. Just after 1 year of getting married, he came to Surat to have something on his own. My father is a local packing material manufacturer and he's been doing this work for the past 20 years.
भाई 1 मिनट बैठ जाओ अंदर पहले.
पानी ले रहे.
एक्चुअली मशीन तो सब इंडिया ही की बनी हुई है और इसको ग्लोटिंग मशीन भी बोलते हैं. और इसके अंदर एक बार में कम से कम 100 से 125 किलो मटेरियल 1 टाइम में चला जाता है.
अरे बापू को माल नहीं ले गए?
अमेरिका से, यूरोपियन कंट्री से ही ये रॉ मटेरियल आता है और इसको फिर चारों तरफ से कट करना पड़ता है. आधा इंची, पौन इंची, जैसा वेस्टेज निकाल लो उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है. उसकी साइजें बनाते हैं, उसको बिछाते हैं, माल में सल होता है वो निकालना पड़ता है.
I used to hate to go to that place. I used to hate to go to the place whenever my mom used to say, you are free at home, just go visit your dad, help him in his work. I was like, okay, I'll just go to my friend's house.
वो अपनी दुनिया में बिजी था.
दुनिया इनकी पबजी थी.
खेलता जरूर था लेकिन दिमाग में ये रहता था इससे अपना कुछ मिलना तो है नहीं.
ऐसा कुछ माइंड में था ही नहीं कि हमको इसमें कुछ इतना बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म मिल जाएगा.
इसलिए उसको ऐसा लगता था काम तो करना ही.
काम करना ही करो. बचपन में एक्चुअल में क्या है कि काफ़ी टाइम तक तो ये इतना बीमारी की वजह से ही हम मतलब उसको शुरू के काफ़ी टाइम तक तो बीमारी की वजह से इसके लिए परेशान रहते थे.
मेन क्या है जो इसके प्रॉब्लम थी ना वो डॉक्टर पता नहीं कर पाए
और उसको 2.5 साल तक कंटिन्यू हमने यूपी का कोई डॉक्टर नहीं छोड़ा था. मेरे एक फ्रेंड ने मेरे को जो चाइल्ड स्पेशलिस्ट के अंदर जो एशिया के टॉपर में से गोपाल के लिए हमने, मेरे को याद है कि हम लोग 10 से 15 दिन रहे थे दिल्ली के अंदर. और दिल्ली हमारे लिए अलग शहर था तो हमको वहाँ पे बाहर गार्डन के नीचे जो है वो पेपर डाल करके सोना पड़ता था.
क्योंकि वहाँ हॉस्पिटल में केवल जो बच्चा बीमार है उसकी मम्मी ही रह सकती.
जिस समय वो दिखाया था तो उसकी हाथ जो है वो इतने से थे और उसके अंदर से जो सिरिंज में ब्लड निकलवाना था तो उसके लिए मैंने और 3 घंटे तक वो सिरिंज को यूँ ये हाथ को दबाते रहे तब तक वो सिरिंज में ब्लड नहीं आ पाया. ये पोजीशन थी इतनी क्रिटिकल. तो बचपन की कुछ ऐसी यादें बीमारी के अंदर ही रही.
When I was a kid, I used to dream like I want to play soccer for my country, like being in the Indian national team. I have a rule in my life. If you like something, just go achieve it.
उसने क्या किया, स्टेयर पे चढ़ के छत पे जाके वहां से
नीचे जंप करके भाग गया था। तो वो किसके लिए गया था? उसको फुटबॉल प्रैक्टिस करना था इवनिंग में, और उसको मैं जाने नहीं दे रही थी। तो मैं सोई थी, तो मुझे बिना बोले वो छुप के ऊपर से कूद के चला गया था। फिर तो मैं इतनी परेशान हो गई, मैंने उसके फादर को फ़ोन किया है, तन्मय कहाँ चला गया। फिर मैं दरवाज़ा खोल कर जाके वॉचमैन को पूछा, यहाँ मेरा बेटा गया क्या? तो वो बोला हाँ वो तो गया अभी। फिर मैं बोली कैसे गया? फिर वो इतना टफ है, टेरेस से नीचे कूदना आसान नहीं है। उसके फादर एक्चुअली, उसके पापा उसको बहुत प्यार करते हैं, तो वो तो उसको एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, बट कभी कभी बोलते क्या कर रहा, अभी उसको बिजनेस में आना चाहिए।
I have a thing in me, like I don't like anything, spoon fed to me. I like to make my own stuff. So later, no one can tell me like, okay, dude, you did it on because your dad gave it to you. No, I did it on my own.
मेरे फ्रेंड्स में क्या बोले सब कि इंडिया में फुटबॉल का इतना प्रायोरिटी नहीं है, क्या वो फुटबॉल खेल के क्रिकेट खेलता तो ये होता।
Among all the sports, football was my heart though. Basically, football was my life completely at that moment. I played professionally. I went to national level. I was in Kolkata for a professional Division 1 team tryouts. It's just one-time chance, man. You need to prove there.
वो इतना अच्छा खेलता था, तो मैं उसकी कोच को पूछती थी, बोलते नहीं उस फुटबॉल में भी वो कैरियर बहुत अच्छा। तो उसका जर्मन तो पहले सपना था फुटबॉल प्लेयर, तो और उसको जाना था बर्लिन, तो मैं बहुत खुश थी उसके लिए। जब नहीं जा पाया तो मुझे बहुत दुखी हुई और कुछ नहीं।
So during the tryouts, I tore my hamstring. The second I knew that my hamstring is gone, the first thought in my head came was that, okay, what's the next time I'm going to start walking, or when is the next time I'm going to start playing? The doctor says me, dude, you need to stay in the bed for at least 6 months. And then I was like, okay, my dream's dead here.
स्कूल में ना, सिमी के स्कूल में ना।
हाँ। टुडे इज अ श्राद्ध डे, सो जो भी मेरे पूर्वज लोग चले गए हैं, अब इस संसार में नहीं है, तो उनको जो जो चीज़ें पसंद थी, तो मैंने आज वो नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी वो हमारे हाथ का खाएंगे तो उनको अच्छा लगेगा।
My dad had passed away when I was just 4 years old. So a single parent raising up 2 boys in Mumbai is not actually easy. I believe that because sitting here, I know the amount of hardship she had to go through to raise us up.
My husband loves lady's finger. He loves this cauliflower. I mean, आज हम और नमन, हम लोग जो भी हैं, आज उन लोगों के आशीर्वाद से हैं। आज वो लोग कोई भी नहीं है, लेकिन उनकी यादें और उनकी रिमेम्बरेंस हमारे माइंड में है, और उनकी ब्लेसिंग्स हम लोग के ऊपर है।
We were short on finances. The major source of income at our home was my mom cooking food for probably bachelors and people, around. That's the only way my mom used to pay the bills, pay my education fee and everything. Yeah, that's how we survived. It actually cannot be expressed in words. That's all I can say. I mean, words cannot describe how I feel about my mom.
All going towards the center. सब लोग ऊपर जा रहे हैं.
My mom was very nervous when I first started this thing. There was a time when I was playing, she used to, shout at me and she used to yell at me and say, go back and study, or, go back and sleep. But then now things are different. Now she's like, why are you wasting time sleeping? You should get back on streaming.
With how many kills? I'm mortal more.
Life goes on and you need to move on. And no matter how bad the scenario is, you need to go ahead in life too. I didn't have to find my new dream because I already had a passion of gaming. But it was me thinking that this passion can be a career. So I took my passion to a career. Now I am here with PUBG Mobile.
और इंडिया में कैसे है, हमारे पेरेंट्स एक्चुअली उनकी थिंकिंग कैसी है, बच्चे के रियली कुछ इंजीनियर, डॉक्टर, ये कुछ बनना चाहिए। बिफोर 10 years एक्चुअली ई स्पोर्ट्स क्या है किसी को पता ही नहीं था रियली। तो उसके फादर बोलते तुम क्या कर रहे हो, काम पे ध्यान नहीं तुम्हारा, मेरा बच्चा का ये मैच चल रहा है तो मैं मैच देख रहा हूँ। तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है, स्पेशली तन्मय को देखना मुझे बहुत, मतलब स्काउट को देखना मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
हमको तो इसी चीज़ का बस ये है कि बचपन में इतना वो होने के बावजूद भी आज ये इस लेवल पे इसने मुकाम हासिल किया।
When I got the offer to become a pro player from Orange Rock, took some advice from our friends, from our family, and they were like quite supportive in this thing. So they just said, it's about your dream. You always wanted to live this dream, so you're getting the opportunity. Don't miss it.
अभी बच्चों को अगर गेमिंग हो, आजकल हर इंसान को कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही पड़ता है लाइफ में, वो अगर इस माध्यम से आगे निकल गया तो हम लोगों को बहुत गर्व की बात। हम तो देखा को शाम को इनको चिकन का डिनर देंगे। हमको रियली नहीं मालूम चिकन डिनर होता है क्या।
Hello, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split.
The process to qualify for a finals is so grueling. When we formed Orange Rock, the guys never played together, so we set up a boot camp in Hyderabad for them to learn to be a team.
We formed Orange Rock to win all the big events. The players on this team should be aiming for the best in the world.
Did great as well. They know exactly where Retribution are.
Almost there. Cover देना मेरे को, cover देना, मैं knock नहीं होना चाहिए गाड़ी से उतर दूँगा.
Luckily, Orange Rock still have a really good position on this top side. What an extra Molotov. Makes all the rats scurry around. MJ goes down. 22 kills going over to Orange Rock. A huge pickup for them.
I did not know I would come back, but then there were, many factors. For example, there were so many teams in India now who have become very good at it. So it's going to be good challenging them now.
Mortal looking to try and shimmy his way in as well as the circle down on its soul versus Orange Rock. They know exactly where he is. He knows exactly where they are, though. He goes up wide.
Nice shot! The back is against three. Here comes the push right now. He does go down just standing in the rock. And the headshot will finish him off.
We are adjusting and learning on to taking more kills and being more aggressive so that, by the time we get that chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure we're going to get around 10 to 15 kills.
Everybody said it's what they want. Got my feelings all in a knot. Don't you worry, dust the table off. Put the record on. You can come along with me.
Being a competitive player, if you're not confident, you can't survive the scene. We are not scared of anyone. If you're gonna be scared of anyone, you have to be scared of everyone.
Having a big name behind us, that's Team Fnatic. We are not nervous about anything. We are really happy that we have a really good competition out there.
It's a nice sports car though, love it. This is a beautiful car. The question is, can the play be beautiful as well?
So my team right now, we are 5 members, and I know these guys have the talent. They have the caliber to win the tournament. They have the skills.
Ronak's so low. Too strong. Even so, Scout's having none of it. He wants to get the full team wipe.
Coming to a close, Team Xspark now, the arbiters of death.
If we get to hold the trophy at an international level, that would actually feel amazing.
I'm enjoying the moment, and I don't want to wake up from this dream.
So it's been a very big roller coaster for me, and it's still going on. I'm a professional PUBG Mobile Esports player.